We are now live over there on YouTube. So there we go. Okay. All right, brace yourself. Oh, yeah. All right. Howdy to Jereb234. Jereb234 says howdy. Good morning to Mazikeen. Prepare thyself for the YouTube fires. Anyways, if you've got any evidence for Jesus or Paul, come on up. I want to hear from you. Looks like we do have at least one person who was requesting up there. Truth, am I pronouncing that wrong?
If you couldn't pronounce my name, that would be pretty bad. You got it right.
All right. Yeah. Wait, what you got there, Truth?
So if you're saying that Jesus and Paul never existed, I would ask you to prove to me that Muhammad ever existed.
So for
It's
Muhammad,
the same argument.
no, for Muhammad, well, I mean, I guess, but like for Muhammad, what we have is we have contemporary people talking about him. They're not talking about him in the sense that like he, well, it depends on who you ask, but like they're not talking about him in the sense that he's like actually somebody who wrote or did too terribly much as far as taking part in the Quran. But we do have militaristic documents that talk about how he led an army against some people over in like the Levant area. But other than that, there's not really a lot of talk about him. But we do have contemporaries of the 7th century that talk about him there in the middle of the 600s. We do not have contemporaries of Jesus who talk about him. So, I mean, that would be a pretty good way to determine that somebody existed, is if somebody who existed at the same time as you was saying this guy's alive.
No, I think the argument is the same. You can't prove.
No. What evidence do you have that matches the level of
contemporaries mean
Muhammad?
nothing? That's subjective. Who are the contemporaries? I would ask you who the contemporaries are.
The contemporaries would be the militaristic people. They're people. Let's see here. I'll give you a name.
Name one?
Yeah, give me 1 second.
For sure.
Let's see. All right. So let's see. Let's say mention Muhammad, and we'll go 7th century because I don't want anybody today that wouldn't make any sense.
There's literally no proof.
All right, so this would be, say what?
There's literally no proof that Muhammad ever existed.
No, that's bullshit. So Thomas the Presbyter.
It's not. I'm asking you for proof.
So Thomas the Presbyter is a Syriac Christian writer who recorded a battle in 634 CE between the Romans and the Arabs of Muhammad. Sebios is a 7th century Armenian bishop and chronicler who wrote that Muhammad was a merchant who united the Arabs and preached belief in the God of Abraham. These are people who existed at the same time as him.
How do you know they existed?
Like the Christians?
You're going off of
Thomas the Presbyter?
Reference. Yeah, prove he existed.
Okay, so Thomas the Presbyter, let's see here.
Prove anybody from that time.
So Thomas, listen. So
existed.
Thomas the Presbyter, we can actually, let's see. We actually have documents from the guy that date to the 7th century. So that wouldn't make a lot of sense. Like there's a ton of evidence for Muhammad that there just isn't for Jesus. Let's see.
No, there isn't. You haven't provided one.
No, again, Thomas the Presbyter would be the evidence for that.
And I would ask you to prove
Thomas's activity. Okay, listen. So Thomas, his activity is dated to the circa 640 CE. Okay.
Friend.
So you're going to have to shut up for a second and listen to the actual evidence.
You can't prove any of them.
Listen. It's not. I'm not proving any particular religion. I'm proving you wrong. That yes, we can actually know that Muhammad existed because there were people who existed at the same time as him who talk about him. We do not have anybody who existed at the same time as Jesus who talked about Jesus. For Thomas the Presbyter, we can actually date the material of his documents to the 7th century. So for him, that's pretty different. Let's see here. Written within a decade of Muhammad's death in 632.
Did he
Say
walk
what?
With Muhammad? Did he see him? He wrote about him. Did he see him?
Correct. Yes, he's a contemporary. That's what I said.
So he spent time with Muhammad.
That's not what contemporary means, dipshit.
I'm asking you if these people spent time and actually physically saw.
It literally doesn't matter. He's a contemporary. You don't even have that for Jesus. So you don't even have that for Jesus.
Tacitus, Josephus, I can give you.
Neither one of those were even alive at the same time as Jesus. Are you that stupid?
Neither were you. Neither is your guy.
No, okay, listen. Contemporary means alive at the same time. And Thomas the presbyter was alive at the same time as Muhammad. Be quiet. If I
The
mute
hat
you, if
doesn't.
I mute you, you're going to have to stay muted. If you unmute, you will be disconnected and I will move on to someone else. Okay, well, you moved on anyways. Okay, the point is when we have contemporaries, and what that means is someone who is alive at the same time. It doesn't mean that they have to know the person. It just means they're alive at the same time, so they're aware of the life of this other person. That's what a contemporary means. But that being said, I didn't say anything about how these people knew Muhammad. I just said that they know of him and they're alive at the same time. They're contemporaries. We don't even have that for Jesus. He moved the goalpost and tried to say, did they know him personally? Which is not what I had ever said or anything like that. And it wouldn't even make any difference because we don't even have contemporaries of Jesus who talk about him, much less people who knew him personally. So it doesn't really matter. Anyways, moving on to the next person there. We've got someone else who's coming up. What is going on? Hopefully they connect. Hopefully. What is going on? Is it Moho or Mojo? Mojo? Moho?
Sorry, accident. Sorry.
Oh, all right. Well, thanks for coming up. If you have any evidence for Jesus or Paul, come on up. I take guests over on TikTok. So if you're on TikTok, the request button should be about there somewhere or down there. Either way, if you have any evidence, request on up. If you're on YouTube, there's a couple different ways that you can do it. Either you can hop over onto TikTok. The username is Christ Before Jesus. You can click the link that's in chat. You can click the link that's on the profile, and it'll go over to TikTok, and you can come up. Or if you send a super chat, I promise you, I will read it out loud and I will respond to it. I absolutely appreciate those, but I will read them. I promise you, I will read it. Okay. So the next person coming up is Bill Stampede. Bill Stampede, how's it going?
Hey, what's going on? So I have a couple of points. Have you ever heard of the box of James, his bones?
The ossuary.
From
Yes.
Yeah, so it says brother of Jesus on there, son of Joseph.
Yeah. So are you aware of the fact that the person who presented that box and said that they found it and everything like that actually went to court and was convicted of fraud?
But that doesn't take away the fact that we have the box and it says that.
Yeah, I know. The fraud is the fact that they tried to like fraudulently present this as real.
Okay, so what about the Magician's Cup 50 AD discovered in 2008?
The
enchanter
Magician's
through
Cup dates
Christ?
to the 1st century BCE. So, and it says Crest is the magician,
That's
so
not.
that's not good.
It's 50 AD. It says on the actual book.
What?
Another
On
thing
the
I
book?
have.
What are you talking about?
I read a book about it. That's what I'm saying. Also, there's you say that the shroud is medieval. The
Also, really
Sudarium
quick,
of
50
Oviedo.
wouldn't make any sense because the story of like Mark going down there and like spreading Christianity in like Egypt, it doesn't happen until after then. So it wouldn't even make any sense.
Okay. Okay. Quickly, I just wanted to rub on Josephus because the guy before mentioned him.
You'd like to
In
rub on
antiquities.
Josephus?
Just talk about it for a second.
All right, go ahead.
Antiquities. You know what that is? Are you familiar? So
Yeah.
he says he assembled the Sanhedrin and judges brought before James, brother of Jesus.
Oh, that one. Oh, okay, yeah.
Yeah, who was called the Christ and some others, and he was formed accusation against them and breaker. So he even though he didn't believe in Christianity, he still mentions Jesus and James.
Are you aware that that passage tells you who that Jesus is, and it's Jesus, son of Damnius, who became high priest in the early 60s?
It says who was called Jesus, who was called the Messiah Christ, who was called Christ.
No,
And
even if that was something that was actually in the writings of Josephus, are you aware that the Christ is a term that just means anointed and was applied to high priest in the Septuagint about 30 times?
correct.
Yeah, so there's no
so-
evidence whatsoever that that's actually of Jesus, like from Nazareth. In fact, the way
What
that he
about
typically introduces people is he introduces people as saying, like, the son of this person, which is exactly what he ends up doing with that Jesus at the end of the passage by saying, Jesus, son of Damnius.
Well, I didn't see it said son of Damnius on there.
Yeah, I know. It's because you didn't read the entire passage. So what you're talking about is Antiquities of the Jews, Book 20, Chapter 9, Section 1. And at the end of that section, it says, Jesus, son of Damnius. He becomes high priest when Ananus ben Ananus gets removed. So it's like a
So
twist in the story. Like the brother of the person who got unalived, whose name is James, he does have a brother named Jesus, and this Jesus becomes high priest in the early 60s.
and then the edited version, when we have the one where Eusebius, that you claim that Eusebius edited it, which is probably true, but the Origin, Origin, he criticizes Josephus for not calling Jesus the Messiah,
Mm-hmm.
showing that the
So it'd
original text,
be pretty clear that like if he didn't call him the Messiah, then he wasn't.
but he mentions Jesus though. Josephus
Yeah,
mentions Jesus, and
then
that's
that
why
line and then that
Origin.
line about James wouldn't make any sense if you think that that's authentic.
So you're saying everything that he wrote about Jesus was not authentic,
Well, I'm
even
saying
though
that if you're quoting Origin and Origin says Josephus did not call Jesus the Messiah, then the line "who is called Christ" right there must not, in the James passage that you tried to read earlier, must not be authentic.
No, what I'm saying, he didn't call him the Messiah, but he did mention him, his existence. That he did not call him the Messiah, but he did mention him. That's my point. Like he did not believe he was the Messiah, but he
Mhm.
was mentioned in that paragraph.
Like
That's
the
my point.
Testimonium and
So
Flavianum, is that what you're still talking about? Or are you talking about the
correct,
James?
yeah,
No,
yeah,
the Testimonium and
the
Flavianum is not
Flavianum.
quoted by. It's not quoted by Origin at all.
So what was he criticizing Josephus for not claiming he was the Messiah then? And
Yeah,
that was before. That was
that's.
way before Eusebius was born.
I'm aware it's like 100 years, but that being
Yeah.
said, well, technically a little less than that for his birth, if you're talking about birth, but like at the time that he's writing, about 100 years prior. But that being said, um, as far as Origin goes, Origin is presenting the Jesus and James passage and trying to say that this is talking about Jesus. That's what he tries to do there.
So what's your claim that it wasn't? And you're saying that he was just saying that he wasn't the Christ, and so you're saying that because he said he wasn't, then that means that that passage is fake.
No, he's presenting it and trying to say that Jesus is talked about in Josephus, but I mean, I don't know. What are you trying to get at here? He doesn't really straight up quote anything. All he does is just say that like, oh hey, Jesus is mentioned in there.
Yeah, he just criticizes him for not calling him Messiah, basically. Yeah, I get it.
Right, right. But he's alluding to the passage there for the Jesus and James passage, which is why we end up later on getting that story altered to say he was the Christ, because that wouldn't even make any sense. We can tell this because James is supposedly a Christian martyr, right? Like who died
Right.
for his beliefs, like in Jesus.
Correct.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
So if that's the case, then how the hell did we end up with the Gospels after 60 that were written that say that James, as well as the other brothers of Jesus, never believed in him?
Well, yeah, because originally they didn't until Jesus supposedly appeared to
So
him
the
after
Gospel of
his
John that
resurrection.
talks about like and alludes to John living on and not being unalived and Peter being unalived, that gospel doesn't end up saying James became an actual believer after his non-belief. John's the
Oh yeah,
gospel
yeah,
that
he became a
explicitly
believer
says they don't
after.
believe him.
Correct.
No, John
Oh
never
yeah,
says
yeah.
that. In fact, we don't get that ever in any of the text of the Bible. Like it's just not in there until much later on. Like it's an addition to the Gospels, and like Acts, I guess, kind of alludes to that idea, kind of, but never explicitly says that like James came around and started believing in Jesus. It never says that.
Okay.
The closest that
Are
it
you aware
has
that
is that like it says that the brothers and Mary were like praying, or they were in prayer after Jesus's death or something, but that
yeah.
doesn't really mean anything.
Are you aware of the Sederem Oviedo, right? You know the thing that they wrapped around his face before they put the shroud.
Oh no. Okay. Yeah.
Do you know that
I
the
mean,
blanket that it actually matches the shroud to a T perfectly? The
it does
blood
not.
matches. perfectly
No,
to the shroud.
they've never actually tested the blood anyways.
Yes, they
Like
did.
to
Actually, the
like for both.
documentary evidence that
No,
it enters Spain
there's
around
no
711 CE.
no, there's no evidence whatsoever that both of those sheets match the same blood. That's not a
If you
thing, dude.
look at the documentary evidence, there's actually online. You can it matches the pollen of the shroud. It matches
The
everything
pollen
of
of
the
the
shroud,
shroud doesn't
including the
mean
blood.
anything because the shroud itself
But
includes
it
the
okay,
DNA of a
the
marine
I'm
worm
talking.
that lives off the coast of Canada, and
I
also as
get it,
well
but
as pollen from all over the place, including South America and Australia. The pollen does not mean
okay,
shit.
I'm not talking about the shroud. I'm talking about the
You literally
wrapping
said it
that went
matches the
on his
pollen of the
face.
shroud. That's what you said.
Correct. The
Yeah, that's
wrapping
not a
around the
thing, dude.
face. It's not a thing.
No,
The
there's
Siderium
pollen
of
from all over.
Oviedo is not a thing.
Again, even though those are things, they have not been tested to be anywhere remotely close to each other as far as the actual
Okay,
testing goes. So no,
there's actually
what you're talking about is
Listen to
just some
me.
Catholic bullshit, and I'm not going to stand
No,
for
no.
it. Do you
If you
have
look
any
it
other
up, you
points
can
before
look
we
it
move
up,
on?
man.
I have
It's
looked
not
it
a
up.
Catholic.
It is. Do
It's
you
not
have anything
Catholic.
else? Do you have
Yes,
anything
I
else
do.
other
There's
than just random
documentary.
claims from non-scientific studies?
If it's random claims, why don't you Google it?
Because I'm not going to waste my time looking at bullshit. Do you have any evidence that Jesus actually
Documentary
existed?
evidence matches the shroud in blood and
Documentary
exactly in the
evidence
same.
isn't a thing. That's not even a phrase. Unless you're
What do you
talking
mean?
about
Scientists
watching a
did
document
tests.
or like watching a
The
documentary or
science
something.
they documented by testing it,
You mean
and they
documented
tested
evidence?
the towel on his face matches exactly to the
No.
shroud, and they were never close together. And the problem is,
dude.
you say it's medieval. The shroud is medieval, correct? But
Correct.
the Siderium Oviedo was there 711 CE. So if it was brought into Spain in
Yeah,
711
no, they
CE.
don't match. That's the problem. You're just kind of spang. I'm not just going to
Okay,
Google this
there's
stuff
a
and just
scientist
say
named Bob
RIP
Rucker,
to my
a nuclear
search
engineer.
history.
There's a
A
nuclear
nuclear
engineer named Bob
engineer?
Rucker. Bob Rucker? Do you know Bob
Nuclear
Rucker?
engineers
Nuclear
wouldn't have anything to do with this.
I'm saying he researched it. This is you told me to give you a scientist's name. His name is Bob
No,
Rucker.
no. I
He's a
asked you to
nuclear-
give me the scientist that studied this. I'm not just going to take someone's advice or opinion on this.
No,
Give
I
me
looked
the
it
name of
up.
the actual study.
Okay, the image of the Siderium in the shroud debunks medieval story because it was 700 AD.
No,
AD,
again, give me
CE.
the study that did this, or the scientist that did it, or the article that talks about it. Hell, give me the website
have
that
it
you
on
got
hand,
this
man.
from. Like, give me the
No,
journal
I
that
got.
this is posted in, because it would
I got it
absolutely be a
on.
scientific discovery.
Okay, there's one on the book, the Jesus Discoveries. There's another one with Bob Rucker. There's also another
Cool.
one
I don't give
online.
a shit about the people who talk about it. I want you to give me the names of the document, the names of the article, the names of the journal, the names of the scientists that did this, or the scientists, the group,
Bro, a
the
simple
institution.
Google will open it up and you can
Sweet.
see.
So then Google it and then get back to me. You can literally
No,
just
I'm just
minimize the
saying.
screen, find it, and then come back and present it and say, "Oh, I got this from the Catholic Reporter."
Okay, this one was studied by Jeremiah. I think his last name was. Well, give me 1 second.
You have like
Hold
a
on.
book in front of you or something?
No, bro, everything everything that's detrimental, you totally dismiss.
Yeah,
Roy
because everything
Rogers
that's
was a chemist.
detrimental that you think is detrimental to me is something that is easily dismissed because I ask for evidence and you go, "Oh, there's just a nuclear scientist who talks
You
about it."
can
It's like,
literally
okay,
Google a bunch of things all the time on your channel. You can literally look it up and it's right there.
Right,
Roy
right.
Rogers was a
But I'm not going to go
physical
on a
chemist.
wild goose chase to try to find something that doesn't exist. We do not have any evidence
okay.
that there's some. If we had if we had any kind of cloth that had blood on it that is said to be from Jesus's face that actually matched the Shroud of Turin, that would be everywhere. Every single scientific
Right.
journal would be talking
You
about it.
actually believe that?
Yes, and yet you can't find the name of the journal once.
Listen, you just want this to be true.
Well,
At the
then
end of
go
the day,
ahead
no
and
matter
find.
what
Go.
kind of
I'm
evidence
asking
get-
you to show me the evidence so I can look at it. Like what? Give me the name. Give me the name. I will Google it if you give me the name of the institution that did
Okay.
it, or the scientist that actually did the test, or the journal that published their
Well,
results. I will absolutely take a look at it. I promise you. You're gonna have to give me the name though.
Okay, so I got one of the things from Jeremiah Johnston. He's a PhD.
Okay. Is he the scientist that did this, or is he like what?
No, he was the guy who collected all the research from the scientists. Okay, so it's not just
What does
one
that even
scientist.
mean?
That's the thing.
He just
He
collected
researched it
research from a scientist?
and wrote a book. Correct. How did you make your book? You collected all the research
Or
and
is
you
that
wrote a
all
book,
you're saying?
correct?
Like he's the same as me? Because I'm not even a scholar. Is that okay? Is that what you want?
He's not this. He's a PhD, bro.
Okay.
Okay,
Well, like
so he's not the same as you.
sweet. So, did he do anything, or did he do the same thing as me, like you already said?
No, but what I'm saying is he actually spoke to the scientists.
Concepts of research.
Most of these guys, like if you hear this guy Bob Rucker, okay, he spent 30 years on this carbon dating. He said the carbon dating is disproven because it
No.
was tested incorrectly.
That's not a no.
Okay.
No. So what
Okay,
he's doing is he's just pushing a particular conspiracy from more conservative Christians, and they try to say
These
that
were
no,
atheists
listen. I don't give two shits about what he was or what he is. He's pushing a conspiracy theory because of the fact that the Shroud of Turin was tested in the 80s in the 1988 study that came out. They said, hey, the results came out and they said, hey, we sent these different pieces of the shroud to different labs and they all came back and carbon dated it to the 1300s. All of them said the same thing, which is why the Catholic Church changed their official stance on it to where they will stop short now and not say that it is real. They won't say that. And they stopped saying this when the Catholic Church themselves got the results that they asked for from different laboratories that all said the same shit. But there's a conspiracy theory that part of the shroud had been damaged and repaired sometime in the Middle Ages. And the part that had been repaired was the part that got sent out to all these different labs.
Correct.
But
That's exactly what happened.
unfortunately, that's not what happened at all. And there's no evidence of that. In fact,
There
if
is
if there was evidence, it would be something kept by the Catholic Church, which would mean that the Catholic Church themselves, you're trying to argue, knew about the repairs and sent something that they knew was not original to the shroud to different labs, got the results back, and then said, yep, and decided to go with that instead of something that they knew was the truth. Why would they do
Catholic
that?
Church did not send the tests. It was the Savoy
No,
family that owned it
no,
before.
listen. The Catholic Church changed their official stance on it because of said test, which means that even if they didn't actually pick the pieces from the shroud, they listened to the lab that came back after testing said pieces of the shroud that you are now arguing they knew was fake the entire time, or knew was edited or altered out the entire time. That is
found it.
bullshit, and it's a conspiracy theory.
Okay, that says you. 2019
Yes.
Journal Archaeometry, Tristan Casablanca. That's his name. Published
Tristan
in Oxford.
Casablanca.
Tristan, Tristin.
Casablanca.
Casablanca.
Okay.
Casa.
And what does he say?
In 2019 Journal of Archaeometry, the samples they used were not homogeneous with the shroud itself.
What?
Claimed that there was no value in the 1988 carbon dating. There was no value in the 88 carbon dating because it was corrupted. That's what it says in the 2019
okay. So you're not actually supplying the scientists for the test that you're talking about earlier. You're talking about someone else. I thought you were giving the name of the something.
The shroud.
Yeah, what you're talking
that
about.
The shroud samples were false.
No,
In
that
88
doesn't make any
that you're
sense.
saying.
No, okay. So now you're just. I thought you were giving the
It's a
scientists for the claim that you had made
2019 journal.
earlier. So what you're talking about
The
there.
scientists that I claimed. Listen, if you just look up, if anybody just looks up,
So
Sedarium aboviedo,
really fast,
the-
what are
the-
you
there's
talking
evidence.
about? Because Tristan Casabianca, what he did was he actually tried to, let's see.
He has a Journal of Archaeometry in 2019, published in Oxford.
Oh, okay, so this is Casabianca? You're
Yeah,
saying
Tristan-
Casabianca is the person?
Casabianca.
Casabianca.
Yeah.
Yes.
Tristan.
Okay,
It's
so
a 2019 journal.
listen. Okay, so let's see here. We are going to. Commentary published confirms the legitimacy of the initial criticism. What? I don't think you know what Casabianca said. I think that you just searched something really quick. Are you ready to know what he said? Because this is from the actual Vatican news itself. That's
2019 journal. Pull up the Journal of Archaeometry.
the
I don't need to hear what the Vatican
what do you
says
think
because
that
the Vatican is
is?
full of shit.
No, okay. What do you think this is? What do you think Casabianca said? I want you to
He
tell me
claimed-
what you think he
claimed that
said.
samples were not homogeneous with the shroud.
Okay.
And he claimed that there were no value in the 1988 carbon dating because it was corrupted.
So when you say that the Vatican is bullshit, and the Vatican themselves, listen, and the Vatican themselves is the one who's actually trying to quote Casabianca. Is that what you're talking about?
Not everything the Vatican says is trustworthy. Is all I'm saying. They weren't the ones that created the test. It was the family Savoy that gifted the shroud to John Paul II.
So when the Catholic Church says that Casabianca is like trying to defend the shroud, do you believe that that's bullshit too?
No, because I read the actual article. I read Casabianca talking in the Journal of Archaeometry in 2019.
And what did he say? You read the article. What did it say? I'll pull it up here. I'm trying to pull it up here on. He's not on archaeometry. Archaeometry is who he's replying to. Just so you're aware.
Right, but the claim of his.
So he's not. What article and where is it found at?
It's the 2019 Journal of Archaeometry. It's in the book.
Archaeometry. No. Okay. What you're referring to is archaeometry's study from, let's see. I've actually got the guy. Shroud of Turin.
It's published in Oxford, bro.
Yeah,
It's an actual journal.
I know. Archaeometry is an actual study. The problem is the fact that what you're referring to is not. You've got it confused. Archaeometry is the journal that published this. Published in the journal Archaeometry, the study was carried out Brazilian digital expert and 3D designer Cesar Moraes. So what he said was that they used a bas relief for the shroud of Turin to make it like it's fake, and it's used a bas relief where you have like it's like artwork where it's like pops out of the image, almost like a 3D kind of thing. But it's pretty common back then. But anyways, that they used an actual bas relief to actually get the design onto the shroud, which is probably the case, which is why it looks like that in the middle there, highlighted on the right, instead of this. This is what you would actually get if you actually like got a 3D object like a body or a face. It would look similar to the Mask of Agamemnon here. You would see the sides of the head, but the fact that you don't, the fact that you just see it like as if you were looking straight at it, means that it's very clearly just artwork. It's not a real thing. If you got listen, probably blood. But the problem is because they knew that Jesus bled. It's in the fucking book. So if you're gonna make the artwork, you might as well go all the way and just make it with blood. It could be an animal. Yeah, it could be an animal blood. It literally hasn't shown that it's human in the first place. But that being said, whenever it comes to the archaeometry study, that was the one that says it was fake, and they used a bas relief in order to make it. What you're talking about just some expert in the shroud, some like Italian dude who's just trying to say, hey, no, I'm trying to defend it, and I'm trying to say that this guy was biased. He's just attacking the archaeometry article. The archaeometry article does not say that this is a real thing or confirm the idea of the shroud, like the pieces or something like that, are coming from different time periods or something like that, or from a repair. That's not what it says. That's not what it says. Listen. What you quoted is a Catholic who is talking against the archaeometry thing. That's what you quoted. You found the here's the actual like This is an article that's linking back to it. Published in the journal Archaeometry, the study was carried out by Brazilian digital graphics expert and 3D designer Cesar Moraes using free modeling software such as Make Human, Blender, and Cloud Compare. Moraes modeled how clothing would move on two types of forms: a full three-dimensional human body and a low-relief sculpture, a flat surface with shallow raised area. So that's the idea. It says controversy, however, was surrounded its origins since the cloth first appeared in the 14th century. Radiocarbon dating tested the dating test placed the origins of the shroud between 1260 and 1390. I mean, this is all that it's saying. That's all that it's saying.
So Ray Rogers is a physical chemist also in Los Alamos labs, and
yeah, this is what you're referring to
also
here.
concluded-
This is what you're referring to. The actual radiocarbon dating test placed the origins of the shroud between 1260 and 1390 in the medieval period. Later researchers, not actual like scientists or any kind of study, disputed those findings, suggesting that the sample had possibly come from a repaired section of the cloth. The issue remains unresolved. That's the problem. The later things that you're talking about are just suggestions, just people just saying, hey, there's a possibility that this could come from a repaired
Because
thing.
they
There
found
is
the
no evidence
sedarium.
of it.
And it matches exactly, and it's 700 CE was when it was first presented in Spain.
No. So what
if
you're
the- if
what
the
you're
shroud
talking
and the-
about, you haven't provided any evidence for. Now you're going back to your original argument, which was there was some scientist that found that the thing found in mentioned in 700, the napkin that goes over the face, was DNA tested and it comes back as the same as the shroud. And I'm asking you for evidence of that, and you're not providing any.
Okay,
That's the
I'll
problem.
get you evidence the next time I call. I'll actually go into that because I have to literally. I want to actually get research. I don't want to just talk out of my ass.
And that's
So
fine.
the last thing is there's no other image on Earth that has 3D decoding or in holographic in nature. The depth, light versus the topography. So nothing else in this
That
world
doesn't
has
fucking
that
mean
kind of an
anything,
image.
dude. Like that's
how do you
literally not
explain
even a
that?
thing. That doesn't mean anything to me. Like you just kind of said some shit. On top of that, again, this is what the study here that I just pulled up talked about there in Archaeometry, that was actually published by the Oxford University. So the issue is the fact that they're using a bas relief. I need you to understand, and everybody who is watching this, that this is an impossible image to get if you wrap a sheet around someone so close that you get the actual eyelids of the person, which means like somehow skin tight. Like you wouldn't get up here close to the nose. That's not even a thing. You would end up with huge gaps there because like that's not possible. If you were to get a sheet, like you would, it wouldn't make any sense. And then cover your face with like dirt or blood or mud or dust or something, and then hold that white sheet against you. You wouldn't get like the corners here, the folds here between the nose and the cheek. That wouldn't make any sense. The nose would literally be like holding the sheet up. The eyelids are in the recess of the skull. Like, take a look at this. This is like a mask here. Look, the eyelids are in the recess. If you put a sheet on top of this, the nose, the eyebrow or the forehead, and then the cheekbones would actually keep it from touching the eyelids to begin with. The actual image should look like this, where you don't get eyelids or the sides of the nose, like in here, this section. That doesn't make any sense, dude. It's very clearly artwork.
I'm glad you mentioned eyelids. You know the Justinian Romanian Solus, the Christus coin, the 7th century coin?
Either
of
give
gold?
me evidence
That
for
has
Jesus
the shroud
2,000 years
image on
ago.
it.
Cool. Either
That
give
has
me
the shroud image on
that
it.
doesn't. No, dude. No.
Where did they get that
no,
image of Christ in
no,
700
no.
7th
This
century?
is again just a whole bunch of weird post hoc rationalization. No.
Where did they
none.
get that coin
Listen,
image
I
from?
understand. Does the Bible not say that Jesus was dead at some point in time?
Correct.
Okay, sweet. So therefore, because he dies and they wrap his body and everything like that, people have suggested for quite some time that there is some sheet that has his image or something like that, or like you could somehow see his body or something like that under the sheet or something. That has nothing to do with whether or not it's a real actual thing. It's just people like the idea because it's part of a story. And eventually someone decided to actually go about and make this thing a reality by likely taking blood, painting this particular image over a bas relief, getting the engravement or getting the shading and everything from a bas relief, and then putting it into an oven to make it look as if it was aged. And in fact, this has been replicated multiple times, most notably by Luigi Mirascelli in 2009. Like, they replicated the shroud. They've done it multiple times.
Would you at least agree with me that if I am correct about the Siderium, let's just say if that your argument of the shroud being medieval is blown up?
If there is
Because the
something,
shroud-
if there is something from 700 that somehow matches the exact same, like they found out that the face that is somehow put onto this is not artwork, but it's an actual face, and we can get like the actual DNA from this person's face, which is an insane
the
claim to
nose.
begin with. But even if they
Right.
did that, yes, if they did that, if they were able to say this is an actual face here on this napkin, and we're able to get the DNA from this person's face, and it matches something from the 1300s, yes, you have my word that that would very clearly mean that at best I could say that the shroud is from the 700s. Like, but that doesn't, number one, it doesn't automatically mean it's from the 1st century. Number two, even if it was from the 1st century, that doesn't automatically mean it's Jesus. Number three, they haven't even done the first hurdle there, where they confirmed that they were able to get actual DNA of the person's face on this particular napkin. That's not a thing, dude.
Yes, they did, but
No, you haven't found, you haven't provided
I'm
any
not
study.
going to argue about that now because I don't have evidence, and I want to make sure I have evidence. I don't want to just tell you stuff.
Fair
like,
enough.
Yes, I did.
Fair
I'm not.
enough. I appreciate that. So thank you.
So-
Go ahead.
So the last thing you said that it could be from an animal. So technically, the ferritin, the creatinine, and the bilirubin of the blood was off the charts. So that means you'd
Awesome.
have to beat
So,
the shit out
look-
of the animal, put the animal under stress, and know that that's the reason why the blood stays red, and then paint it on the shroud. if you
No,
did
all
paint it with blood,
no,
it would
all
not
that
stay
all
red.
that you'd have no, all that you'd have to do is you just have to unalive a animal, and it just goes
No,
all over
because
the
after
sheet.
the blood does not stay red. The blood
Yeah.
turns black after a couple of days. You need
So
to put that animal through a lot of stress.
a lot of what you're reading is just taken from like some weird Catholic like
No,
conservative
this is not Catholic. This
papers.
is
No.
science. When you
Yeah,
stress
cool.
someone's
Anyways,
levels,
what I need you to do is I need you to go and get research on what you had claimed before we start moving on to some other bullshit claim. All right? Go get the evidence for that, and I promise you I'll bring you back up and I'll have the conversation with you. Hey, that's not a problem.
brother.
That's not a problem. Do you understand that you need to probably do
Alright.
a little bit more research before coming back up?
look up for Bob Rucker, nuclear engineer.
I'm
whenever
not
you have a
going to do
chance.
that. I'm not going to do that because
This guy was.
Okay, listen.
You want science, right?
All right. What you're talking about is some guy that actually didn't do the research. You're just talking about some guy who talks about it. I don't give a shit. I don't give a shit about somebody giving their opinion of something else. The evidence that you're looking for is the evidence for the actual study itself that we can talk about. So if you've got any evidence for Jesus or Paul, come on up. The request button should be right about here or down here. If you've got evidence for Jesus or Paul, come on up. Come on up. If you're over on YouTube, you can send... you can either hop into the chat here on TikTok. I understand it's TikTok and gross. I get it. But that's how I take guests. YouTube doesn't allow the ability to take guests. So I take guests over on TikTok. If you click the link that's in the chat there on YouTube, you can come over and you can request up and I'll bring you up. Or you can click the link that's on the YouTube profile. It'll take you over and you can request up. Or if you send a super chat there on YouTube, I will read it out loud and I will respond to it. I did want to get to a quick super chat there because someone had sent it. Let's see. Whoa, here we go. We've got somebody who dislikes what I'm saying, but it is a super chat, and I am going to read it nevertheless. For $2, Alec Pitts, 6843 over on YouTube says, "You're a liar, and claiming facts are conspiracy." Oh, you're claiming facts are conspiracy. Oh, okay. I think that was directed to me, I guess. But all right, cool. Well, if you've got any evidence for the claims that the gentleman before this guy, the last guest had made, then please request up, and I'll see what's going on. We will pull it up if you've got any evidence for what the guest before was claiming. Also, a quick shout out over there to Brandon Moss 1062 for sending over the gold coin there for 10 jewels there on YouTube. Thank you very much. All right. If you've got any evidence for Jesus or Paul, I want to hear about it. I want to hear about it. Taking a quick look at the chat. Oh, Frosty OS there on YouTube says the Gospels are not proof of Jesus because they were written by man. Eyewitnesses, they say so themselves. Oh, non-eyewitnesses. They were written by non-eyewitnesses. They say so themselves. It's actually true. Let's see. Over on TikTok, we got first. I don't even know. What does that mean? I don't even know what that means. I don't even know what it means. So who is Christ? There, Q50 is asking. It depends on what you mean by Christ. Father Slack says, LMAO, I'm not going to do that. Man. Oily Josh, guys. Oily Josh. Hey, there's Bree in the chat. Yeah, the reason why every once in a while you might see the Oily Josh thing, that started, I believe, by Oppo. Christ just means anointed, and it's likely anointed by oil. And if Jesus was real, his name would be Yeshua, which is just another form of Joshua. So Oily Josh is really all that Jesus Christ even means, which is kind of pathetic if you ask me, but whatever. Over on YouTube, we've got $2 super chat from Reddy Babs. Reddy Babs. Whoever Reddy Babs is. Well, thank you very much, Reddy Babs, for the $2. All right, and now we got a $2 super chat from P. Barrios39 says Tacitus, the Roman historian, documented Jesus. That's a very common claim. It's a very common claim. However, if you read Tacitus's Annals, I'll go ahead and pull that up real fast just to kind of let you guys know what I'm talking about. So the oldest manuscript that we have of Tacitus's Annals is actually from the 11th century. This is the text that they're referring to there. Gonna pull this up here. Alrighty. Okay. So in this 11th century manuscript, we actually have quite a bit going on. That is relatively damning for Christianity. So right here in the margins, you have the word Christians. All right. The reason why that's in the margins is because of the fact that if you follow that line, you'll see that this word right here, which gets translated to Christians in the text, is actually the word Christians. You can see that gap right there between what looks like an I and this looks like an F, but that's just how the first S in a word was spelled. Yeah, there's like Christus right there. It looks kind of like an F. Anyways, it's just an old thing that we don't do anymore. The point is, this is not an I. This is part of an E. Part of it was erased to make it look like an I. Here's the I in Christus, looks kind of like a Y. Here's the I in Tiberius, looks kind of like a Y. Here's the E in Tiberius. Every single researcher and scholar who has taken an ultraviolet light to the manuscript there of Tacitus's Annals says that this conclusively comes back as in the letter E. We can see that part of it was erased. What that means is that the initial text did not actually read Christians with an I. It read Christians. That's not really that big of a problem, seeing as Christians is the word that's used in the Codex Sinaiticus, the oldest codex for the New Testament. They're dating to the 3rd century, and it's used there in Acts where it says Christians. You also see the word Christians used by Justin Martyr and Marcion in the middle of the 2nd century. But unfortunately, we do have an inscription in Rome in Latin that dates between 16 BCE and 37 CE that says the word Christians. That's unfortunate for you guys because that means that term has been around since potentially before Jesus supposedly was born. So no, it's definitely not any group that was started by Jesus. So it calls into question the entire next line, which we can tell through a myriad of different ways is not actually authentic to Tacitus. Again, if you're on YouTube, you can request up over on TikTok. You can click the link that's in the chat or on the profile, or you can send a super chat like that person did talking about Tacitus, and I will read it. We do have some others. Let's see here. $1.99 from Jacob Rodriguez 705. Thank you very, very much. And then Mr. Mr. Kamikaze 9967 sent, I think that's the Rand, the South African Rand, I think it's Rand, South African Rand. 14 said, Jesus loves you, but in all caps. So thank you very, very much. And Zeus loves you as well. See how we can talk about mythological characters all we want and claim that they have particular feelings? Yeah, cool. All right, $1.99 sent from Oika, I think. I don't know. Why are so many of these Christians so rude? I don't know. I mean, and it's not just Christian. Some of the worst people to talk to on here are atheists. I mean, I'm not gonna lie. Some of my least favorite people to talk to are atheists who come up here and they're just like, actually. Have you ever heard of Bart Ehrman? And I'm just like, oh my God, dude. Like, yes, I've heard of Bart Ehrman. Like let's have like a conversation here. But yes, yeah, I don't know how to answer that question. You'll have to ask, you'll have to ask some Christian who's rude. And then $5 Canadian from Mel Two Rivers 588 there on YouTube said, "Do you know your distant ancestors because some of them may be powerful people too? Do you know where the tribes of Israel are? Children of Solomon, Sudan/Egypt." What? I'm not really sure what you're talking about there, but okay. All right. I will respond to it though. Honestly, I don't know what you're talking about. I think you're trying to say that like there's lost tribes of Israel or something. Okay. I don't know really anything about that. So if you're asking a question, the answer is no. I don't know the distant ancestors personally. No. I don't. I don't. And thank you, King in real life, for the little gift there. All right. So KSJDIFJCJJCUC, what you got? You are live and on the air. What you got? Oh, I can't hear you if you're off the app. You got to come back. You there? Are you there? Hello? Hello? All right. Well, if you've got any evidence for Jesus or Paul, come on up. We had somebody who requested up, and I accepted them, but they're not here. They may have got a call or something. I don't know. They ended up leaving. No idea. It's a true. Yeah, I don't know. All right. If you've got any evidence for Jesus or Paul, request up. If you're on TikTok, the request button should be right here or down there. If you're on YouTube, you can click the link that's in the chat. Click the link that's on the profile and head over to TikTok. That's how I take guests. Or you can send a super chat and I will respond. Got another guest that's coming up here. This is Madness of Life. Is that?
Hi, my friend. Yeah, I spoke to you before, maybe 2 or 3 months ago.
Oh, okay. Well, what you got?
Yeah, my kind of thing in relation to the existence of Jesus is I've been just reading, Tacitus.
Yep,
So
I just responded about that. Yeah.
Oh, did you? Sorry, I didn't catch it. But he was kind of right. He was born 20 years after I'm going to use your terminology, the alleged crucifixion, or the Islamic terminology, the alleged crucifixion.
Why would you use the Islamic terminology?
No, I'm kind of half joking, saying, everything has to be alleged today until it's proven, So, but he was writing in the late part of the first century, I think around 80 something.
Okay.
But the thing that I was reading about him yesterday, there's a very long podcast on him. But when I look at him and who he was the governor of Asia Minor. Okay?
No, not Asia Minor. A particular province in Asia Minor known as
Western Turkey. He was
Bithynian
Western
Pontus. So it's like northern Turkey.
Okay, but
that'd be like western, northwest
Western
Turkey. Not all of Turkey. Yeah, because all of Turkey
Well,
at one point was called Asia Minor, but he wasn't over all of it.
Okay, but he was one of the elites, and he was he was up there basically in his position.
Are we talking about Tacitus or are we talking about Pliny?
Yeah, Tacitus.
Oh no, Tacitus is not over that. I thought you'd somehow switched over to Pliny.
To who?
Pliny the Younger.
Oh,
Tacitus is not over that.
All right. I don't know who the fuck Tiny is. So
Pliny
yeah,
the
well, I was
Younger.
kind of right. No, I don't. I've heard that name. I don't know nothing about it yet. I will at some
Okay,
point.
no,
probably.
Tacitus may have been a procurator at one point, but no, he was a senator, a
He
former
was, and
senator.
he was a senator, but he really was part of the elite. And one of the things,
Yeah,
yeah,
definitely, yeah.
one of the things about Tacitus was he was a meticulous record keeper. So I kind of look at these kind of things. I need to do quite a deep dive into him, but he was anti-Christian. Yeah, he was anti-Christian, and in his annals, in I think it's 116 AD, he writes he there's a passage
Yeah,
that he
we had talked
writes.
about it earlier. Yeah, he mentions that they had been blamed for the fire in Rome in 64 by Nero, and then admitted guilt to it, and then further arrests were made upon their information because they ratted each other out, as wimpy little bitches tend to do when they're domestic terrorists, and then some punishments were doled out.
What did you say? Did you say what did you say? Bitches? Did you say?
Yeah, I said
What did
wimpy
you
little
say?
bitches. Yeah.
Oh, wimpy.
Yeah.
I wasn't sure that's what you said, or that's why it's good.
No, that's what I said. Yeah, that's what I called the
That's
Christians
fine. That's
there in the
good.
first
That's
century.
good.
Yeah, because I mean,
Yeah.
again, if you're going to commit to burning down Rome, then stop giving out information of other people who are part of your group. Like you've already committed the crime. Like
Yeah.
you're gonna get unalived anyways.
I was just going to host. I was just going to use the phrase he mentions in relation to the crucifixion. That was the only thing I was going to really
the
refer.
phrase. Okay.
Yeah, so he basically says Christos. He refers to the Latin Christ as Christos. So he says Christos was a result of the extremist penalty, meaning the crucifixion. So he was unalive. I have to go back and refer the wording.
Right.
That's
So
how he
unfortunately, as a data scientist, me and my data science co-partner, what we've been able to do is isolate that particular line that talks about Christ getting the suffering the extreme penalty during the reign of Emperor Tiberius at one of the hands of our procurators, Pontius Pilate, and thus a mischievous superstition checked for the moment broke out in Judea, the first source of the evil, and then made its way to Rome, where all things hideous and shameful find their center and become popular. So that line itself, when compared to other similarly sized lines of Tacitus, does not actually show up as Tacitus, believe it or not.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
You think it's a different writer?
Yes. First of
Okay.
all, Pilate was not a procurator; he was a prefect. So if he was very meticulous, as you were, which is true,
Sure.
Tacitus does know the difference between prefect and procurator. He explains it earlier in his book and does use those different terms correctly elsewhere. But there he calls Pilate a procurator when he was a prefect. Judea didn't have a procurator until the decade after Pilate was dismissed in 36. So if he's looking at a record, he would see that he was a prefect. On top of that, Jesus is his name, or Yeshua or Yehoshua, or a Greek or Latin variant. Christ is not a name, it's a title. So at best, I would accept like a Jesus who was called Christ there, maybe. But unfortunately, Christ is not anything that would be listed on, or Christus would not be listed on a crucifixion record or arrest record. The Gospels don't even say that Pilate put that above his head. So, you know what I mean? Like very clearly that sentence is suspicious. So when you take it out, the rest of it flows together and actually comes up as Tacitus. So he does talk about this group being punished for burning down Rome, but he doesn't say that they got their start from Jesus.
Sorry, does he refer to them as a mischievous movement?
No, that's part of the line that
he talks about
comes up as something else.
Christianity.
Yeah. Well, all that he says. So the line itself, what it becomes. Let me go ahead and pull it up in English here. So,
were you ever of faith, host? Did you ever have?
Yeah, I was a missionary.
Oh yeah. You told me. Yeah.
Okay. So this is the actual line, like actually going through here and fixing it here by taking a look at things that are actually like that actually come back to me.
You think the line about Christus is added from somebody else into the annals? Is that your
annals, man? Annals.
Is it annals? Yeah, I'm
Yes.
trying to avoid the word anal. Yeah, sorry.
Yeah, we're not. Jesus Christ, man! What is
full of innuendo? I know.
You gotta be careful there, man. Come on.
Yeah,
All
sorry.
right. Anyways. So the line itself would be this: the actual part that would be actually like authentic to Tacitus. So, consequently, to get rid of the report, Nero fastened the guilt and inflicted the most exquisite tortures on a class hated for their abominations called, and this is technically the word Christians in the original, Christians, by the populace. This is added.
Yeah.
So it goes, Christians by the populace. Accordingly, an arrest was first made of all who pled guilty. Then, upon their information, an immense multitude was convicted, not so much of the crime of firing the city as of hatred of mankind. So all this section here is actually something that is added later. This is a title, not a name, wouldn't be on any arrest record. Christus with an I wouldn't be where the Christians with an E, which is what we see that he actually used there, where they would get the name. He was Pontius Pilate is not a procurator; he was a prefect. Also, he ends up shit talking Rome, which is kind of par for the course.
What's the difference between those two terms? You meant a
procurator and a prefect. So a prefect has a military backing, and they would use this prior to a region joining the Roman Empire completely, because at that point the Roman Empire is like behind you militaristically, and a procurator would be a governor who was really just over the finances at that point.
Right.
So a procurator would be used once the area was actually fully adopted into the Roman Empire.
Okay. So you're kind of looking at I can't say the word again. Annals.
Yeah.
Text. Sorry.
Yeah. Annals. Yeah.
Annals.
It's like annular, like by the year, like annular,
Right,
like you have the annals.
Is that what? All right. So is it like an annual record?
Well, I mean, kind of, but that's where we get the word. Like it's got the same root. It's got the same root. So we don't call them like the.
Well, sorry, I'm trying to work
out record.
Yeah.
It's anal.
Yeah. So I'm trying to work out there butt stuff. It's a load of anyway. There we go. But I'm trying to work out. So you're saying you do accept a lot of the text that he's written?
Yeah. Anything that comes up as him, sure. Yeah.
Yeah. So where would you go then with the idea that somebody's added to his text and who it would be?
We don't know who it is, but it's sometime between the beginning of the 3rd century and the early 5th century. The early 5th century is when we get a Christian, Suppler Severus, who mentions it for the first time. In 200, Tertullian, the first Christian that we know of that like writes in Latin, he alludes to what Tacitus said. He says, consult your history books. We were blamed for the fire in Rome, and we were persecuted, or well, he calls it persecution, but it's really just prosecution if you fucking burned down the city. But the point is, he talks about this, and then what he ends up saying, or sorry, what he doesn't end up saying though, is that Tacitus mentioned anything about Jesus. He doesn't mention that part. He mentions the parts that I'm saying are authentic, but doesn't mention the part that was very clearly added later, especially since we have this. So this is
the crucifixion part.
Yeah. The Christ part. Yeah. So this here is a dendrogram. It is something that is a result of stylometric analysis. And when running something called Eater's deltas from Maciage Eater at 100 most frequently used words, when we compare the writings of Tacitus, Trajan, Tertullian, and Pliny, who are all writing in Latin, we see that all of the similarly sized lines from Tacitus appear under this branch, which shows or indicates that that is all one author. Tacitus does write his text. But the one section that does not come up with this is what we call Tacitus J, or Tacitus Jesus. It's up here. This indicates, based on this, it looks kind of like a family tree. The dendrogram would show that, imply that this is not the same author. In fact, when we compare Pliny, Trajan, Tertullian, and Tacitus, it says that that line is the furthest thing from Tacitus possible.
So are you using a program? I think you told me this
distance
before.
formulas.
Yeah, so you're using a program that you've developed to
No, I have
search
not.
for
No, I have not
things?
developed it. It is a peer-reviewed and accepted distance formula that runs in a peer-reviewed and accepted software or package on RStudio called Stylo, and you can actually run it yourself to check it. Yeah.
So it's a software program, basically. You're running.
It uses. It's not AI. It uses. It uses distance formulas. Basically, it takes into account each word and it will rank them. So it takes a look at the most frequently used words. These are going to be function words like I, you, and the, but. These are scientifically proven to be used by each individual person in a unique way. So we're able to
So,
identify the fingerprint of the author in this sense.
are
So
you
whenever
giving
you take a look at this, if we're getting a good
yeah,
read on something, in other words, all of Tacitus shows up together, that
yeah,
indicates that this a sample size this big, we're getting a good read on it. And the Tacitus part that talks about Christ
yeah,
or Jesus or whatever,
yeah.
it never
Okay,
comes up with the rest of them. It's
okay.
always
So
separate.
are you kind of giving them a score? Is it like it's when you're working your way
Kind of,
through,
kind of.
kind of giving
What this
that there's a
means,
7 out of 10 chance that that's correct,
well,
and
kind
the
of.
Tacitus might
It's
be
more
one or
just like,
two.
so it's the
Yeah,
distance here. So it's kind of
yeah.
giving like an arbitrary score to some degree. But what it's
Okay,
saying is that like, in order for someone to be the same author, you'd need to go the further up the arm that you have to go, the further
yeah,
you have to go up in order to get to another document, the less likely it would be. In other words,
okay,
um, Pliny is closer to Trajan than
yeah,
Tacitus is to that line.
okay.
And
Trajan
Pliny
was
is
one
very
of the
clearly a different
yeah.
person. Pliny and Trajan
Okay.
are
Yeah.
two different
Look,
people.
I have
Yeah.
to be honest, you would know an awful lot more about this. That I probably know less than 1% of anything in relation to these theological arguments or these kind of subjects. So I'm just learning. I'm kind of working my way through stuff. But I did come up. There's a big issue about on the Muslim side saying about the Gospels not being genuine, the authors and being anonymous, and all these kind of arguments. I did
Right.
come. I'll just tell you something very quickly, and then I have to go and do something. But
Okay.
I did come across an interesting thing in relation to the Gospel of Mark. So there's a story, and I think it's in Luke and Matthew. Even the story where they're on the boat at night and Jesus is asleep
Yeah,
and the
yeah.
weather
Yeah,
changes.
the
Yeah,
weather
yeah,
changes and he like calms the
yeah,
storm or whatever. Yeah.
yeah, yeah. And they try to wake up Jesus to say, "Save us," etc. So, but there's a detail in Mark which would tell me, it's just an opinion that that's different from Matthew and Luke. So in Mark, it talks about Jesus sleeping on a leather cushion. His head is sleeping on a leather pillow or a
Okay.
leather cushion. Yeah, but that's not in the other Gospels. But that kind of a detail I would have thought would only come from Peter. Do you see what I mean? So that's just my assumption that I believe he's the scribe of Peter, and only that kind of a detail could he have gotten. Because
I
most
mean, I
scholars,
guess
yeah,
I would also say that the Gospel of Mark is probably written as a play or like a oral or like a
yeah,
something that you'd read like it's supposed to be read aloud to an audience.
right,
So if you're going to have a play, then you'd be
yeah,
mentioning props.
okay. Do you know what an inclusio is? Have you heard that term before?
No, no,
I
I
think it
don't
goes.
know. I mean, I
I
could
think
probably
it goes.
put it
Yeah,
together, but
yeah.
what is it? Oh, literary framing
Inclusio.
device. Yeah, that's what I thought. Oh,
Yeah,
no.
it's a
Oh, my
signal.
bad. My bad. No, no, I did not know this.
It's
A literary framing device where a passage begins and ends with the same word.
Yeah, that's it.
Okay.
Or with the same person. Yeah, yeah. So it's in
Or
referencing to
concept. Yeah,
giving
yeah.
a signature. It's referencing to a signature. So Mark generally it starts in reference to Peter and ends in referencing to Peter. So some of the scholars say that's an inclusio as to the authorship is Mark, because they
Mark
say
doesn't end
the
with Peter.
does it not begin and end for the most part talking? Is it not mostly talking about Peter? Or a lot of it?
No, but I mean, Mark ends with women.
Oh,
It says,
you mean at the tomb? Yeah,
yeah,
but
they
well,
don't tell anybody
depending
because
what
they're
ending
afraid.
depending what ending you accept, I would be
Well,
under
I'm
my
gonna go with the
yeah,
original ending. I mean,
yeah, no, I'm good. Yeah, not the other three. No, I'm of that same thinking.
yeah,
And I
and we
think
can
that kind of
definitely
gives it
tell
more
that
credibility.
the longer
Yeah,
ending, by the way, comes up from a
yeah.
completely separate author. By the way, yeah.
Yeah, and I think that's done to just line up Mark with the resurrection story, isn't it? With the other gospel,
With the other, yes, we actually
yeah.
found that the author of, well, it came up the closest at least with that. So the longer ending of Mark comes up with whoever wrote like the Book of Acts.
Oh, which would be Luke
Well, I mean,
or Paul?
no,
Luke or Paul?
no, or no.
No,
I technically I'd say
right,
Polycarp or Irenaeus, but regardless.
right. Oh, really? Oh, cool.
Yeah.
Oh, that's a different thing. Yeah, so I just believe, it's just my personal thing, but
Yeah, I mean,
my research.
I get it, but I
Yeah,
mean, it is
that
kind of an
much.
interesting concept to kind of think about. But
Yeah,
typically, when I think of the Gospel of Mark, I either picture it as a play, or because just about
yeah,
every line starts with and then. So like the Greek word kai, which
yeah,
means like then or and, like just kind of bringing it along. It also has the most present tense verbs for Jesus. So
right.
in other words, instead of it says like Jesus walked, it says Jesus walks, and it's like
All right.
that's weird. Like that
Or like
would be more
making the
in like
story live in the present. Yeah, yeah,
yeah,
yeah,
yeah,
yeah,
which Mark isn't supposed to be. Even from Christian
mm,
standards, Mark is supposed to be, according to Papias, if you trust him,
yeah,
he's supposed to be an interpreter for Peter, who shows up later on the
yeah,
scene and
yeah,
recalls or does his best to recall from memory what Peter had told him. So
yeah.
it doesn't
That's
really make a lot of
how
sense
I
that he
see
would be
it.
using present
Yeah.
tense
Yeah,
terms.
well, how I kind of understood it, that Mark was very educated in Greek, and that Greek was the
Mark is like
common.
the weakest written
Is it?
gospel, though. Yeah, it's
Right.
awful. In fact, it makes all kinds of mistakes, geographical mistakes. It's terrible.
All right. Okay. Okay.
Yeah, it switches
Um,
from like past tense to present tense too much,
sure.
and just
Okay.
about every line starts with "and." It's pretty
Right.
bad. Like
Okay. So he's not a good author. He's not
no,
a good writer. Amazon wouldn't have published him today, is what you're saying.
Amazon
Well,
probably would have. Amazon will publish anybody. That's how our stuff published. No, I'm kidding.
okay.
I mean,
I
not, but
kind of just I kind of find Mark just interesting. What I did, especially I started with Mark, so I was looking at who they were. Because at the end of the day, the text in the Bible, it's on just text, and to try and get any understanding of who they were on a 3D level. I didn't. Have you seen The Chosen? Any of The Chosen, or have you had any interest in watching that?
to some extent. But anyways,
Yeah.
did you have
Yeah.
any other evidence for Jesus or Paul, or I want to
No,
get to some other guys here?
that's really. I was just gonna say
Okay,
I
gotcha.
look at the. I was just yeah. Okay, I'll let you go. I get on and do what I'm doing.
No
Nice to
worries,
meet
no worries.
you.
Yeah, yeah, nice to talk to you again. Thank you very much for coming up, man.
No worries. Have a good one. Yeah.
You as well. That is the madness of life, everybody. The madness of life. All right, all right. WDM, I like him. So, all right. Really quick to get to some super chats over there on YouTube. $6.99 Canadian. I'm sure they say cents. They've got to say cents, right? It makes common sense. So, Michael something Palin? No, Pavin. Anyways, Roman Christianity is an oxymoron. Shawl to Paul. I don't really know what you mean by that. I guess maybe you're assuming like Roman, like as in like thinking more like the mythology there behind Roman imperial cult or something. And then Christianity, like you're saying that they shouldn't have mixed. Maybe that's what you're saying. But to some extent, I guess, yeah. $1.99 from Seeing the Truth. Thank you very much. And then $4.99 from Seeing the Truth. Man, thank you very much. Thank you very much for the super chat there. Said, I would so love studying with such a level-headed person as you. Thank you. That means a lot to me. It really does. Do I have a sound for that? I think I do. Aww. Thank you. Especially after hearing the thing that says you're a liar and claiming facts are conspiracy. It means a lot. Then we have $4.99 from Ajim12 says, thank you, YouTube mods. Y'all are the best. From Queefy. Anyways, thank you very, very much for the $4.99. Thank you, Ajim. And then we got $5 from Ann Brennan 2897 says, as an atheist who has never read the Bible, I just got your book so I can better explain to others why I would never believe in a God. So, full disclosure, the book, which is Christ Before Jesus, by the way, $3 for the ebook. It's $3 for the ebook. The link for it is in the bio here on TikTok or on the link on the profile on YouTube. $3 for the ebook. There is a print version. There is an audiobook version as well, read by me and my co-author on Audible. It is not a book that talks a lot about God. We don't really, not really. Not at all, really. Every once in a while, we may like quote a Bible verse that mentions God or something, or we might mention God, but it is not like an atheist book per se. It's not saying, "Hey, like this is a, um, this is the religion that you should follow. This is a religion that you shouldn't follow. This is how we got here. This is where we're going. This is heaven or hell. This is morality." Doesn't say anything about that. It's just talking about when we date the New Testament, like the text, and dealing with the ramifications and the fallouts from that. So Jesus and Paul never existing, that kind of stuff. But we do date the New Testament to the 2nd century, which is actually lining up with what a lot of scholars are starting to say here. Ones who use data science, one who use comparisons with other texts at the time. Scholars are starting to recognize that the New Testament is absolutely written in the 2nd century, not the 1st. So if you have a contention with that, or you would have evidence for either Jesus or Paul existing, or the New Testament being written in the 1st century, come on up. I want to hear from you. I do. I really do. The request button is here or down here if you're on TikTok. If you're on YouTube, you can click the chat, the link there in the chat, and should be able to join on TikTok because that's how I take guests. All right. Let's see. I did want to get through here. So Anne said, I just want to be able to explain the contradictions in the Bible. Yeah, and that makes sense. I mean, it does. It really does. Because you want to be able to explain these things and go over them with people who are talking about this stuff. And thank you very much for getting the book and for taking a look at it. It'll definitely help when talking about like a Jesus or Paul conversation. There are contradictions that we do talk about a little bit there and there. It's not if you do want to talk about Bible contradictions, there is a particular book I would recommend, and they actually have a website where it's all available for free as well, and that's the Skeptic's Annotated Bible. It is in the King James Version, I'm pretty sure. Yeah, it's in the King James Version technically, but it does list out at the very end, and as you go through as well, all the different contradictions. As far as all the contradictions goes, and it gives you the references for them as well. Let's see. There is a total of, as far as the ones that they count, there are 468 different contradictions listed there at the end with all of the verses and references. So, yeah, it's the King James Version technically because you can't reprint like the NIV or anything like that. Can't do that. The King James Version is copyright free. All right. And says, if you remove Jesus, most things fall apart. Yeah, definitely. I mean, once you actually break it down, if you start looking at like the Jesus concept there, it's gonna pretty easily fall all apart there. Once you realize that it's a house of cards, it doesn't stand out very long. Let's see here. Over on YouTube, there's a lot of people who are chirping, but not a lot of people who are coming up. We got a lot of chirpers today. They're just making all kinds of noise there, but not a lot of people are willing to come up here and actually follow through with 1 Peter 3:15, which says, always be prepared to give a defense of why you believe what you believe when questioned or demanded of you, and do so respectfully. Remember, guys, if you are a Christian, if you are a Bible-believing Christian, and you think that Jesus or Paul existed, and you don't come up here and show that guy dressed as a fucking cowboy on YouTube or TikTok, if you don't come up here and give him the evidence that Jesus or Paul existed in the 1st century, you're letting God down. And when God gets let down, he unalives a puppy. Twice. Sorry. It's what happens. Look it up. Same puppy. Twice. Look it up. It is in the book of Isaiah. All right. Moving on to somebody who is providing evidence for Jesus or Paul, hopefully. We'll see. Do you got any evidence for Jesus or Paul?
Well, I would start, no, not today, but I would have a few questions to your methods.
Let's go with one question. I do want to get to some opposition who think that Jesus or Paul actually existed or have evidence for it, but I've got time for a quick question.
So first, if you run your textual analysis on, because when we run this textual analysis on our canonical corpus of Pauline epistles, we end up
Mhm.
with those authentic and the rest as
Yeah, at the book level,
pseudo-Pauline. But
maybe.
if we
So
run
Dr. Jacques Savoy actually has a paper on how he used telemetry at the book level, and he got to 5 books. This would be Galatians, 1st and 2nd Corinthians, Romans, and 1st Thessalonians. If you take a look at if you chop it into pieces, you'll see that one author maybe wrote bits and pieces of 4 of those. Which would actually be 1st and 2nd Corinthians, Galatians, and Romans, which would line up with what F.C. Bauer in the 1800s was able to pinpoint as the Pauline epistles, the true Pauline epistles.
So I'm interested if you use telemetry on our Marcionite reconstruction of Pauline epistles.
So in
that
short,
turn out?
yes, but you can't really do too much because it is a reconstruction. Like it's a reconstruction, so you can't. It's tough to. I mean,
because
you
it
can
comes
run
from
it, but it's a
quotations, so it
reconstruction.
can
Yeah.
be changed. Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, well,
Okay.
and those quotations are from Latin, so I mean, you got to take it with a grain of salt. Like we run it and we mention it in
Okay.
our book, but I mean, we explicitly state that you need to take this with a grain of salt because it's a tough kind of thing to run. Let me see if we can pull it up here. Yeah, I don't even know if I can find this. Okay, right here. It literally says it right here after we run it. While results from any reconstruction should be taken with a grain of salt, this and the fact that Matthew and Luke have material that come to their respective versions, or with their respective versions of Little Apocalypse. So we're talking about the Little Apocalypse is all we're doing. But we say that running anything with a reconstruction is, that's tough. That's really tough.
Okay.
But yeah.
So also last thing for today would be if you believe that Gospel of Luke and Acts were written by 2 different authors, or did I misunderstand you?
The what? What was the question?
Gospel of Luke and Acts.
I mean, the primary part of the Gospel of Luke, like chapters 4 through 22, that's taken from Evangeline, which would be like published by Marcion in 144, and it's a different author from the person at the beginning and the end of Luke who wrote all of Acts.
Okay, so you think that the rest of Luke and Acts is one thing, and it is based on the Evangelion, which is the Marcionite text.
Yes. The bulk of Luke is based off of the Marcionite text. Yes.
And the rest aligns with the Acts, or did you
Yes.
try it with stylometry?
Yes.
Okay.
That lines up with the
thanks
Acts
for
writing.
today. Thanks for today. Appreciate it, Doc.
Yeah, not a problem. That is pilgrim in English, at least. I don't know how to pronounce it in. I don't know what language that is. What is that? Czech? Is that Czech?
Polish.
Polish. Okay. Polish. Okay. No, I got you. Polish. Not to be confused with Polish. All right. So icy hot pock. Is that
I
your
don't
name?
think it has my full title in there. It's just Icy Hot Pockets.
Oh. Okay.
Yeah. Yeah. So sorry, this is another indirect question like the last person, but I'm trying to gain clarity. It's my first time hearing you. It's very interesting. And I'm in a weird spot in my life where, it kind of seems like everyone is coping. I understand what you're saying. There is no proof. Like it's not going to come up. So the real reality of it is people accepting the mindset of what is actual real information that can benefit my life based in truth and fact. And I'm suffering from religious trauma, trying to come out of that. Like I'm in some weird fucking with my reality state because I've been doing all this spiritualism and pouring my mindset into something that is possibly not real, but it doesn't mean that the things that I'm taking away from it aren't either. But to cut to the chase, I'm trying to understand how to get more factual information so I can kind of digest this. I heard you mention your book. I'm gonna go ahead and get that.
Thank you.
But is that gonna generally cover everything you think a person would need to accept
for Jesus
about the facts? I don't really. You just said that there was a book, and some of the things that it covered. I don't really know what your book is and what it's covering.
Right. So it
specifically.
goes over the New Testament, and like the dating of the text, and then it goes over like Jesus and Paul, like dealing with those characters and whether or not they existed.
And what's the purpose of targeting that subject matter? Like,
Talking-
why'd you write that?
Just
Like,
talking
why-
about the New Testament. That's like the dating of it. That's the point.
to just prove that it doesn't actually exist.
Well, to take a look at whether or not it does.
Okay, I got you. All right, thank you.
Yeah, because I mean, initially we were thinking that Jesus existed. We were just looking at the Christology, which is like the claims of his divinity and stuff, like who
Right.
put them on him, when they put them on him, why they put them on him. But ultimately, we found that throughout our research that there's no evidence that this Jesus character even existed. In fact, there's evidence against it. And then we started seeing that the text itself of the New Testament and the stories about Jesus don't show up until the middle of the 2nd century. And then we utilized stellometry to help give that a bit of more of a backbone. There for our theory that we already had working. So
Do y'all have?
rough.
Do y'all mention or have a idea of like why this would happen? Like what?
is
Why would they
like
do
mystery
this?
cults back then, they just kind of happened. I mean, people
Okay.
believed in a lot of different things back then. One mystery cult just got lucky. That's basically what it is.
Okay.
Once that mystery cult like started like converting people who were fairly high in power, like the mother of Constantine, like it's just kind of its growth is going to be exponential at that point.
It's like any other cult. It just hasn't fallen apart.
Yeah. I mean, if a cult ends up reaching somebody who's really powerful or really influential or famous, it definitely helps spread it by quite a
Okay.
bit. Yeah.
Thank you for all that.
Yeah. Fuck yeah, spread it. Anyways, did you have anything else?
No, that was it. I appreciate it.
Okay. Cool. Thanks for coming out, man. All right. If anybody else has any evidence for Jesus or Paul, come on up. Come on up. If you've got evidence for Jesus or Paul, either one of them, I don't mind. I do not mind. Let's see here. Doo-doo-doo-doo. All right. Let's see. I don't have anybody in here who's requesting up. That means that God's about to unalive a puppy, guys. You don't want to do that. You want to come up here and you want to make sure that you give your evidence for Jesus and Paul. Surely I haven't completely convinced all of the Christians that Jesus didn't exist. There's got to be someone out there who thinks, nah, Jesus actually did exist. Like, there's got to be someone, right? 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 Alrighty. Let's see here. All right, we've got over there on TikTok, we got 274 people in there, so somebody's got to have some kind of evidence for Jesus or Paul. Oh shoot, not a puppy. Ghost of O'Hara says all the lives have been slow today. I feel well, yeah. I guess they're not sending their best. That's all I'm saying. They're not sending their best. That's the issue. Cisco Curry, what you got?
I don't. Everyone wanted me in here. I don't know why the fuck I am in here.
Well,
Some girl had requested me.
Oh, nice.
So what?
I don't know what to tell. I don't know what to tell you. Do you have any evidence for Jesus or Paul?
No.
No. You don't have any.
Nope.
Do you think he existed 2,000 years ago? Either Jesus or Paul.
I do.
All right. And you don't have any evidence? Do you typically make a habit of believing things without any evidence?
No, because I typically don't involve science and faith.
Those aren't even two things that are remotely close to each other.
Exactly. So why would I fucking correlate them, dumbass?
So if you believe something without evidence, then it is faith. And you just decided to leave. Well, sometimes, guys, the trash just takes itself out.
What the hell?
Anyways, Joe Rod, what you got? Sent you an invite to unmute there.
Well, I just got invited, so I came up because you said they didn't send the best. So I'm like, well, who's he talking about? And I know the Lord.
Okay.
I'm ready for what I know and believe. So what's up?
Fair enough. Do you believe that Jesus or Paul existed 2,000 years ago?
I know Jesus existed.
Like
I said
2,000 years
Paul.
ago, you mean?
Oh yeah.
I mean,
I know.
If you have a feeling that he exists today, that's fine. I'm not talking about that.
No, I don't have a feeling. I'm completely convinced that he existed today and 2,000 years ago. Jesus. and
Okay.
Paul
Well,
existed
fair enough.
before.
Fair enough. Well, today I'll grant you that. That's fine. Who cares? But how did you know 2,000 years ago he existed?
Because if he exists today, then he obviously was real and true and existed back then.
That wouldn't make any sense. Do you have any siblings?
Yeah, I've got a bunch of siblings.
Yeah. So if you introduce me to your sibling, I would say, okay, that's Joe Rod's sibling. Okay, cool, whatever. And then if you said, okay, because they exist and you acknowledge their existence now, that must mean that they lived 2,000 years ago? I would be like, no, that's two different sets of information that you're going to have to give to me. One of them will prove that they exist now, which is they exist and I'm seeing them. But the other part is you're going to have to give me some kind of evidence other than just seeing them now that shows that they were here 2,000 years ago. So how did you come to that conclusion? Existence now does not automatically mean 2,000 years ago in the desert.
Because when I came to believe that he exists now,
Mm-hmm.
when I came to know that he exists now,
Mm-hmm.
when I encountered him, when he revealed himself.
Was that 2,000 years ago, or was it during your lifetime?
This is during my lifetime. I'm answering your
again.
question.
Well, you're not.
Let me land
You're
the
not
plane.
talking. You're not
I'm
talking about
answering
anything
the-
2,000 years ago. I don't care if you've met him today. That's fine.
I am answering it. Let me land my plane. I'm answering. Listen, be slow to speak. I'm telling you. So the way I know that he is the Jesus from 2,000 years ago
Okay.
is when he revealed himself to me recently in my lifetime. He revealed himself, his love for me, the cross, his death, his resurrection, his ascension to glory, the angels, the Father, his peace that surpasses all understanding.
Awesome.
the joy
Okay.
of
So
love.
literally nowhere in there did you ever mention any kind of evidence that he actually existed 2,000 years
no,
ago
I
in the
did,
desert
but
as
no,
well.
I-
See, that's the
well-
problem. You're convinced that if you see something or know something exists today, it automatically existed 2,000 years ago. That doesn't make any sense. Like we know that, like for instance, like something that's here recent, the White House. We know the White House exists today. Was it built 2,000 years ago? No. If you make the claim that it existed 2,000 years ago there in Washington, D.C., you'd have to show evidence that, yeah, it was here 2,000 years ago. Like, that's not
If
the
there was
case.
if there was documentation.
Okay,
if there
now
was-
we're
if
getting
there was-
somewhere. Yes. So
Exactly.
what's the
So if
documentation? What is the documentation that you rely
If you
upon?
see Abraham,
No,
if you see
again, that
Elijah,
wouldn't make any
if
difference
you
either.
see
Okay,
Moses,
so listen,
you will know
Joe
they
Rod,
existed.
listen. We're
You will
getting
know they
somewhere.
existed, right?
You're if I see them, that doesn't make
Yeah.
any sense. That doesn't mean that they existed 3,000 years ago.
If you
And-
see Moses and he tells you all about the Ten Commandments and all
How
about
would
how
that
he-
have anything to do with 2,000 years ago? If I saw Moses today, I'd be like, "There's Moses today." Why would I immediately think
prove
this
the
guy was
document-
walking around in a desert thousands of
it
years
would
ago?
prove the documents are true.
No, it
would prove the
wouldn't.
documents are true.
In fact, if Moses showed up in front of me right now, I'd be like, something's wrong, and that would disprove it. That wouldn't make any sense.
Oh, that's ridiculous. That makes absolutely no sense.
So a
If the
book that says that somebody existed 3,000 years ago would suddenly be true if I met the person who
if
was
that
in it?
person shows up, if that person
That
shows
wouldn't make
up,
any sense.
what do you mean it doesn't make any sense?
Because
It's
if the guy is in front of me, I'm acknowledging he exists today, which would mean
Yes,
that he
and
didn't
he's the
exist
same
back
one that's
then.
recorded. If it's the same guy that's recorded,
Why would it be the same? What is the evidence that it's the same guy? That's what I'm asking.
If you need him, if he reveals the cross, if
What do you
he
mean reveals
there,
it? What do you mean reveals?
I mean, he takes you there and you see it.
Oh, okay. Well,
John the
Jesus
Baptist
Christ,
saw
dude.
it.
Listen. So first of all, you mentioned documentation, but you just never really expanded upon that, and that's really where I ultimately wanted to go. That's where I thought it would go. And that's fine. That's fine. That's fine. And I promise you, I want to get to that because that's exactly where I wanted to try to get to. But you had mentioned something else. You mentioned like revealing. Are you saying that when you met Jesus, he showed you the cross?
That's right.
He showed you like the actual cross, like the wood.
I actually saw him staring into my eyes. I saw him weep at my unbelief.
Yeah, literally none of that does anything to do with. No, stop, dude. Listen, Joe Rod.
Joe
Rod. Listen, Joe Rod.
Why don't you want to listen?
Okay, shut up for like 2 seconds, man. Stop talking about shit that doesn't have anything to do with back in the past. If I ask a question about did you see the wood itself, I don't care about whether or not you saw tears in his eyes. Why do I care about that? That has nothing to do.
Crucified.
No, just listen. Just listen. That has nothing to do with it. Just stick to the facts. Just the facts, ma'am. That's all we're talking about.
The cross. That's the facts.
Okay,
I saw
the cross.
Him on
Okay.
the cross.
So he teleported you 2,000 years in the past? Is that how that is that
Yeah,
what happened?
visions, hey, the visions that you read about in the Bible, it's people seeing things in the spiritual.
So you didn't actually go. So you weren't actually there 2,000 years ago. This is just a vision that you had.
I saw the whole thing play out. I saw him crucified. I saw him mocked and ridiculed and spat at. I saw him die on the cross and descend to hell and resurrect in glory and ascend to the Father.
Awesome.
And the
So in other words, you didn't really see anything but just like a hallucination or
I
something.
saw everything, including Jesus, and he revealed to me his love for me, his cross, his death for my sin. He revealed my sin for Savior. And
All right.
he forgave
Cool.
me the minute
So
I asked
anyways,
for forgiveness.
here's
I'm
cool.
born again.
So that being said, you had a vision, which means you weren't actually there 2,000 years ago. It was a vision of 2,000 years ago, which is okay, whatever. People see Jesus on toast sometimes. But nevertheless, what documentation would you rely upon that tells the true story, you feel like, of Jesus being here?
The scriptures. That's why I believe them, because I know they're
like
true.
like you're talking about the Gospels, that kind of thing, where it talks about Jesus' life.
The whole thing, the New Testament and the Old, the New Covenant and the Old Covenant. The whole thing makes
Fantastic. So, how did you determine that these texts were historically reliable when they talked about Jesus?
Well, because I saw him and because he showed me the cross. He
You said that you believed the documentation. How did you determine that the documentation is true when it tells you about Jesus?
Because he showed me it was true, because I met him and I saw that he was alive.
Okay, cool. You didn't know who he was unless you already read the documentation, correct?
I had read enough of it to get a general idea of who he was.
I know. So in other words, you believe the documentation, but you believe the documentation is true because you had the vision, but you didn't know who the vision was unless you read the book, which you know is true because you had the vision, which you understood what it is because you read the book.
I had read the documentation, but I didn't believe it until I saw it with my own eyes.
Cool. So you read the documentation that said that Jesus died on the cross. Then you had a hallucination, and you believe that you saw Jesus 2,000 years ago.
The Bible calls it a vision.
Well, yes. I mean, legally and medically, it's a hallucination, but you can call it whatever you want.
Biblically and historically, it's a vision.
Yeah, but like literally, it's a hallucination.
No, a hallucination is a delusion.
Right, and I believe you're deluded.
No, because the scriptures prove that I'm not the only person to have experienced this.
Hallucinations? Yeah, I know. A lot of people do.
No, Jesus and the Holy Ghost and the Father being revealed.
So who says that they actually saw Jesus?
Paul.
No. So Paul wasn't alive at all during Jesus' earthly ministry.
Yeah,
in fact,
Jesus
the only time that Paul ever says anything about well, technically we don't even really have that, but any time that Paul interacts with Jesus throughout the New Testament would be the same thing you had, which is just hallucinations. There's no evidence whatsoever that he met the actual guy.
It's not hallucinations. No, the whole world believes him, and so do I, and you're the only one that's on the outskirts. You're the unbeliever. You're the wretched soul that doesn't want to believe and is blind.
I don't think the whole world believes that Paul actually saw Jesus because he fucking didn't.
Most people believe it. Yeah, most people
No, that doesn't make any sense. Not at all.
Yeah, he's
So,
fine,
anyways,
maybe.
where does Paul ever say that he saw Jesus personally when Jesus was here on earth?
He shared that Jesus appeared to him on the road to Damascus, the bright light that sent him on the straight and narrow, that sent him out to meet with Ananias and all that. He went
Yeah,
to
cool. So that would be after Jesus died, correct?
After Jesus died, Jesus resurrected. That's right.
Awesome.
And Jesus
So
was
yeah, so
buried.
in other words, in order to get that story to actually have Paul and Jesus meeting, you have to appeal to magic. Cool. So do we have anybody who actually saw this guy while he was alive and walking around? This is Jesus, that is.
Over 500 people saw him appear after the crucifixion.
So after the resurrection?
Yeah.
So again, the magic. So do we have anyone who actually says they saw him?
Natural. Not magic. Technically, it's supernatural.
Yeah, that's magic. So do you have
Not
anybody who says
always.
that
Some
Jesus...
magic is demonic.
Yeah, well, it's not
Witchcraft.
magic because you don't call it magic, but it's still the same thing. It's magic. That being said, do we have anybody... And also, could you name one of those 500, by the way?
No.
Yeah, it's because we don't actually have their testimony at all. You just kind of pulled that out of your ass as well as the authors there. But yeah, we don't actually have any... Say what?
Paul's one. Paul's one.
No, he's not, actually.
Why not?
Because he's explicitly named outside of those 500. I don't think you knew that, did you? So if we take a look at the text itself, if we take a look at the text itself, you will see that, here we go, we're going to move that. There we go. So here it is. Here's your 500 right here in 1 Corinthians 15:6. Then you don't have, right here, you don't have Paul until 8. So no, Paul is not one of the 500. Would you like to try again?
Paul is one of the people that saw him after he resurrected. I don't need the name of the 500.
Fantastic. So in other words, you're talking about the Damascus thing and you're appealing to magic.
No, I'm talking about spiritual stuff. I'm appealing to the Holy Ghost, which is something that people
which
that
is
don't
magic. So do you have any evidence that anybody
magic
said
to the
anything
blind.
about Jesus while he was walking around? Did
It's
anybody say
magic
that they
to
saw
the
him?
blind. It's magic to the blind. Paul saw him.
Magic to the blind. I feel like that's pretty easy.
Yeah, it's magic to the blind because you don't have spiritual eyes to see because you don't have the Holy Ghost because you
Cool.
have
Appealing to more magic to explain your magic isn't going to get you out of the magic problem.
Calling the Holy Spirit magic doesn't turn him into some magical demonic
Cool. And
being.
you not explaining your evidence doesn't help your case at all. So anyways, do you have anybody who says that Jesus actually was somebody who they met while he was alive?
Yeah, Paul.
Cool. So no, that's not a thing. Do we have anybody who actually saw Jesus while he was during his earthly ministry?
Okay, Paul. Yeah. Paul saw Jesus after he had resurrected from
Cool.
the dead.
So do we have anybody who says they saw him during his earthly ministry?
The apostles. What are we talking about?
Like who? Name one.
The apostles walked with Jesus. What are you talking about?
Cool. So where's their testimony?
We have the epistles. We have letters.
The epistles? The epistles from who? That say, I saw Jesus during his earthly ministry.
People recording what the apostles said. God
Okay,
has the
so
power.
not the eyewitness testimony then?
Yeah, some of it is eyewitness testimony.
Like what? Give me the name of a text. It's not that hard. Mark is not an epistle, and also Mark is not a disciple. Did you think Mark was part of the 12?
Gives us testimonies. The Bible is.
Where does
filled with
Mark say that he's getting testimony?
The Bible is filled with testimonies. If you choose
Not
to
a problem.
reject
Not a problem. We're going to go ahead and take one look at Mark here, or a quick look at Mark. Where in Mark does it say that he's getting a testimony? Where does he say that?
Dude, you're getting
Like what
caught
verse?
up on
Well, no,
technicality.
you're making the claim that Mark gives testimony and stuff like that. He wasn't a disciple. According to Christian history, he's not even somebody who shows up until later on.
If you want to reject Christ and you want to reject the
I'm
apostles, and
rejecting
want
what
to
you
reject
just
the
said,
Holy
which is
Ghost,
that Mark is giving testimony because you can't prove that that's the
I'm telling you
case.
Jesus is alive, and you want to spit on it. I'm telling you, he revealed himself to me, and you want to act like that's not a thing. I'm telling you, he filled me with the Holy Ghost. And
Why do you
act
want me
like
to spit on it, man?
You're spitting on it because you.
Anyways, do you have any particular verse that you'd like to share with me that shows that Mark is actually giving eyewitness testimony?
I'm telling you that the Bible is filled with testimonies of people who saw Jesus and saw the miracles. And saw
So
the
what
signs and
text
saw
would
the
you like to
wonders.
say actually
And
says
you're
that?
blind.
What text
You're
says
blind.
what in what
Reject
text
it.
of the New Testament does the author say I saw
Well,
Jesus
you
during his
know,
earthly ministry? In
It
what
doesn't
text?
matter. You just try. Hey,
It
doesn't
doesn't matter
You're
which
just
one?
trying to change
You made the
subject. I'm
claim.
telling you, he's alive, and I know him, and you want to change the subject.
Sweet. I'm trying to figure out why. You said the documentation, then you tried to say the
I'm telling you,
documentation
the
makes
New
certain
Testament
claims.
proves. I'm telling you, the New Testament proves that the Jesus that I saw that died and resurrected and ascended in glory is the Son of God. And you want to change the subject because you
I'm
reject Christ
I'm not trying to
and
change
you
the subject.
reject the
I'm
Holy
trying to
Spirit.
I'm trying to see
telling
the
you
evidence
it's all
for this
about-
Jesus.
I'm telling you, it's all about Jesus and the cross.
I am
and the
trying to find that. So where do we have any
the
author
cross
of
is
the
foolishness.
Okay.
The cross
Where
is foolishness.
Okay, yes, the cross is foolishness. You are correct. That being said, in what New Testament text does the author of said text say, I saw Jesus during his earthly ministry? Where does any author say that? Where does it say that? I want you to show me where it says that. And we'll pull it up. You can unmute, but we're going to pull up Mark. You had mentioned Mark. We are looking now at the Gospel of Mark. Where is it? What verse? What verse are we looking at here? I sent you the invite to unmute. You just got to click the little microphone button because we can't hear you. You probably don't even know that you're muted. There we go.
You're going to play your word games, bro.
I'm not playing word games. I'm asking for a verse.
Well, I'm telling you, the verses prove that Jesus that appeared to me.
Yeah,
is
cool.
real.
Well,
That there
sweet.
was a Jesus
You know
that died on
what
the
proves
cross and
that
resurrected.
Harry
You wanna
Potter
change
is
the
real?
subject.
A book
I'm
about
done.
Harry
I'm
Potter.
done. I already told you my
A
testimony.
book about
bro. I'm
Harry
not gonna
Potter
argue with you.
proves that
And
Harry
I'm not
Potter
gonna play
exists.
your word
That's
games,
how that
bro.
works. I'm not playing
You've
word
heard the
games. I'm
truth.
asking for a verse, and you
No,
can't
you're
show
playing
it.
word games, bro.
No,
You're
I'm
playing
not. What word
games.
game am I using? I'm just looking for a verse.
If you want to pretend that there's no testimonies of Jesus
Where
in the
does it
Bible,
say
it's
it?
'cause you're an
Where does it
utter
say it?
fool.
Where does it say it?
You don't want to see. You can't read
Where?
between the lines. You're
Where?
blind. You're
Read
utterly
between
blind, dude.
I'm playing word
can't do
games
the
and you're
math.
reading between the
You don't know how to
lines?
divide the word of God rightly. You don't know how to divide the word of God rightly.
You don't know how to
dude. You
read
don't know how to do
words.
the math.
You don't know how to read
You
verses.
cherry pick. You try to discern scripture by cherry picking it. By
I'm just
running
asking
from
you
the
to
truth.
cherry pick anything. Just show me
I'm telling
any
you,
verse.
Jesus is alive, and I've seen him, and you want to change the subject. What kind of fool does that? I met Jesus, and you
Someone
want to
who
change
actually
the
knows how to
subject?
read.
Bro, all you know how to
Maybe.
do is twist scripture.
All I know how to do is read, and apparently you can't even do that.
No, all you know how to do is twist scripture and try to discredit Jesus and try to discredit the Holy Ghost and try to discredit people that have actually encountered Jesus and actually know him. That's all you do.
Yeah. Well, there's no evidence that you actually saw anything, Mr. Hallucination. But do you have any
The
verse in the
scriptures
in the New Testament?
The scriptures prove my Jesus is real. The scriptures
Why?
prove
Because
my
of more
Jesus is
hallucinations?
crucified. The scriptures prove my Jesus resurrected. The scriptures prove my Jesus can reveal
There's
himself.
no
to you.
evidence whatsoever that this isn't
prove
more
that the Holy
more
Spirit
than
can
just
be-
a story.
can be
Does the book of
Scriptures
Harry
prove
Potter
that Jesus
does the book of
opens the
Harry
eyes of our
Potter does that prove that Harry
Jesus is
Potter
the one
existed?
that opens the eyes of our understanding, not Luke.
All right, you've been muted again, and you're probably still talking, but no one can hear you, so you're just kind of yelling at a brick in your hands. But that being said, stay quiet, little baby. All right, so before you unmute again, I'm going to ask you a question, and I'd like for you to answer it. All right, Daddy's talking, so be quiet. Okay, listen. Do Harry Potter books, do they prove that Harry Potter was real because they're in a book? Or do we need some kind of evidence for it?
Harry Potter doesn't have any witnesses. Harry
Okay,
Potter doesn't have any
okay, that's fine. Now, what I'd like to do is go right back because now you're bringing up witnesses. I want you to name me someone who gives their eyewitness testimony and says, I am a witness. Where do we see that in the Bible? No. Paul is not a witness to Jesus when he's here. At best, Paul is like you and had a hallucination. I don't even think Paul existed. And the guy left. Yeah, that's fine. All right. Well, we'll move on here. Again, if you're on YouTube and you want to come over, you can. You can click the link in the chat, or you can send a super chat. I will read it. Zane, I'll get to you in just a second. I wanted to jump over to... let's see here. We don't have any super chats, but we do have some gifts that were sent on YouTube. So thank you very much to Alazis all day, Alazis, I think, and then Echo 1337. Again, if you have If you have any questions or statements or anything like that, you can send them on a super chat, and I will read it out loud and I will respond to it. Or you can hop over on TikTok in the link that is provided there in the chat, and we'll have a conversation. Zane, what you got? Zane, you there? Zane, here. Did you unmute? Zane, I sent you the link to unmute there. Or the invite.
Jesus and Paul, bro.
I don't know what's going on with Zane.
Paul, I know that.
Might be busy. Okay, the next person up was User. User, how's it going?
What's up? Can you hear me?
Yep, I can hear you.
Well, yeah, I literally just seen your stuff. What was that guy on about? His hallucination? He saw Jesus?
Yeah, he said that he saw Jesus or something like that, and that Jesus, like, I don't know. He showed him going to hell or something. It was weird, and not that guy. Like Jesus showed Jesus going to hell, so it's weird. It's this whole thing, and I'd have to. It's dumb. Anyways, what you got for Jesus or Paul?
Jesus or Paul?
Mhm.
Well, I would say for the historical evidence,
Yes.
I guess Jesus and Paul never existed. Prove us wrong. Fair enough. I would say Tacitus, Josephus.
Okay. And what does Tacitus say? Do you know?
Tacitus talks about Christ being crucified under Pontius Pilate.
And what does he call Pontius Pilate? Do you know?
I'm not exactly sure.
So in that text, it calls him a procurator, which is weird because Tacitus knows what the difference between a procurator and a prefect are. He actually explains this in his text and uses it correctly elsewhere, but Pilate wasn't a procurator. Pilate was a prefect. So if he was looking at some kind of a crucifixion or arrest record, which he likely would have been doing if he was telling the story because he was a former senator who had records, like the Senate records and access to the Roman archives, which is why he was such a good historian in the first place, he wouldn't have said that Pilate was a procurator. On top of that, he wouldn't have said Christus because that's not a name, that's a title. In fact, Pilate, according to the Gospels, doesn't even put Christ above his head on the cross. So it wouldn't make any sense to use that term. So it's pretty clearly something that's written later by a Christian who calls Jesus Christ.
So you're saying Pontius Pilate possibly not never existed, but he wasn't.
No, he was a real person. Pontius Pilate was. He wasn't a procurator, he was a prefect.
He wasn't.
Yeah, in fact, the stone, the Pilate stone that actually we found in the first century, or it dates to the first century during the reign of Tiberius and everything, it actually has his name and his government position that says prefect.
I was actually going to bring that up because I do remember seeing something. I do remember seeing something about that.
Yeah, and it would make more sense that he'd be a prefect anyways, because it wasn't really Judea wasn't really part of the Roman Empire at that point. They start using procurators when it's like absorbed into the empire, because at that point, the governor just needs to be over money, which is what a procurator is. A prefect has a military backing.
Okay, perfect. Because I was just gonna say I'm not even informed with the terminology. So what's the exact difference between a prefect and a
they're both a governor, but with different purposes. A prefect has a military backing because they would need one. So they need to come from like some kind of group that has like the military behind them or like friends of the military. Whereas a procurator is a governor over an area that's just over like the finances, because they're absorbed into the Roman Empire, that region. So therefore, the Roman Empire would like supply them with military, that kind of thing. They wouldn't be over the military. Okay. They would be over the finances.
So then what's the rebuttal in that case?
The rebuttal of what?
If he was still of Tacitus claiming that Christ was crucified under Pontius Pilate.
That line isn't something that he would have written, and it must have been added later because it's not. Right, yeah, that's the point.
You're claiming it's fraudulent.
Yes. We also don't get it until the beginning of the 5th century, and when Tertullian, the first Christian who writes in Latin, talks about it or alludes to it in 200, he alludes to all the other information that's found in it except for that Christ line. He alludes to the idea that they had been blamed for the fire in Rome and everything like that, which is what Tacitus was talking about, but he doesn't mention anything about how Tacitus said anything about Jesus or Pilate, because that just wasn't in there. You still there? When you're off the app, I can't hear you. So if you're saying,
sorry,
okay.
you can't hear. Sorry, you can't hear me.
No,
Yeah,
you
no,
can hear
was
me.
sending
I just can't
texts
hear
and
you if you're off the app.
stuff. No, yeah, I was just saying I haven't. I'm not very well informed in the historical records of it. Like the I would say obviously reason being is because we obviously don't have a lot of claims of Jesus, like you said, people seeing him. But then again, we have the New Testament. The Gospels are historical records of Christ.
I mean, no, not really. They're not even
the
really
scholar,
historical records of themselves. Like the Gospel of Luke tries to say that Jesus started his ministry somewhere around the age of 30 in Luke 3. And it says, let's see here. It tries to say that Jesus was born during the census that was taken while Quirinius was the governor of Syria, which starts in 6. So that would mean that Jesus started his ministry around the year 36. If you believe that Jesus died at the age of 33, then the year, according to Luke, that he dies and was crucified by Pilate would need to be around the year 39, about 38, 39, maybe even 40. The point is, that's not possible because Pilate was removed from office in 36 and died in Rome in 39. So, no.
Well, that's fair.
It also tries to say that like Mary was pregnant at the same time as Elizabeth, with John the Baptist there, Mary being pregnant with Jesus. And so they would, John the Baptist actually leaped in her belly because Jesus was nearby or something dumb. But the point is, it says that this is during the reign of King Herod, who died in 4 BCE. So apparently Mary was pregnant for 10 years and then gave birth. So like even historically, it doesn't line up.
I have never heard of that, and in that sense, it wouldn't make sense for even atheist scholars.
Yep.
To
that's why the Gospel of Luke
Jesus,
is just
Jesus.
The Gospel of Luke is generally thrown out. That's why if you look up like when was Jesus born, they won't even take Luke into consideration. They take Matthew into consideration. They just pick one.
Yeah. I mean, like I said, I haven't heard any of these. I mean, fair enough. I more so listen to Christians, but yeah, no, I've never heard any of those rebuttals, and I do.
Matthew and Luke are pretty different. If you wanted to take a look here, this is Luke 2. Whoops, not 25. Luke 2 says that Jesus is born while Quirinius is the governor of Syria. That's the census that took Joseph and Mary, who was pregnant, down to Bethlehem. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
Okay.
What translation is that?
Literally doesn't matter, but this is the NRSVU. Did you have a preference?
It kind of does matter.
It doesn't.
Not
in this particular case, because the NRSVU is the one that's used in universities and seminaries. Do you have a favorite? It's going to say the same thing.
I would say the Septuagint for the Old Testament.
Well, that's not what we're looking at. We're looking at the New Testament, so irrelevant.
Yeah,
Do you have a particular English translation of the New Testament that you would like for me to use?
New King James.
Okay. All right.
Would be.
So we're looking at the New King James. Here we go. New King James Version, Luke 2. More specific, because it actually says the word census. This census first took place while Quirinius was governor of Syria. Yeah. Okay. So, yeah, and he's still in utero right here. Let's see, who is with child. So still in utero whenever they travel to Bethlehem from Nazareth. All right. And when we take a look at Matthew 2, it says that Jesus is born during the reign of King Herod. It says, now after Jesus was born in Bethlehem of Judea in the days of Herod the king. So he's born during the reign of King Herod. Okay.
Right.
The problem there is that Quirinius becomes the governor of Syria after Herod Archelaus is banished. Otherwise, he wouldn't be over Judea. That doesn't make any sense.
What source is that? What source is that, though?
Josephus. But Herod Archelaus starts reigning over here at the end of Matthew 2. It says, let's see. Right, but this is Joseph, but when he heard that Archelaus was reigning over Judea instead of his father Herod. It wouldn't make any sense if there was somebody reigning over Judea, like specifically, like an ethnarch or a king. Then Quirinius, the governor of Syria, wouldn't have any ability. He wouldn't matter in the purpose of a census.
Yeah, that's fair.
Yeah. So
I would.
what happened with Judea is Judea was actually added to Syria for the purpose of a census in 6 CE or 6 AD, to use a Christian term or whatever, or a more Christian term. But Herod the Great dies in 4 BC, which means there's a 10-year gap between when Matthew says Jesus is born and Luke says Jesus is born. Unfortunately, that is the particular census that is talking about. Luke, the author of the beginning of Luke there, also wrote Acts, and he talks in Acts about Judas the Galilean who led a revolt after the census. Do you recall that?
No.
Okay. Not a problem. I'll go over here. Let's see. This is in... No, not 1. It would be 537 there. We're going to go ahead and pull this up. This is Acts 5, and if you scroll down to 37, it'll be around here. Let's see. Gamaliel's advice, blah, 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 blah. It said to the men of Israel, take heed to yourselves what you intend to do regarding these men. For some time ago, Theodotus rose up, claiming to be somebody. A number of men, about 400, joined him. He was slain, and all who obeyed him were scattered and came to nothing. After this man, Judas of Galilee rose up in the days of the census. That's because the Jewish people were upset with the fact that Judea had been added to Syria for the purpose of a census. And Judea wouldn't be added to Syria for the purpose of a census if they had a king like King Herod or an ethnarch like Archelaus, who reigns at the end of Matthew 2. So the fact that the fact that Quirinius, the governor of Syria, is mentioned in Luke means that this is after the events that take place in Matthew. So Luke 2, which talks about the birth of Jesus, is a minimum of 10 years after Matthew 2 that talks about the birth of Jesus. There's an entire person who reigns in between King Herod and Quirinius. That's his son, Archelaus. It'd be like saying that you're born during the presidency of Clinton and the presidency of Obama. There's an entire presidency of Bush in between it. And it's physically impossible.
I'll grant you the contradiction, obviously, but we're talking about a almost 2,000-year-old preserved text, which is pretty well not 95% word for word.
I don't even know what that means.
As in the Codex Sinaiticus, Codex Vaticanus would be basically 95% word for word similar to an English translation today, not the New Revised Standard
That has
version,
nothing to do with what we're talking about.
Well, I know, but I'm just saying that obviously there's possibly going to be contradictions in a 2,000-year-old text.
What do you think? What do you think you're saying?
I'm saying the only thing we're arguing about is a difference in dating of Jesus's birth.
Yeah, I'm just pointing out one contradiction. Yeah. There's multiple contradictions in the text, but I mean, this is just one of them.
But what do you have for Jesus not existing, though? Like I would say the burden of
is it possible? Is it possible to be born 10 years before you're born?
Yeah, but that's a contradiction.
Yeah. So the way that the New Testament presents him is impossible, right?
Yes.
Okay. There you go.
Ladies and gentlemen, we got him.
I mean, what do you want me to say there?
That's funny, but that doesn't refute the existence of Jesus.
What kind of evidence do you have for it? I mean, you just said, you just showed that it's impossible for the way that the New Testament presents Jesus. I mean, and this is just with one contradiction. There are definitely others. In fact, there's anachronisms as well, which show that the story is historically impossible because Jesus goes to places that don't show up for another 100 years, talks about concepts that don't exist for another 40. I mean, what do you...
like you didn't understand about what I was saying was we're talking about a 2,000-year-old preserved text that's been translated how many times over, okay?
No,
We don't
you're
have
trying to say that like the English is the problem. The English is not the problem. The Greek has the same material in it. This has
yes,
nothing to
I
do with the
agree.
translation. Okay, so stop bringing up the
And
translation.
what
That's
I'm
really weird. The 2,000-year-old text doesn't mean anything really. That has nothing to do with it.
you gotta let me talk here. Because
No.
you're
So
not
you've
understanding
tried to make
you're
this
not
claim
understanding
twice. It's because you have no idea what you're talking about. You've never seen this stuff before, and so you're just kind of scrambling to pick something. The fact that it is 2,000 years old has
you're
nothing to
taking
do with it.
I don't mean New Revised Standard Version when I say translation. When I say translation, I mean taking John's epistles and writing them
So
over
first of all, it's epistle. It's
360
not a
times.
pistol. So just jot that down. Secondly, the translation, the going from Greek to Latin and Latin to German and German to English and English in the different variations and stuff that we have today, it does not matter here. That has nothing to do with what we're talking about. You're just kind of talking about something about how maybe there would be maybe some differences in terminology like in English or something, but that has nothing to do with it.
I'm saying misquoted.
No, it's not misquoted. Herod the Great is mentioned in the Greek in Matthew 2, and Quirinius the governor of Syria is mentioned in the Greek in Luke 2, and Codex Sinaiticus, Codex Bezae, Codex Vaticanus. What are you talking about?
I'm talking about someone possibly making a mistake translating the text.
There's no. What are you talking about? That's not a thing. Codex Sinaiticus and Codex Vaticanus both include both King Herod in Matthew 2 and Quirinius the governor of Syria in Luke 2. If one of the earliest manuscripts, if the earliest manuscripts of the New Testament of Matthew 2 or Luke 2 didn't include the names King Herod or Quirinius, someone would have caught that, and we wouldn't find those names in literally every single version of the Bible. That I guess you're trying to claim that the contradiction I'm talking about is only present in the English version and could have been a problem in translation or something. Well, then, if that's not what you're claiming, then what you're claiming is asinine and it's a waste of time, because these contradictions and problems, these anachronisms and everything, they apply to the Greek and the oldest form. If you are trying to say that these are corrupted in some way, shape, or form, like someone made a mistake in copying what we have, like for codexes and stuff like that, or codices, then you're just saying that the Bible is corrupted in general, and we wouldn't be able to trust it at that point. We'd have to throw it out.
So when was Luke written? Basically?
Luke is written in the middle of the 2nd century.
Okay, so he obviously didn't take word for word of the people that saw Jesus.
It never claims that he did.
Exactly. So that's what I'm arguing. I'm saying that
you're saying that like there's an entire gospel that's just made up?
No, I'm saying when he was writing this down, writing down the historical account of the
it
people
wouldn't be a
that
historic account if he's not taking any he's not using any sources. He's just making it up.
Of course there's sources.
Okay, then what are the
Of course
sources?
The lineage of the people that knew Jesus.
And where does he say that he talked to it? You already admitted that he doesn't say that he talked to any of them.
In the New Testament, he doesn't say it. He's writing on the
Okay,
historical.
so where'd
life
you
of
get the
Jesus.
idea that Luke talked to any of them?
Because he would have had to. He never met them.
Okay. Where'd you get the idea that like Harry Potter is like taken from some story that J.K. Rowling heard? She would have had to have talked to the Potters, right? She would have had to have talked to his family in order to come up with a story. She couldn't possibly have like came up with a fictional story. What you're having to do here is make up something that we don't have any evidence for in order to get this story written in the middle of the 2nd century to be a real thing. He never claims that he has any interaction with any of the people, any of the eyewitnesses or anything like that. Never claims it. In fact, Luke is supposed to be a doctor who travels around with Paul, who also never saw Jesus. So no, I mean, even Christian tradition would disagree with what you're saying. So I don't know what to tell you, man. Like,
so you're saying Luke didn't take his writings off somebody that knew Jesus.
No, it never
There's
says
a lineage.
that. And in order for you to say that, you have to come up with some kind of claim that just out of thin air.
Can I caveat?
Yeah. Who is this now talking here?
It's Zane. I think.
Zane. Oh, okay. Yes. Somehow we got all twisted there.
No, I put my phone down and then I was trying to take care of my son real quick. I
Yeah.
apologize.
Well, not a problem. Well, let me go ahead and finish up with user. User, did you have anything else other than just wild conjecture pulled out of the chocolate starfish? User?
Oh, you're talking to me. Sorry,
Yep.
I thought you were
Did you
talking to the
have
other guy.
anything else other than just assumptions? Just with nothing
Well, I mean,
to
I
back it
don't
up.
need anything else. I don't need
You don't need
anything
anything
else 'cause
else
you're
other
not
than just the
accepting.
stuff that you're throwing into the story without any evidence?
You are denying well-known scholarly accepted.
No, the scholars do not say
historical.
that Luke like got his information from any particular source because it never says that. In fact, if a scholar says
I
that,
didn't
they're just
say
making
that.
up the claim. Okay, cool. So where is Luke getting it? And how do you know?
We're not talking about Luke. We're
That's
talking about the
exactly who we were
existence of
talking
Jesus
about.
Christ. Well, I know, but in the
Yeah, you
grand
tried to
scheme, we're
make a
talking
claim
about
that
the
Luke had talked to like family members and stuff like that without any evidence supporting that.
Well, no, I was just saying he would have had to. His historical
No, he
accounts
could
didn't
just
just.
be
He
making
wasn't
it up.
just. Oh, he could be.
Mm-hmm. And so that's what we're having to go off of because we don't have any evidence that he talked to anybody else. And also, there wouldn't be really any family members, I mean, direct family members at that point. I mean, not even the grandfather of the author of Luke would have been alive to see Jesus if he was writing in like 150.
Yeah, yeah. I mean, fair, but I don't know how you think it was. Oh, I guess like you said, you're saying it's made up, but
Yes, it is mythical.
from the
It's
historical.
mythological.
Well, that's not the scholarly consensus.
Don't give a shit. I follow the evidence.
You like to follow the evidence.
Yep. Do you have any evidence that it was somehow historical at all?
Tacitus, Josephus, Paul.
Sweet. So Paul never met him. Also Tacitus and Paul didn't even exist. We haven't even established that. Paul's writings also show up in the 2nd century, and we have scholars who actually here recently have discovered this. Then we have, let's see here. As far as Tacitus goes, we have an interpolation into Tacitus. Josephus, we have the Testimonium Flavianum, which was interpolated by Eusebius. We actually know the person who wrote that. He's writing a little over 200 years after the death of Josephus. So other than like Christian interpolators 200 years later and claims from the 2nd century of mythological origin.
Yeah, but we have even the Gospel of John, the earliest writings of him claiming the word to be God basically are from like early 1st century.
No, the word being God, that wouldn't even make any sense. John is after Luke, and Luke is in the 2nd century, which makes John at the end. John doesn't get quoted until about the 160s and named until about 180. Then on top of that, there is an actual reference in John 5.
That's not true. That's not true.
So please
That is not
provide
true.
provide any quote of John before 160.
I don't have my fucking Google in front of me. I want
That
you
makes
to search
sense.
up the
So,
gospel.
okay, cool. So the Gospel of John includes John 5, which talks about the Pool of Bethesda. And next to the Pool of Bethesda, it says are 5 porticos or awnings where people would lay when they're sick or hurt, and then get into the pool whenever it got stirred in order to get healed. This is describing something that was actually found by archaeologists in the 1900s, and that is going to be an Asclepion. An Asclepion is a temple to the Greek healer god Asclepius. It included the 5 porches exactly where John says that the Pool of Bethesda was located next to the Sheep Gate there in Jerusalem. Unfortunately, scholar Daniel Wallace, who is a Christian, tried to say, and made a pretty good case for this, that the Gospel of John, it says that is something that's there. Like it's talking about the Pool of Bethesda and these porticos that are there currently at the time of writing. And he says that the porticos would not have survived the siege of Jerusalem in 70 at the end of the First Jewish-Roman War. So therefore, as long as John is after 70, which we can definitively prove, and is, if you want to go off the consensus, that's the consensus is that it's after 70. That means that the porticos that it's talking about being currently there would not be something Jesus would be able to see. So it's anachronistic. It's something that shows that Jesus literally could not have done that because they don't show up until about 100 years later. So yeah, just using actual archaeology, we can tell that the Bible makes big mistakes where it definitely shouldn't be. Especially if it's coming from somebody like John, who's supposed to be a Jewish person from that area at that time. Which is really weird because the entire book itself, including John 5, references the Jews as if the author is not one of them.
Well, he would be considering the Jews as the synagogue of Satan.
No, that would not be the
As
Gospel of John
as
saying that.
as the Christians would be the new Jews, so to speak.
Cool. Well, that's not at all a concept there in the Gospel of John. So, no, that's a later concept that shows up later. Much later, actually.
Well, I mean, Jesus himself called them the synagogue of Satan.
Cool.
Cool. Okay.
John himself still would have been Jewish, ethnically. Also, it's written in Greek, so really weird that even if John was somebody who wrote that he would have been writing it in Greek, seeing as he was someone who spoke Aramaic and a fisherman by trade, so wouldn't be able to write a religious treatise in another language. It's also really weird that Acts 4:13 says that John was illiterate, so he wasn't able to read or write in Aramaic to begin with.
So you think the first manuscript of John's we found was John's manuscript? We just found it in it.
No, not at all. I didn't say that at all. I have no idea where you fucking got that. Do you have anything else before you decide to crash out?
The Shroud of Turin.
Okay, cool. Shroud of Turin dates to the 1300s. Do you have any evidence of it prior? Also, the Gospel of John literally contradicts it, saying that Jesus was wrapped in strips of linen with a napkin over his face, which would be completely different and two different things. Two different sets of cloth, while the shroud is just one. So the Gospel of John that we were just talking about debunks what you just brought up. So do you have anything else before you go ahead and go?
No, the Shroud of Turin is legit, and
no, it's not. Anyways, do you have anything else?
I will debate you on the Shroud of Turin.
All right. Well, the Shroud of Turin has a face that looks like this, and unfortunately, that's not what a face would look like. If you get the imprint, you end up with something like this. Looks like the Mask of Agamemnon. This is the Mask of Agamemnon, and it's pretty obvious that any kind of burial mask or anything like that would get the sides of the face, where unfortunately the Shroud of Turin does not have that. We see the face as if you were looking at it because they used a bas relief, which is found in the medieval culture and everything. That's the artwork that they used quite a bit. On top of that, I believe it's 2019 study that was published by Oxford in the Archaeometry journal actually went over how a bas relief was actually used, because a 3D object would have, like a body, would have yielded this particular image here on the left. It would have yielded this particular image for the body as opposed to anything over here. The arm itself is actually elongated, with the fingers of Jesus being all the way over here to the side of his leg to try to hide his junk. It's pretty clear that this is just artwork. On top of that, the Catholic Church has reversed its official decision or official statements about it or position on it in 1988, whenever the different labs that they requested take a look at the Shroud of Turin came back and said that it was from the 1300s, which consequently is, or coincidentally, the same time that we get any writings about it. We get 3 writings in the 1300s, none earlier than that says that the Shroud of Turin is available. They all say that it's found in Lire, France, a town that only has 111 people to this day. And the Catholic Church initially said that it was bullshit, but once it became popular, it was moved to Turin, Italy, where the shroud was put on display. It's now in a box kind of behind some glass and stuff. Nevertheless, it is definitely fake. There has been no testing whatsoever that shows that it's from the 1st century. The weave itself of the shroud is 3-to-1 herringbone weave, which requires the technology of a loom that was only available in the Middle Ages and not in the 1st century. If you wanted to take
That's
a look
not
at any
true.
kind of yes, if you want to take a look at any kind of pollen, no, it's not. 3-to-1
It's a
herringbone
first
was not
century
one that was
Jewish
used back then.
herringbone weave.
No, 3-to-1
Yes, it
herringbone was
was.
not used at that time. Also, and impossible, by the
Yes,
way.
it was.
That being said, the pollen on the shroud itself was also found all over the world, and any kind of claim that it was only from the Israel, Palestine, Judea kind of area is bullshit, considering we also have pollen from South America and Australia, as well as the DNA of a marine worm off the coast of Canada. So it is very clear that people have come all over the place to take a look at it.
Even
But
though
nevertheless,
majority
this
of
right
the,
here is no. The majority of scientists say that it is absolutely bullshit, and it is from the 1300s. There is only one particular group that seems to keep making any kind of claims about it, and this is a conservative Catholic group that actually had to retract their 2014 study that said that they tested the blood after scientists came in and said, no, you fucking didn't. You were just lying and you didn't do anything scientific. They actually retracted their article and then came back in 2022 with a new study that said it was from the 1st century using a method that had literally never been done ever before. The shroud was the guinea pig. So no, there is no evidence that it's from the 1st century, a ton of evidence for 1300s, and also it is artwork because a face or a 3D object like a body does not appear like that. It is bullshit. Do you have anything else before we move on? Sounds good. And he left. All right. Kitty Wobo. And I'm sorry for unloading on that guy. If you're like, oh, you shouldn't have unloaded on that guy. No, we talked about the shroud earlier. It's dumb. It's from the 1300s. Kitty Wobo, what you got? Kitty Wobo? You there?
Hey, I don't know if I'm supposed to be talking right now. Or you were talking to Kitty.
Well, Kitty Wobo was supposed to start talking, but I don't think I can't hear Kitty. That may have been an accident. Kogod, really quick before we get to you. Let's see here. Over on YouTube, there was a super chat here that said, let's see. Give me 1 second here. There's a super chat that said, it was $5 from Mario Batley. Thank you very much. Said, your logic is funny. You use the Bible as authority to disprove the Bible. Well, yeah, that's called an internal critique. What else would I use? Hey, apples are wrong because of apples. That's not how that works at all. There is a response to this. It says, you do know what an internal critique is, right? Yeah. Yeah, that's a really stupid argument that doesn't make any sense. Yeah, like you wouldn't be able to disprove Harry Potter unless you acknowledge what is said in the Harry Potter books. That wouldn't... What? That's not how any of this works. So yeah, it's really simple stuff that people are failing to grasp. Again, if you're over on YouTube and you want to come up on TikTok, that's not a problem. TikTok is how I take guests. You'd have to click the link in the chat or the link on the profile there on YouTube, or you can send over a super chat. I promise I will read it. It might take a second because I'm, talking to somebody, but I promise I will read it out loud and I will respond to it if you send a super chat there on YouTube. Kogod, what you got? Is it Kogod or Kogod? I don't know how to.
Hey, how you doing? It's a KO God. I made this account a while ago. Yeah, it's kind of immature. But anyway, I've been watching for a while, and I have an argument to bring up. But I was going to ask, when you guys were talking about, I think it's Tacitus, right? He was talking about Pilate or Pilates, so however you saying his name. And yeah. Well, I would say tomato. But he basically, I want to ask you, how could we discredit the time conjecture that really ruins it, but as far as just him labeling Pilates as something different than what he actually was at that time, does that discount like the whole entire, like his entire account? You know what I'm asking? Or do I need to make that a little more
Well,
clear?
I mean, what it does is it calls into question that line to see if we can isolate it and see if it's not him. And when we isolate it because of the red flag, we can see that it's not in the same style that Tacitus writes in. It doesn't come up with anything from Tacitus at all. So it's shown to be something that is added later is the problem. That it's just an interpolation. Yeah. The rest of that passage that talks about the Christians being blamed for the fire in Rome and stuff seems to be legit. It seems to come up as Tacitus.
Right. And I was going to ask you about that too, something I didn't even know about, and I'll make it very quick because I know we're here to debate. But when you said the first author that started writing, the Christian author, he written Latin, right? But you were saying that his account would make it so that like Jesus, like the timeline of Jesus Christ's crucifixion is not even it. It does make sense if you include his stuff because he doesn't even mention it, right?
Wait,
the Christian author that started writing in Latin, and he said he talked about
Tertullian in 200. I think that's who we're talking. Yeah. He makes an allusion or alludes to Tacitus's writings, but he doesn't mention anything about how he said anything about Jesus in there.
Okay. All right. Well, I had to ask about that because I never heard about that guy. So
yeah, Tertullian, he says, consult your history books. We were blamed for the fire in Rome, and he goes on about all the punishments and everything like that were doled out to the Christians, but he doesn't say that like Tacitus said anything about Jesus. He just he acknowledges that they were talked about by Tacitus.
Okay, he acknowledges that who was talked about by
the
Jesus
Christians,
and
the groups. No, the Christians.
Oh, just Christians in general.
Christians. Yeah.
Okay.
And I have no problem with that. Christianity I see as a mystery cult that goes back to about 1st century BCE or so. We have evidence of them being around. It's just they don't have this mythology of Jesus until later on. That's the point.
Okay. Well, would you say that is because Jesus didn't appear until like the later end of the story? And I'm not doing any credit to I'm not the best.
No, Jesus is supposed to be the founder of the religion. So if so either Christianity came from Jesus or Jesus is something that Christianity makes up later. There's only really two options.
At first it was Jewish. I just learned that recently. At first, like if you believed in God before he came supposedly physically as Christ, because then when Christ came, he made that all anew. He said, we're Christ people now, right? That's how it kind of went.
I think.
Okay. Well, I was just, you're the scholar here, so I was asking you.
Well, I'm not really sure what you were asking, really.
Oh, sorry. I mean, when Christ came, that's when it became not a Jewish thing, right? Because you believe in God.
Right. Like it's supposedly like a Jewish offshoot or something, but like no. Christianity is not a Jewish offshoot or anything like that. It has nothing to do with it. The mystery cult itself was completely separate. It's like Greco-Egyptian. It had nothing to do with Judaism.
Oh,
but then later on, Judaism mixes in and they come up with a gospel story. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, the gospel story shows up in the 2nd century after Judaism like mixes with this already established cult. Yeah.
Well, let me ask you your background that because obviously I have a Sunday school teacher. In New York, there's a lot of good churches, I think, but the one I go to anyway. But for you, I don't know what your background is. Were you raised in the churches? Were you were you ever a Christian? Are you just an atheist or missionary? Okay. Mm-hmm. And that you started, and then you saw like the red flags, like you were saying. Well, and now you have the stance that you have now, or do you?
I mean, yeah, you could say that. Yeah. Yeah.
Okay, so you're an atheist now.
What?
I'm trying to establish whether you believe, because you believe in
that. As soon as I get into like what religion or denomination I am, immediately everyone's like, "Oh, that's why he believes what he believes." Mm-hmm.
No, I'm not trying to assert that.
No, it's not you. Yeah. You're asking a sincere question, but everybody else, for the sake of just staying on topic, no, irrelevant.
Yes, sir. All right. Okay. Not important. Well, my argument then, not so much evidence, but this is why I believe that Jesus and Paul were roaming the earth, is not only the Tacitus stuff, which maybe I'll have to throw out now because of what I was hearing earlier. Yeah, tip of the hat. But also, I don't know. I just can't throw out the I'm butchering it. The Pilates pilot. Yeah, pilot. That's all you say. I just can't throw that out because that guy was so prominent in Roman. Like he was like the G. You know what I mean? Like he wouldn't.
I mean,
necessarily.
we have writings about the guy from contemporaries. We have a stone that mentions him and everything. So I mean, he's a real guy, but everything we know about the guy doesn't line up with what the New Testament says. What we know about the guy is that he doesn't give in to mob rule. If the mob is like shouting and acting as if they're going to attack him or something like that and yelling at him, disagreeing with him, he would give signals to have his soldiers go and unalive them. He doesn't care. He doesn't give a shit. But yet in the Gospels, he's somebody who gives into the mob like super easy. Woken up in the middle of the night, he's got to interrogate a guy that he deems innocent, says this guy is innocent, and then he releases a prisoner of the state. Just lets him walk free so that he can crucify an innocent man. That doesn't sound like the Pilate that we have any evidence for.
Well, I thought how that went down with Pilate was that I forgot what you call them. They were the holy men of the time. They were Jewish, the rabbis, right? Rabbis. They basically
no, rabbis don't actually show up until 70. That's another problem. Mm-hmm.
Oh, okay. Well,
yeah, there's a whole bunch of problems.
Maybe
here
I'm
with the story.
informed, but
no. It's not that you're misinformed. Well, I mean, kind of, but not. It's not your fault. It's that like the New Testament tries to present rabbis as being a thing back then, but rabbis didn't show up until 70, which means.
And that's a weird thing too, because I was going to ask you about the translation stuff. You said the translation is not important, but I feel like, people have taken it over and just, like, you know what I'm saying? Like it's what you're saying. I'm not uninformed. I'm just reading the wrong stuff, right? Theoretically, that's what we're debating right now. So like, well, I just didn't know that. I thought basically it was them, the rabbis or whatever you want to say, telling him like, hey, this guy is doing this stuff. And then the dude's like, well, this doesn't threaten my government, so I don't care. You know what I mean? I thought that's
well, yeah, I mean, that's kind of, I mean, Pilate wouldn't care. Why?
Yeah.
I mean,
he would have released him, right?
Yeah.
Right. I thought you were saying it was the opposite. That he was ruthless and he would just kill him.
He wouldn't give in to a mob, is what he's saying. So a mob, but in the New Testament, it tries to say that like the mob of people were shouting, "Oh no, we need you to crucify that innocent person." What?
Okay.
And like, he would have been like, no, like I'm not going to do that.
Right. It doesn't make sense. Romans were great thinkers. They were, reasonable people. So yeah, I can totally see that. there's got to be something to it that okay. So with Jesus and Paul, if they never existed, what is this whole thing to the whole religion? Was it just
like a mythology? I would say it's a mythology that like tries to give it like an origin story. That's all that it is. Like the religion itself was already a thing, most likely connected to Serapis Christus, a deity that was already around. But then you have an offshoot of an offshoot, and it ends up mixing in with Judaism after the Third Jewish-Roman War in the 2nd century, and so Judaism kind of brings about a new layer to this, and so they just kind of develop an origin story for their religion, and they just kind of come up with one there in the 2nd century, just explaining where they got their idea of healing people or their Eucharist, that kind of stuff, baptism.
Okay. All right. Well, I said my argument, and for hope of not getting into deeper conversation, I can't do that on live. Usually, I'm the type of guy I like to talk deep about things. I would ask you about how you think about this or that. But
no worries. Yeah, on this one, we gotta kind of stick to the topic. Yeah. So.
Oh yes, sir.
Yeah, but thank you for coming up.
Last thing, then.
Yeah.
I just want to say, I appreciate. Look, man, I've been watching for the last couple of days, and I gotta say, I thought at first you were kind of rude, man. I thought, oh man, this guy's gonna fucking flame you, man.
I just match energy. Some people come up here and they just give a full chest of confidence, and I gotta have that full chest of confidence right back. And
no, I get
when
it.
I can see that it's not going anywhere,
just joining your chat, I'm sure, just to mess with you. I mean, I'm sure you got it all. But hey, I just want to say, last thing. Mrs. She's one of the people in the chat. We had a little disagreement. I want to say sorry to Mrs. Queen. I was really just I was really curious about the stuff. I wasn't trying to be mean or something, Mrs. Queen Laquifa. I'm sorry. So But I will come back with some more information, maybe like next week, and we could talk again. All right.
All right. Sounds good. Sounds good. Thanks for coming on, man. That was a KO God, everybody. KO God. Probably the best thing to come out of New York this whole this whole week. I say that as a Pacers fan, so please. Anyways, I'm from Texas, but I'm not. I'm Spurs are all right. Yeah, all right. Really quick before I get over to Kitty Wobo, there was a super chat there from Andrew Barnum 549. $1.99. Thank you very much. And then Coke Ward 2000, or no, sorry, 1000 for $1.99. Thank you for that super chat. And then there was a $5 super chat. Thank you very much. This is from Dead Channel Dragon that said, Jesus existed, but was a scapegoat via the Romans to increase their rule. And Paul, being in Roman jail, told him what to say. It's all propaganda. I've never heard that explicit Paul part, I don't think, but I do know what you're talking about. It's like Roman providence is the idea that like it was almost like a psyop kind of thing to create Christianity or create the Gospels or create the story of Jesus or blah, 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 blah. That is not the case. In no way, shape, or form did the Roman government have anything to do with Christianity or Jesus or anything like that. That's not a thing. In fact, Christianity had already been around by the time that the Roman Empire really becomes aware of it. Pliny the Younger completely destroys the idea that the Roman government was behind anything from Christianity because of the fact that they are very confused as to what to do with it. They don't even really seem to know what's going on behind the scenes, and they're experiencing it for the first time. And Pliny the Younger is the second most powerful man in Rome, and he writes a letter to Emperor Trajan in 111, where he's describing what these Christians are doing, and he's asking, should I continue to, unfortunately, torture and unalive them? And the emperor writes back and says, yeah, that's kind of what you're supposed to be doing. He does say that the Christians are not to be hunted down. They're supposed to get a fair trial. But if they end up being found guilty of meeting without a permit and not worshiping the Roman gods, then they are to be, you're doing the right thing there as far as your punishments go. So the Roman government is very clearly not behind this. If the Roman government wanted people to do that and to be part of this, they would be pushing it, not literally unaliving it. On top of that, if they wanted to get this to be something that the Jews specifically learned in order to trick them, they would write the text in Aramaic or Hebrew, which they don't. They write them in Greek. Or they would have written it in Latin, which is the language they wanted to push, because that's what the actual Romans spoke, and they didn't. Nothing in the New Testament is actually written in Hebrew first, with the exception of like one part, but that's irrelevant. So anyways, then it moves on. Cocord 1000, $4.99 said, thoughts on theory that Gospel of Protomark was originally a Greek mystery play, not even about Jesus, but a healer god. So that's an interesting thing that kind of mixes in Joseph Atwill's Caesar's Messiah concept and a little bit with the Protomark thing. Unfortunately, and I will admit, me and my co-author, we were wrong in Christ Before Jesus because of one thing. There is one particular text that we talk about in there. We talk about quite a bit of Protomark. Protomark is something that had been alluded to by some scholars and alluded to by some researchers in this area or in this field as a gospel that was around in its early stages prior to Marcion. Unfortunately, we were able to reconstruct it based on the reconstructions of Evangeline and everything, and then we ran it against, in Greek, against the rest of Mark, and we found zero evidence of another author, meaning the Gospel of Mark all shows up together with the exception of the longer ending. And this would have been a little after Marcion is what we say. If you want to say that the Gospel of Mark existed a little bit before Marcion, I'd be open to hearing that. But Proto-Mark itself is not necessarily something that's real. We left it into the book because we didn't want to act as if we never talked about it. We do address it in our next book that's coming up, but it is something that didn't really exist. And then Fred Usai sent £2 who said, can we chat? And yeah, you got to come up on TikTok. The link is in the chat there on YouTube. And one more super chat, $4.99 from Jorge Gonzalez or George Gonzalez says, just go debate Sam. I don't know who Sam is. I don't know who that is. Is that Sam Shamoon or something? I don't know who that's supposed to be. Says, if this is entertainment, it's very good. However, I'm intrigued, curious, how many hours have you spent researching? A lot. I don't know if I ever put it down to hours. A lot. Me and my data science co-partner, we got a book on the topic. It's called Christ Before Jesus. The link's on YouTube and in my bio here on TikTok. But anyways, Kitty, what you got? Kitty, you're really quiet.
Oh my God, can you hear me?
No.
Can you hear me now?
It's really quiet. Yeah, I can hear like tapping, but I can't hear. I heard that. It's like some little scream or something.
What the fuck? Why can't you hear me?
I mean, I heard it. I can hear you, but it's really muffled. It's like you're in your pocket or something. Do you have headphones on?
No.
Do you have Bluetooth on? Because it sounds like I'm in like your pocket. No.
Hello?
Nah, it's still really quiet.
Fuck. Okay, hold on. Let me grab some headphones. Let me grab headphones. Hold on.
Okay. I have no idea. Let Kitty grab some headphones there.
I'm gonna talk to him again. Watch.
1 second there, Bill. I want to try to get Kitty to come back up here. No, it's still really quiet. I don't know. I couldn't tell you. Yeah, I don't know what to tell you.
So sad right now. I'm so sorry. Well, I hope.
Like I can hear what you're saying, but it's like really quiet.
Okay, so my whole argument is out the window anyways because you're making a bag with your book. I was gonna say, what's the point? I'm also atheist, and I used to.
Making a bag. The book is $3.
No, I mean you're making money. I'm glad that you're making.
It's
money.
$3 on Amazon, and I have a co-author. I make $1.
That's good. No, that's what I'm saying. There's a point to your argument.
That's not the point to the argument. The point is to try to talk to people about like whether or not what they believe is backed up by evidence. Society is benefited if we believe as many true things as possible and stop believing as many false things as possible. I'm not making money off of a book to try to do it.
But does it benefit from that? Because we have the preservation of classical knowledge through monastic copying. We have the
I'm sorry. It's really quiet.
God damn it! Fuck! I'm so sorry, bro. I'm so sorry. Well, I do wish you the best day. I'll come back later with better headphones sometime.
Okay. Yeah, that's fine. I could hear that, but it's just really, really quiet, and I'm afraid people aren't able to hear it. But yeah, if you're able to come back with better headphones, that's great. That's fine. Bill Stampede I think we were talking earlier or something.
Yep. I actually was trying to find stuff about the Sodarium of Oviedo.
Oh,
Sodarium.
oh, you're that guy. All right, cool. What you got?
Yeah. So basically, I found you told me to find which scientist found out that it actually matches perfectly. The first scientist was named Monsieur Golico Rucci in 1965. Also, Dr. Alfonso Sanchez Hermosillo.
So this is something that was discovered in 1965. Is that these things matched?
Correct. Yes, that's the first guy.
So hold up. We're 1965. We're looking at Monsieur, and then what? Who?
Giulio Ricci. Ricci.
What's his first name?
Monsignor. Monsignor.
Okay. All right. Are you talking about this guy here? Like the Reverend Monsignor Philip Ricci?
Yeah, he was the first one to discover the match. Then you had
this guy is not a scientist. This guy is a Catholic priest.
Correct, but he found the match. Then
Dude,
you can laugh.
dude, okay.
I have five more scientists here. Hold on. Let me just tell you the names.
This is not.
I'm just telling you the first guy to find the match.
This is not going the way that you thought it would. Like, I asked you to find the scientist that actually showed it because you claimed that it had been scientifically proven to be a match. And the first person you bring up is not a scientist who did not have any article on this, who in, I guess, 65, when he was 30 or so, he's a Roman Catholic priest who just talks about it. He's just part of the Archdiocese of Philadelphia, dude. Why do I care about this?
Okay, Dr. Alfonso Sanchez Hermosillo, George Manuel Rodriguez, Manuel Angel
Okay. Is this a scientist who found this or something?
This is a mathematical Miguel Angel Acer
Okay,
Benitez.
slow down. So you're saying that the person you're saying, this doctor who you just mentioned, is a scientist who found that there is a match between some sheet that apparently has Jesus' face or something like that from 700 and the shroud. That's what you're saying.
So, correct. They match the shroud.
So what? Slow down. What is this guy's name? What's this guy's name?
I have Dr. Jose Delfin Villalin Blanco.
Thank you very much. So Delfin Villalin Blanco, you said?
Yep, positioning the facial stains as a facial perfectly.
Okay. So this is Dr. Jose Delfin Villalin Blanco. Okay.
Correct.
And what does he say?
That the positioning of the facial stains
are
perfect match to the shroud.
Okay. So that's what he says.
Analysis and pollen.
Okay. And where does he say this?
Well, I'm just telling you that you told me to find the doctor.
And he says that there's a connection between the two?
Correct. That they match perfectly.
Okay, so this is the paper, really fast. This is the paper from, let's see, there's the citation. This is what we're talking about here. Oh no, this is 2023. So I tried to find it. This is apparently it's citing him. This is from this document here, and an analysis of the DNA and hematological findings. It mentions him, Jose Delfin Villalin Blanco, in this paper. And here's the abstract. So I don't see Blanco mentioned here quite yet, but what it ends up saying is DNA analysis performed at the University of Padua traced the path across Europe from Jerusalem to Turin by examining the surface pollen. On its journey, many people venerated it and added their DNA to what was already present. Contamination is extensive. More studies need to be done. We are examining the only remaining evidence of a violent crime. If there is evidence of the unique similar origin, their implications are more than theological. Even scientifically and medically speaking, it is more than a matter of faith. It is already a legend. So in other words, no. This is a paper that here, because it must mention this Blanco guy at a certain point. Yeah, it cites him. It's part of a citation here. Citation 52. Let's see. Monsieur Ricci in 1985, not 65, but 85, was the first clergyman to step forward and suggest that both fabrics originated with the same individual. Yeah. It says, of course, they have been studied individually and independently in their respective countries. Extensive studies of both demonstrate that the blood stains superimpose. More studies had demonstrated head positioning in order to determine the direction of blood flow post-mortem. Yeah, so I mean, this is chapter 4 of this paper that came out this is published by Harvard in, where does this date to? In November of 2023. This is from Dr. Paul Dreshnik, and he cites the people who you were talking about, and he says that like more studies need to be done. It's not conclusive, and the implications are more than theological, is what he says.
I have a mathematician also, Miguel Angel. That
cool. A mathematician wouldn't make that
match the blood.
A mathematician doesn't make any sense there.
Miguel Angel Acer Benitez mathematically matched the blood.
That doesn't make any sense.
He's not a mathematician.
Oh, Okay.
Well, maybe not to you, but if you look up Miguel Angel Benitez, Asier Benitez,
Okay, so it sounds like what you've done is you've found a whole lot of things that are from like a long time ago that have either been debunked or are claims from like Catholic priests. So you're going to have to do a bit more digging before you come back up. Okay.
And another thing, you said that the box of James was also a forgery, but that guy Golan was acquitted, so he was actually not.
No, he was acquitted of everything except for 2 different things. That being said,
he was acquitted
the actual
of forgery charges.
Yeah. So there was about 80 different charges that were brought against him. 2 of them.
Forgery is the only one that matters for me.
Okay. Well, unfortunately, the actual thing that like scholars look into is not just like a court case per se, but it's evidence to see if this is actually authentic. While the James ossuary and the James name itself is Jacobus is just a name from that time anyways, but because of the fact that the James name is mentioned on the side of the box, they accept that it's the brother of Jesus that seems to have been added later. You can look that up from literally multiple scholars.
I heard that, but then there's paleographer.
Anyways, do you paleography wouldn't have anything to do with it because the reason why they doubt that is because it's in a different handwriting. So paleography wouldn't have mattered. Paleography at best would say, hey, the style of writing itself could match a certain time period or something. But considering the fact that scholars say that it's different because it's different from the rest of the writing shows that it must have just been added later. Paleography wouldn't help in this case if they've already determined that it's not the same handwriting as the first person. Paleography was already used. So at best, they would just say, hey, it was added at this time period.
As far as the Siderium, there's also 3 more doctors that I have here. I don't know if you want to go through them, but they're right here. Dr. Alfonso Sanchez, also Miguel Rodriguez.
Why are they all like Italian or like Hispanic? Like, is it because like that's going to be the highest level of like Catholic concentration?
Does
like,
it matter where they're from?
No, well, kind of, because I mean, at the end of the day, if it's a whole bunch of like Catholic people who are trying to prove something using pseudoscience, it's not going to get very far.
Some of these people were atheists and became Christians while they were doing the discoveries, bro. Because it was too
they
much
wouldn't
evidence.
have mentioned that, and they wouldn't have mentioned that in their papers. That doesn't make any sense.
No, they didn't mention the paper. I saw a documentary on one of these.
Okay, so what paper?
What
paper is this? What paper is this?
Okay, hold on. The one I'm talking about right now is the Dr. Alfonso Sanchez Hermosillo. He was another doctor that.
What's the? How do you spell last name? I got Alfonso Sanchez. What's the?
HERMOSILLA.
Okay. He's okay. All right. So is this the guy here? On I'll pull up his Google Scholar thing here. It says he went to Catholic University of San Antonio in Spain. He's literally a Catholic university.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. And also noted on academia.edu as an independent researcher. He's the one who came out with a study on this.
Another study, yes. Listen, I know it's detrimental to prove. If in fact the Siderium of Oviedo was the same match as the Shroud, because then it would eliminate the medieval.
And so what paper
Bologna.
says this here? I think maybe I found this. Maybe. It's on researchgate.net here. Let me see if I can get into this here. All right. Is this from this guy? This is something that's posted on something. It's not peer reviewed or anything, but it's posted. It's January 2015. It's just something that's posted on this link, and that's fine. You know, I'll take a look at it to see what it says. But it's just saying in 1989, started researching about the Siderium, developing pioneer research. The pioneer research started by Ricci, who is a member of the Papal Curia and president of the Roman Center of Synology. So it's again, it's all just a bunch of like Catholic people who are just like in a circle jerk. Furthermore, he was a scholar of the Gospel of St. John, the reading of chapter. Yeah, I mean, this is just verses in the Bible given now. This made him look for a second funerary linen used to wrap the corpse of Jesus of Nazareth. Yeah, that's all that it is. The similarity of the shape of the stains, okay, and its size with the Shroud of Turin made him think that he had really found the relic, which St. Joan mentions from the forensic anthropology and forensic medicine point of view. All the information discovered by the scientific research is compatible with the hypothesis that the Shroud of Turin covered the corpse in the same person. Yeah, but this is just something that's just kind of, it's just published somewhere.
There's also George Manuel Rodriguez Almanar. I can keep going, bro. There's a bunch of doctors that keep talking about it. The match of the shroud matches, and it traces back to 700 Spain. And that's
no,
where it
at
originally
best, what you're finding here is you're finding a whole bunch of people who just kind of are repeating some old claims from the mid 1900s. That's the problem. That's literally what we just pulled up here. And then the mid to the late 1900s, it's just a whole bunch of Catholic people who are saying, hey, I'm a priest and I looked into this and trust me. That's literally what we just read, was somebody who published a paper on a site where you can just like put it up there and it makes it look legit. But nevertheless, all that it is just saying, hey, there is a priest who was really into this and he claimed to find something. And I put it in my PDF.
So you're telling me the Siderium Oviedo does not match the shroud exactly?
What? Yes. And also on top of that, yes, I'm saying that. Also on top of that, there's been no study whatsoever that shows that this is actually from the same thing, because again, the Shroud of Turin itself has been debunked, so it wouldn't make any sense.
It has not been debunked,
It has.
bro.
Again, the face itself would not look like this. I don't know how many times I got to try to get it through your skull that the face would not look like that.
Bring out the mask. Show me the mask. I'm just going to tell you something. High levels of ferritin and creatine in the blood.
Yeah.
The bilirubin was off the charts. So
The
if you're telling me that
and the schnozberries taste like schnozberries. Unfortunately, it doesn't matter. Even if they used blood from an animal or even a human, that doesn't mean that this is something from the 1st century. In no way, shape, or form does it have any effect on what I'm talking about here. We can use a variety of different. Listen, it is medieval because it dates to the 1300s and it's fake, dude. Like the face itself would not look that way, even if we used blood to paint it. It doesn't matter. It doesn't, even if whatever they're using is an actual human being or anything like that, covered in blood, it wouldn't get that face. That's what I'm saying. We can look at it and know that it's fake just based off of the shape of everything on the image. The way that it is depicted there is indicative of using a bas-relief or just being artwork, because the face should not look this way. It would end up looking like this.
What kind of art?
A bas-relief.
No, but what kind of art is it?
An image, like a painting, using blood.
There's no scientist that can say that this can be replicated in any way.
In fact, they have done it. Luigi Marichelli has done it in 2009. He's the most famous replication of it. It has been done multiple times,
without burning
actually.
it. Not without burning it.
That's exactly how they make it look antique. That was the point.
I understand that no matter what I say, you're not going to agree to it.
That's because what you're saying is bullshit and everyone in here knows it. I'm doing you a favor at just having you up here and not disconnecting you. Do you have anything else that you would like to supply for evidence for Jesus or Paul?
The last thing I have is in the Middle Ages, when they marked the art, any kind of art with Jesus, the holes are in the hand. This one has it in the wrist. No other place has it in the wrist. Any art that you can find has Jesus with holes in the hand, because that's what the medieval people thought to depict Jesus at. The shroud has the nail in his wrist with his thumb folded in, because when you nail it in the wrist, it moves your thumb in.
What? Anyways, no. Regardless of if that was the case, there's not any indication that the actual holes are there anyways. So no, it's not even true.
There's wide-angle X-rays that they did in DNA microbiome that traces in the Middle East and Indian lineages.
No, there's also the DNA of the marine worm that lives off the coast of Canada, so nothing like that is going to prove it either.
There was
nice
an
try, I
isotope
respect it, but
analysis.
no. No isotope analysis says that it's from the 1st century. That is bullshit.
There's no. Just look up isotope analysis from flat
Okay.
stews from the
At
lunar.
this point now, it sounds like you're really going hard in the paint, and you're really falling for a conspiracy theory that the shroud is actually from like the
I'm
first century.
giving you
All the
science,
evidence,
bro.
no, all the scientific evidence suggests that it is from the 1300s. You haven't given me anything scientific that suggests that it's the same person or the same blood or the same figure or anything like that from the 700 little face napkin or whatever. So no, man,
I have
it's
6 more
done.
scientists, but I'm not even going to go through them because I know you're
Sounds
just
good.
going to dismiss.
Yeah, I'm going to dismiss them because in no way, shape, or form have you actually given me anybody who actually said that this is a legitimate thing, other than just like Catholic, pious Catholic wannabes or some Catholic priests who just say that they have an opinion of this particular shroud. It's not how we get to anything when it comes to the Shroud of Turin. But the Catholic Church itself does not agree with what these people are saying. The Catholic Church stops ever since 1988 study that they asked for. They have stopped short at saying that it is real because they understand that it is not real. So no. Anyways, if you have any evidence for Jesus or Paul, come on up. I want to hear from you. I want to hear from you. Come on up now. You hear? Come on up now. All right. Let's see here. Over on YouTube, I know that there's some people over there who may be wanting to come up. Let me actually check the chat here. Let me check the chat. Normally I check the super chats there if people send them, but let me check the chat. Do the puppy thing again. I need a voice clip. People in the chat said, but after this life, he's yours? I'm not even really sure what he's talking about. Someone said, Josephus? I got you. I've studied this. Still more people talking about the Shroud of Turin as if that's a real thing. Karl Marx never existed. Karl Marx, I don't even know who that is. Who is that supposed to be? That sounds like a cross between maybe Marx and Kevin Max. Kevin Max absolutely existed. And Kevin Max is one of my favorite singers from CCM. And if you know who Kevin Max is, you know that he has a very good and very, very unique voice. All that vibrato. It's crazy. Yeah, I think they mean Marx. Yeah, they mean Marx. Anyways. Carl's Jr. Marx. I went up. Well, Freedom Fighter, if you want up, you request up. The request button should be right about there or down there here on TikTok. If you're on YouTube, you can click the chat, the link to in the chat to come over to TikTok and have a conversation. That's fine too. I've met Kevin Max. That's pretty awesome. We have the meat. Oh yeah, we do. We do have the meat.
Arby's, we have the meat.
It's true.
That's why they call him Black Salami.
All right. What is going on? Overthrow the oligarchy.
Hey.
Hey.
Nothing. Literally nothing. I just have like a random question about your book.
Okay.
I agree with your prompt. I just wanted to know if you had heard of the new Mayhem Marketplace and if your book was going to be available on there for sale.
I don't know what that is.
It's kind of like it's a new app for creators and sellers to sell their merchandise or services, but it's kind of like the people's version of Amazon or Etsy.
Maybe.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'd look into
That'd be cool. If it goes on there, I would buy it from there. I don't do Amazon though.
Sounds good. It is on Barnes and Noble if that helps. I don't know.
Maybe. I haven't dug into Barnes and Noble and their
Yeah,
politics and their morals and ethics, but
it's kind of just
I
a
would be willing to
bookstore.
take
I
a look.
mean, you know, Barnes and Noble,
Yeah.
they're just kind of there.
Trying to be a conscious shopper.
No, I understand. I understand. I mean, obviously it's a corporation, but I mean,
Yeah, yeah.
it's not like Amazon.
It's
but
not
it's
Amazon.
Still,
Yeah.
yeah. Anyways,
Okay, for sure. That's it. All right. Have a good day.
but yeah, I need to check that out though. Mayhem Marketplace. I'll
Mayhem
circle
Marketplace.
it.
They have a TikTok page on here. That's how I found out about it. But there's an app separate from here. Apparently, they're trying to do something with music too, to like have a like kind of replace Spotify as well. So it's kind of like an all-in-one.
Interesting.
Like you have your own website. It's like $5 a month or $50 for the year as a seller to like create your own web page. It's pretty cool. Yeah, put that thing on there.
Yeah, someone in the chat said Christ. They were asking what the book is called. The book's called Christ Before Jesus. The ebook is just $3. We're not looking to get rich off of this thing, and you can't get rich off of this thing. That's how that works. Especially if Jeff Bezos takes $1 of the $3, and I've got to share it the rest. So, me and my co-author, our book is $3 on Amazon. There is a print version. The print version is like, obviously, it's more expensive than just downloading a book, but it's like
Yeah.
$14.99 or something. It's like $15 for the print
That's
version.
the one I would want to buy.
Yeah.
Yeah,
But
yeah.
yeah, they have like certain minimums or whatever that we have to put the book for, and a certain minimum for the print version. It's yeah. And then there's also there is an audiobook read by me and my co-author as well. So so people can check it out that way. But thank you for coming up though, and I will check out that
alright.
marketplace.
Okay, cool. Have a good day. I don't know how to go away.
Oh
Can
no,
you-
I got you.
can you-
Actually, no
Okay,
wait, I'm
thank
gonna
you.
yeah, I got you.
Okay.
Okay. Let's see. The next person up is apparently somebody already came up here. The servant of the Most High God. What you got?
Hi, good morning, guys.
All right.
Um,
Good morning.
so I see that I actually brought a copy, and I'm kind of going through it, and I see that your book actually proves the Christian faith.
Oh, my book proves the
Can you
Christian
hear me?
faith. Okay, yeah, it's kind of going in and out
Yeah.
there, but
Okay.
yeah, what were we saying? It proves the Christian faith. Thank you.
Yes.
Oh, okay. Enlighten me.
Because okay, so you wrote your book based, on the premise that you're an atheist. You don't believe in God.
It doesn't really discuss anything really about God, really, or the existence of God, really. Why?
Because the Lord Jesus Christ is real and he is God. So you're trying to prove him as,
Okay.
as you mentioned in your book, you're saying that you're trying to prove him based, without the supernatural miracles. So you're looking for, someone who will live the life of a human being versus God Almighty.
I think.
Does that make sense?
Kind of. Yeah. Okay. Thank you. So
And
what's your what are you getting at exactly? Did you read the
God
book?
is re- Yes, I'm going through it.
Oh,
And
okay.
yes, yes. Your
Okay.
book, most of the works that you include, that you kind of use to disprove Christianity as a faith, they're works by non-Christian secular writers.
I mean, we just have to look at the Bible itself and see the contradictions, and therefore the natural Jesus presented doesn't exist. So, I mean, I don't even have to go out of the Bible to show that Jesus didn't exist.
Okay, so if you were looking to prove God Almighty, what would you be doing then?
I'm not
What would
trying
be
to
the-
disprove God Almighty. I'm trying to disprove that Jesus existed.
I mean, he existed, and there's accounts
What's
of
the evidence
Christianity.
of this?
Well, your own book shows that throughout the centuries, there's been written non-Christian works about our faith. You
Okay.
call it Christian cult, right? So it means it was something that was not known by many versus now, it's a faith that's known throughout the world.
I'm gonna keep it real with you, Chief. I don't know what the fuck you're talking about. I really don't.
Really?
No, I have no idea what you're even getting at.
You're in your book as an atheist when you clearly say that, believing in Jesus Christ is a belief, right? Which is our faith. Your first page.
All right. Well, anyways, do you have any evidence of Jesus or Paul, or do I mean, there's a person here that's been waiting for a while, and they seem to have like actual like sense.
Believing in God has sense, Jaron.
Not really. But do you have anything here that's gonna help move along this conversation?
I mean, I don't feel like you don't want to really.
I mean, I want to have a conversation. That's why I'm moving to somebody who's willing to have it. That's the thing. I don't really have a lot of evidence right now that your elevator stops on all the floors.
My elevator steps on the horse.
Yeah.
I mean, you're trying to go against a faith, really.
I'm trying to look at history.
You're okay, and I'm telling you that for anybody who believes and is a true Christian and is, has read the scripture,
As opposed to a fake Christian?
No, as versus somebody that doesn't really believe or doesn't read or doesn't have faith, your book does actually prove Christianity. It fulfills prophecy.
Oh, okay. All right. You're one of those. All right. Well, see you later. Moving on to Ask a Teen Official, which that's not even official. That's Ask a Teen Official.
I know. I spelt it wrong. That's on me.
Maybe you should ask a teen how to spell it.
Oh, yeah. But I'm pissed. Better ask myself. This is an account I tried to. It wouldn't let me come on my other account.
You say ask yourself? How old are you, man?
I'm 16, actually.
Okay, so listen. Anybody under the age of 18, I allow, because you're not supposed to be up here unless you're 18, but I allow for you to have one question. What question would that be?
Yeah, sure. I would just, do you believe in a lot of other things? Because here's the thing, there are a lot of manuscripts, there are a lot of secular sources. I don't entirely agree with everything that she said. I think we all need to just do more research in general. I'm a Christian, by the way, but my question, do you believe in a lot of other sources, right? Do you believe in a lot of other things like ancient China, things like that? Because there are a lot of manuscripts about Jesus, secular sources, there are letters, right? What are your thoughts on that?
Okay, so I'm going to answer your question, and then again, we have to move on because you have to be 18 to be up here. The answer is yes. I believe in other things, most notably things that are going to be proven using archaeology. And, we can actually dig up things, we can date things, we can see things, see remains of people, and all these different things. Then from archaeology, the next level down for your different like standard or different things that you can be sure of, or the different ways that we can be sure of something happened or people existing, is writings written about the events or the places or the people. These are going to be maps, lists, receipts, sometimes just documents just of daily life, historians, letters from people, letters to people that stylometrically come back as them and don't include anachronisms or anything else, especially if the content talks about things that are going on at the time or places. Yeah, so basically writings from contemporaries is what I'm saying. And then you finally get down below that, or not finally, but below that you get writings that are from contemporaries, this written shortly after an event or shortly after someone dies. Then after that, you get writings that cite their sources, but at least the text or the author of the text is saying who they are and when they're writing and who they're citing as their source for this material. Then after that, you get crazy stories filled with magic and anachronisms that the author doesn't identify themselves and doesn't identify when they're writing or anything like that. And that's what the Gospels are. It's stories that we get over 100 years after the supposed death of Jesus, that include anachronisms, which make it historically impossible, geographical problems, which make it like physically impossible, contradictions, which make it physically impossible, and it includes magic and stuff like that. So it's pretty bad. But anyways, thank you very much for coming up. I can't have you up unless you're at least 18, up longer than like a question or something. All right. If there's anybody else who has any evidence for Jesus or Paul, come on up. Come on up. Alrighty. Let's see. We're looking for people who think that Jesus or Paul existed. If we've got any evidence for Jesus or Paul, come on up. The request button should be right about here or right down here. There on TikTok. If you're on YouTube, you can either send a super chat or you can click the link to request up over on TikTok. I take guests over on TikTok. YouTube doesn't have that ability. So just hop over onto TikTok. If you don't want to do that, you can send a super chat and I will read it out loud and respond to it. I will respond to it if you send a super chat or request up. Again, we are looking for people who think that Jesus or Paul existed and have evidence for it. That's what we're looking for. Man, that Ask a Teen official seems to be a pretty popular person over there on TikTok. I don't know why, but they seem to be pretty popular. Seem to be. Don't talk to adults on the internet. Oh, God. My brother's keeper says, somebody mentioned Jeebus. Where are you at? He did sound more mature than more teens. I mean, if he had told me that he was a little older, I would have probably believed him. Askateen says, well, listen, brother, I don't know what that says. Effective view, but there is, I don't know what that means. Effective view, but there is plenty of other things out there for Christ. Okay. What is going on? Aaron Pinton. Pinton or Pinton?
Hey, how are you doing, buddy?
Hey, doing good. What you got, man?
I'd like to talk more about like just the premise of your title of your book, Christ Before Jesus, because that's a larger theoretical theology question of like, did Christ come before Jesus? Where does Jesus land? And I think it kind of hinges on whether you believe the Trinity or that there is one God, which I would be in the one God camp, which is a totally different.
How would that have anything to do with whether or not he existed in history?
It doesn't in history, no.
Oh, well, that's what I'm
Christ
talking about.
before Jesus. That's what I don't. I was just trying to understand more about what the title of your book is. Christ before Jesus.
It's just that there was a Christ that was worshipped. A Christ deity was worshipped by the Christians prior to the Jesus mythology being written in the 2nd century.
Okay, I haven't read your book honestly, but I don't understand like what do you mean Christ versus Jesus? I don't understand the difference.
The Christ is a title. It means anointed, and it applied to different gods and people well before Christianity even showed up.
Yeah, definitely, and that's I agree with you there. I just don't understand how we could refute that Jesus was real when he's one of the most like documented, talked about people ever in history.
What does that have to do with anything? Zeus is also really well talked about.
Yeah, but Jesus, I mean, everyone's really well. There's plenty of people in history that are really well talked about. I mean, how do we know Hitler was real? We don't know anybody who lives
pictures.
that never saw Hitler.
Yeah, we have a string of people who were contemporaries to each other who talk about him, and then we have his own writings. So
I think
nice
a better
try.
example
We also
is
have
probably
pictures.
Caesar Augustus.
Caesar Augustus. We also have contemporaries of him who write about him.
Sorry, what do you mean by contemporaries?
People who existed at the same time.
So how do we not have that with Jesus when we have John?
Because we don't.
Matthew,
Where do we have anybody who says that there were these people? Like we can take it from Matthew. Where in Matthew does it say it's been written by Matthew?
Or no, John 1:7.
What?
John 1:7.
John 1:7. Okay. We're just gonna pull up all of John here. Just probably make it easier. All right, let's see here. Do you have a particular? No, fuck it. We're just gonna go in
KJV preferably, but I mean,
okay.
whatever.
So you're one of those people. Okay, so we're gonna go ahead and pull up this here. This is John 1 in the King James Version, John 1:7. And the same came for a witness to bear witness of the light, that all men through him might believe.
So John is referring to himself as a witness.
You think that this John is John, the author of John? Is that what you think?
There's two different Johns, right? There's a John that is there's the Apostle John, right? It's easy to get these confused, and sometimes I do, and that may be an honest mistake.
Okay. Yeah,
there
this is the John
the Apostle John, and there's a separate John.
Yeah, sweet. So this is the John that baptizes.
John the Baptist or John?
What? No, John the Baptist did not write the Gospel of John. The John that is saying there is not. This is not. In no way, shape, or form is this the author talking about himself. This is the person. This is talking about John the Baptist. It goes on to literally discuss this John.
Oh yeah. It's saying that John was the forerunner and he came before Christ. Okay, I pulled that out of context probably. Then that's my bad.
Okay. So nowhere in the Gospel of John does it say it's written by John. Nowhere in Matthew does it say it's written by Matthew. And Mark and Luke, not only does it not say it's written by Mark and Luke, but on top of that, they're not even disciples.
Okay. But why? Then there's also a bunch of prophecy that comes in the Old Testament.
That's not evidence that somebody existed. You'd have to explain that they existed in order to fulfill it. So even if there was a prophecy, which I'm not going to grant you, but even if there was a prophecy in the Old Testament about Jesus, explicitly about Jesus, you'd have to show that he existed before I'd accept that it was like something that we could use as evidence for him. Because I mean,
so, and here's another issue that I have. A lot of like what you're saying is not true about Jesus comes from the Catholic faith, which I would contest that Catholicism is a false religion.
I don't give two shits. That's older than any religion or just about any version of Christianity that you can think of. So I don't.
The first Christians were called first in the Book of Acts. They were called Christians first in the Book of Acts.
Oh, okay. You're talking about the Christians that are mentioned in Codex Sinaiticus as Christians with an E.
Yeah, I think.
Okay, that would be the Christians that are mentioned in Tacitus, who are like domestic terrorists, according to Nero in 64, and also mentioned in an inscription in CILVI 24944 that dates between 16 BCE and 37 CE. So very clearly not connected to Jesus.
Yeah, according to Nero, they were terrorists, right? That doesn't mean that they actually were terrorists.
And it literally says in that text that they admitted to it. The only text that ever says that Nero blamed the Christians or the Christians for the fire in Rome says that they admitted to it.
So the first church began in the Book of Acts.
So what evidence do you have that Nero blamed the wrong people?
Nero was trying to persecute
It does not say that.
So...
No, it does not say that. It says that he punished them after they admitted to it and then ratted each other out. So not only are they domestic terrorists in the first century, they're little whiny bitches and snitches.
I mean, what I'm trying to get to, I'm not talking about Nero at this point. I from what I believe, Nero falsely accused Christians of burning Rome, which didn't.
No, it does not say that they falsely were accused of that at all. In fact, it literally says that they admitted to it. The only thing that ever says that the only text from a historian that talks about them being blamed says that they admitted to it and then ratted each other out whenever they were pushed on it.
So the true church, though, began on the day of Pentecost.
Cool. Well, we don't have any evidence that actually happened. Also, Christians predate that.
There is an upper room that you can go visit.
Sweet. In no way, shape, or form do we have any evidence that that was actually the place. In fact, that was not actually identified as the place until about the 4th or the 5th century, so no.
There's Golgotha. There's all kind
No,
of
we do
places
not
you can
actually
go
know where
visit
Golgotha
where there
is.
are real.
The Garden Tomb, which was found in the mid 19th century, it's next to a hill that some people call Golgotha, but that's just something from like the mid 19th century. No one has actually found Golgotha. Golgotha, like the place of the skull, we don't have any evidence that that's even a place.
Okay.
It doesn't say anywhere where it is, like explicitly in the Gospels, and we don't have any maps that actually have it or anything like that until much later. Like
So how do we know
don't have
that?
any.
How do you?
It's
How
not
can
mentioned in the
to
Talmud or
say
the
something
Mishnah
that
or
is
anything like
not
that.
true? You have to prove that it's not true, right? You don't have any proof that Jesus didn't walk the earth.
Oh yeah,
You
I do.
only have
The
proof that
Jesus that's presented in the New Testament couldn't have even existed. On technicality, I win simply because the natural stories of the New Testament contradict each other. Like it says that Jesus is born during the reign of King Herod, who died 10 years before the reign of Quirinius, the governor of Syria, who does a census in 6 CE, which is why Jesus is even in Bethlehem to begin with, which means that it says in the New Testament, in a natural sense, Jesus was born 10 years before he's born, and that's impossible. So no, the Jesus
right,
that's
but you
presented in
said
the New
that Luke
Testament did
is
not
not.
exist.
You said that Luke is not a credible witness. So
Exactly. The
why
whole
wouldn't
thing
we
is
just
not a
throw
credible
Luke out?
witness. I mean, the whole thing is bullshit. Yeah, none of it's
And
credible witness.
you were asking where Luke said that he saw from eyewitnesses. There is a specific scripture in Luke that he says that
Would
he
you
heard
like for
this
me to
from
point it out?
eyewitnesses.
What verse
Oh,
is
I'll
this?
have to find it for you. Give me one sec.
We're going to go ahead and use your version of the Bible. That's the King James Version. It says, "For as much as many have taken in hand to set forth in an order a declaration of those things which are most surely believed among us, even as they delivered them into us, which from the beginning were eyewitnesses and ministers of the word, it seemed good to me also, having had perfect understanding of all things from the very first, to write unto thee in order, most excellent Theophilus." So in other words, he knew things from the very beginning. He did not actually talk to any eyewitnesses or anything like that. On top of
Why
that,
does it
Luke
say
is supposedly a
eyewitnesses
doctor
there?
who travels around with Paul, who was also not an eyewitness to Jesus' life.
No, Paul was not an eyewitness.
Yeah, so Luke travels around with him. So no. Also,
Paul
we can tell that the
saw-
Gospel of Luke is written in the middle of the 2nd century, so even the grandparent of the author could not have actually talked to any eyewitnesses. So no.
Yeah, Paul saw Jesus / God at the road on Damascus.
Is that
right?
when Jesus quotes from Dionysus from the Bacchae, where he says that it's hard for thee to kick against the pricks? Jesus quotes word for word, even going out of his way to use a plural, which wouldn't make any sense there. He quotes word for word from a Greek god that is known for like wine drinking and turning water into wine at parties, as well as a Eucharist style thing, according to Justin Martyr. He quotes
Yeah, and there's
Dionysus.
a lot of we can go back to mythological versus actual, right? There's
Cool.
a lot
Well,
of things
Jesus
that
decided to quote Dionysus. He decided to quote a myth whenever he's talking to Paul. Is that what you believe?
no, because Jesus actually turned water into wine. So
Yeah, cool. That's what
he's quoting
Dionysus is
himself.
said to have done hundreds of years before the story of Jesus shows up.
Right.
In fact,
So
Justin Martyr in the
Jesus
2nd
is-
century
so then
actually
that would be a
explicitly
great
lists that
reason
the
for
story
Jesus
of the
to do the
Eucharist was
miracle,
actually done
right?
before it. No,
That
it
would be a
wouldn't.
great reason for Jesus to do the miracle to show
No, that
that he
wouldn't
is
make any
actually
sense.
God, not their Greek God.
No,
that
that's where
did
they got
that
their
same
story,
miracle.
which is exactly where they got the line in Damascus Road conversion story. Also, the Damascus Road conversion story, actually, we see a contradiction in Acts, where Paul says initially that there was a light that people saw, but they didn't hear a voice. And then in another time, it says that they didn't see anything, but they heard a sound. They heard the voice. So, no, it even contradicts itself in its own book in Acts. So, no.
So
and Acts
you
shows
don't
up in the
believe
middle
that
of the 2nd
Paul was a
century.
real person either? That's part of your book that I didn't understand. Yeah, I see the title. I just want to hear like what do you mean Paul wasn't a real person?
It's a pseudonym at best.
Was Saul a real person?
No. In fact, Shaul, that is mentioned as being his first name, is only really given that because Paul isn't a real name, and there's only one book that even includes the idea that he had a different name. The Pauline letters never say Saul, and it never mentions that he had another name.
But Saul is Paul's original name. Paul is a
No,
made-up
according
name,
to one
basically.
book,
Paul
and
is a
that one book is
name
from
that
the middle
God
of the
gave
second
to
century,
Saul.
and it's the one that actually pulls the most from like things like Josephus and the Bacchae. So it's pretty clearly historical fiction at best. And that's the book of Acts. And that's the only book that says he ever had another name. It's also the only one that actually talks about his conversion story. And like I said, it contradicts itself.
So you can probably tell I am a Christian. I also have the Holy Spirit. So isn't that in a way a proof of what the Bible teaches, that the Holy Spirit is real? If I have the Holy Spirit and got it exactly like the Bible says you would get it,
No, not
isn't
at
that
all. I don't
a
care if the
proof?
Holy Spirit's real, saved you, healed you, or jerked you off yesterday. It doesn't have anything to do with whether or not Jesus was a real person 2,000 years ago.
Well, Father, Son, Holy Ghost, Jesus is encompassing of all of
Cool.
that.
Harry Potter, Ron Weasley, Hermione Granger. I can name 3 things too from a fictional book. It doesn't do anything.
But Harry Potter never gave anyone a spirit or Holy Ghost. Maybe an evil spirit, but not
Cool. Yeah.
a Holy
Somebody who
Spirit.
like really, really, really likes Harry Potter might think that, but most of the time, Harry Potter fans are not crazy like yourself. That being said, just because you like a book about somebody growing up to do magic with their friends doesn't mean that it's any different from Harry Potter.
I'm sorry, how am I crazy?
Because you believe that a fictional book is somehow giving you powers 2,000 years later.
It's been proven through my life, so I don't know how that's a belief.
Yeah, cool. Well,
I
it's
believe
not
that.
proven to anybody else except yourself. You just kind of tricked yourself into believing it. That being said, Jesus is not a real person. Do you have any evidence that he actually walked on this earth 2,000 years ago? Again, I don't care if you think that Jesus is real today. I don't care if you think that God is real. I don't care if you think that like the Holy Spirit's real. Don't care. You guys can have a foursome somewhere else. It has nothing to do with me and nothing to do with this topic. Do you have any evidence that he actually walked on this planet 2,000 years ago as a human being, or at least on foot on this planet?
No, because I wasn't there. I'm not an eyewitness.
Sweet. Well, we don't have
plenty
any
of
other
historical books
eyewitnesses who
about
actually
people
say that
who-
Jesus actually did. So
There's plenty of
that's kind of the
historical
problem.
books about people who are in the same era. How do we know Herod exists?
Because we have coins with his likeness on it, which is how we know exactly what he looked like, that date to his time period. So, no. Nice try. I respect that. We also have contemporaries that talk about him. So, nah, we don't have any of that like for Jesus.
Okay. I mean, I think people's stories are a part of the proof here that there are people whose lives have been changed. People
I
who
mean,
have
that's
been-
fine, but people's lives are also changed because of Star Trek. There's plenty of people who meet their spouses at Star Trek conventions. That doesn't mean anything. Doesn't make Spock real.
People aren't delivered from drugs or alcohol or
There's
any of that
plenty
kind
of
stuff
people
because
who
of
have
Star
watched
Trek.
Star Trek and changed their lives. Yes, that's a real thing. So yeah, people, and in fact, if you want to say that, then you'd have to apply that to all religions, even Scientology. So is Lord Xenu real, and were we really dropped into a volcano a long time ago after the space battle, and with the aliens and the Klingons or whatever the
No,
fuck they
I
are? Yeah,
agree with you
exactly.
on
Yeah.
that. I
So
don't-
whenever
but-
people get their lives changed because some big psychological thing happens to them, or they start being a really big fan of some fictional work, that doesn't mean that the fictional work is somehow true. That would have
And
something
here's
completely
the
a
one thing
completely
that,
different set
that
of
I would
evidence.
say
Mhm.
is even if God or Jesus was not true, I would still be happy living the life that I'm living.
Well, that's perfectly
And
fine. And again, I don't give a shit about the life that you're living because that has nothing to do with whether or not he lived a life.
That's fair. Yeah, that's totally fair. But I believe what I believe for a reason, and I'm not crazy because
Well, you
I'm a
haven't
very
given a
successful
reason for
person,
why this
and-
Jesus actually did exist. In fact, you've just kind of pointed to a whole bunch of things that actually aren't found in the Bible, like the idea that Luke talked to eyewitnesses and stuff like that. You never actually provided a verse. In fact, we went over the verse that I knew you were going to go over, and it doesn't say anything like it. So you don't have a good reason to believe what you believe. You just kind of believe it. That's why it's called faith. Faith is the excuse people give when they don't have a good reason to believe something. Otherwise, it'd be trust.
And the Bible says faith without works is dead.
Yeah, I know.
And I have
The
the works
book
that go
that is
along with
talking about bullshit and wanting you to believe it is going to want you to believe it without questioning. Because
That's
it knows
fair.
it doesn't have any evidence. In fact, Origen, writing in about 230 to 240, Church Father, he actually states that he wouldn't hold it against you if you didn't believe that the New Testament lined up with history. He said that God himself put inconsistencies and contradictions into the text in order to basically show us that it has nothing to do with history and to make us believe spiritually. In other words, even in the early 3rd century, they were recognizing this story doesn't really make a lot of sense.
And that lines up more with what I'm saying, that it's more of a theological thing.
Well,
than
then
it
in that
is
case,
like
you
a
could believe
historical
anything. Then,
thing.
yeah, then you could just believe anything.
Yeah, that's fair. You can, and we get to choose what we want to believe.
Yeah, I know,
And
but
that's
that
why I
doesn't make it
believe.
right. And what you should probably do is stop believing things if there's no evidence to believe it. Because society has benefited whenever we believe as many true things as possible and stop believing as many false things as possible. Like, you do not
See,
exist in a vacuum.
that's where your argument falls apart, though. 'Cause
No,
you're
not at
saying
all.
false.
Because this is definitely a false thing. It is impossible for somebody to exist if the claim is that they were born 10 years before they were
That
born.
is
That's
one person
impossible.
claim out of like 12 books that are written
Cool. We
about
do not have
Jesus.
any. You have not pointed to anything that somehow suggests that any other text about Jesus are more historically reliable when talking about Jesus. You tried to claim that some of the books are
And that's
talking
where you
about, like,
keep going to the historical part, right? You
yeah.
just
So
said,
in other words, you believe that Jesus existed, correct?
I do, yes.
Okay, yeah. So that's false because the Jesus that's presented in the New Testament historically did not exist, but yet you believe that he historically existed. You believe a false thing, and we do not exist in vacuums. What you believe can and will come out in different ways. It will display itself, it will present itself in the world around you in the way that you act, you think, you talk, you vote. Like there's a whole
But
bunch
you
of different. There's a whole bunch of
just
different
as
things.
I haven't proved that Jesus did walk the earth,
Mhm.
you haven't proved that Jesus did not walk.
Again, I've already been over this multiple times. Jesus cannot be born 10 years before he's born. So therefore, the way
But
that
that's
the New
one
Testament.
man's quote that you're taking.
Cool. Do you have
that's
any other? Do you have
incorrect.
any other quote from anybody else who is historically reliable when talking about Jesus?
Do you have a quote from anyone who says Jesus didn't exist that's historically reliable?
We don't need anybody to say that he didn't exist because he didn't exist back then. You wouldn't find anything in the first century. In fact, the first time that we really get too terribly much, like dialogue with Trypho from Justin Martyr, supposedly he talks with a Jewish person named Trypho, and Trypho says, this Christ that you say exists, who may have existed because we don't have any evidence for him, and then he goes on to attack the theology. So even the earliest Christian church father who's writing about this kind of stuff is admitting that there is a massive argument that says that there's no evidence for this Jesus. So I mean, yeah, dude, it's pretty bad. It's really bad. The first time we get any like writing definitively from a non-Christian who's talking about Jesus, it's Lucian of Samosata writing in 166 in his book The Passing of Peregrinus, which is talking about somebody who died in 165 named Peregrinus Proteus. Peregrinus Proteus is a patricidal con man who Lucian said grifted the Christians in the early to mid 2nd century, wrote their books and edited others. Also wrote a bunch of letters to different cities. Does that sound familiar?
It doesn't, but I know there are definitely passages in the New Testament that say, "Beware of
letters from the Christians,
sheep
letters
in
from the
wolf
Christians to different
wolves in
cities doesn't
sheep's
sound
clothing."
familiar to you?
Oh yeah, no. Ephesians, Philippians,
Yeah.
Colossians.
It's kind of how it goes. It's like half the New Testament, and it's pretty clear, like to like Lucian of Samosata, that a patricidal con man grifted the Christians and fell in with them and stuff like that. The Christians actually fell for them. He fell from they fell for him really hard. They called him the second coming of Socrates. And whenever he was inevitably jailed for patricide, they went and gave him food, they gave him money, and they tried to, they actually did bribe the guards in order to go in and have sex with him while he was in jail because he was like a rock star. They gave him positions in the church and made him a bishop and everything. So it's pretty clear that the Christians were able to latch on to just about anything because, again, they were a whole bunch of just loosely affiliated pockets of domestic terrorists from the first century who just, fell for a whole bunch of shit. Like they're gullible fools and miserable wretches, according to Lucian of Samosata.
So and I think that's where we have a bit of disagreement here because what I would say is
History?
the Spirit is what connects all these people.
Yeah,
not,
and that's exactly what Lucian of
not their
Samosata is
belief.
talking about, just falling for anything. And that's what you're still doing today. You're proving it. You're literally proving it correct, that you're just falling for anything without any evidence behind it. And you're just assuming that because you believe it and because so many people's lives have been changed, there must be something real to it. And so you've bought into it. That's literally what Lucian of Samosata was saying that the Christians do. And you're doing it to this day.
I believe it because I have the Holy Ghost. I've received the
Yes,
Holy
that's
Ghost.
what Lucian is talking about. Yep. That's what Lucian's talking about.
How do you receive the gift of the Holy Ghost?
By believing in nonsense.
No.
Mm-hmm.
No.
Do you believe that Jesus existed? Yeah. Do you believe that Acts is a real story?
Yes.
Yeah. So you believe in nonsense. So boom, there you go. Done. Next question.
Could you read Acts 2:38 for me?
No. Do you have any evidence for Jesus or Paul?
Could you read Acts 2:38 for me?
No. Do you have any evidence
Sorry,
to Jesus
I'm
or
not
Paul?
getting excited with you or anything, man. I'm just
Yeah, not a problem. No, I'm not either. Do you have any evidence for Jesus or Paul?
Only what's been lived out my whole life. Yeah,
Okay,
that's the only
so
evidence.
nothing from 2,000 years ago that would have anything to do on whether or not they existed historically, but yet you believe it anyways?
So I guess here's my other question, and this goes back to your book more, is so do you believe that the Old Testament is false as well? Like everything written in the Old Testament is false?
Everything written in the Old Testament is false? The vast majority of it is just mythology. Why? I mean, there's a whole bunch of like poetry, like Psalms is false. What is it doesn't even really mean anything. Proverbs
David
is
a real
false.
person?
David is the only king that I know of that's mentioned in the Old Testament that maybe lived. Maybe. And that's a big maybe.
Saul wasn't a real person?
We don't have any evidence of him.
Okay, so we can all agree. You can agree with me that probably King David did.
Maybe.
And Psalms were probably books that were written by him.
Not at all.
They weren't. I should correct myself. They weren't written by him. They were kind of conglomerate. Good lord, conglomerated by him, right?
No.
He commissioned people, poets and things to write for him.
No.
In this book called Psalms.
No. Not even remotely close. Absolutely.
So who wrote
not even
those?
remotely close at this right time. I have no idea who wrote the Psalms, but they would be hundreds of years after David supposedly died.
How do we know that?
Because that's when they date to. We don't have any evidence prior to that, and at earliest, they are about maybe at earliest 300 BCE. Yeah, somehow, in order for them to be from David, they would need to be really far back, and suddenly they pop up in like 300s or so. We have no mention of them until about the 3rd century BCE. No mention whatsoever of them.
Have you heard of Jesus being called the Son of David?
Have I heard of that? Yeah, I've heard of that.
Yeah.
Why?
So to me, if there's proof that David exists, that is again a tie to Jesus, a way of proving that Jesus exists as well.
No, that doesn't mean anything. That's dumb as shit. I mean, you could say that like, do you believe that? Okay. Do you believe that Adam existed?
Yes.
Okay, cool. So therefore, since he's like the father of all humans, technically going all the way back, if there is a human on the planet, then it must be a descendant of him, correct?
Yes.
All right. So Harry Potter.
Actually, I would say a descendant of Adam.
Yeah.
Actually, a descendant of Noah, because there's another.
Don't give a shit. He would still be Adam.
Right.
Yeah.
Noah's a
so
descendant
therefore, if there's any human that's talked about, it would need to be a descendant there, and therefore it's real using that logic. So Harry Potter's talking about a real person, therefore he must have been a descendant of Adam. Chronicles of Narnia also talk about how like Edmund is a son of Adam. So I guess technically that means that he was real too, because Adam you believe is real. See how that doesn't really work that way? Just because a book says that he's son of David, if you think that David exists, that doesn't mean shit.
Yeah, I mean, we can talk around like how the English language would deal with that, right?
Cool. Yeah. Well, I don't even know which genealogy you'd like to go with to try to say that Jesus was the son of David. There's 2 genealogies that contradict each other that are given in Matthew and Luke. But nevertheless, no, we do not have any evidence whatsoever that
There's
Jesus
actually
existed.
a father's genealogy and a mother's genealogy. Right?
No,
there's the
you are
genealogy that comes from Mary.
No. Which one do you think it is? Because we can take a look here. This is Matthew 1. And we're going to use your King James Version. Here is Matthew 1. It starts giving the genealogy here. All right. So this goes from Abraham starting up here, and it goes all the way down to Joseph, correct?
Yes.
So this is Joseph's genealogy. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay, cool. So now we're going to go to Luke 3, where the other one is found. All right, this one, it works backwards, but it goes from Adam, should have Adam right here, correct?
Yep.
Okay, cool.
Agreed.
All right. right, so we go all the way up here, and this is Jesus himself began to ministry about 30, being, as was supposed, the son of Joseph, which was the son of Heli. So is this Joseph's line or Mary's line?
I believe there is one for Mary, and those may not be
Cool.
the
Yeah,
two.
neither one of them are the one that you think. In fact, the only book that talks about Mary's parents is the Proto-Evangelion of James, and it has completely different names than this.
Was this an accident?
I have no idea. Are you up here? Oh yeah, Joel. He said, "Oh, what's up, Joel?" Yeah. Anyway,
Sorry, Joel.
Sorry.
What happened?
I
think
got
you
an
got-
invite from Dr. Agem. I think it might have been
Oh.
an accident.
Oh, they
but-
may have. Were you talking shit?
No, I requested earlier and you ignored me, so I was really, really hurt.
I ignored you.
Did you not see that?
Oh.
Like way earlier, like an hour
Oh,
ago.
no.
2 hours ago.
I'm sure you can't keep track of an hour ago.
Because at the time, I don't want to interrupt this, but at the time, I just wanted to say that there's a bar in my town called the Shroud of Turin, and they never ever play Kid Rock songs.
There's
They
a
just wanna
bar
give you-
in your town called the Shroud of Turin.
Yeah, it's a very Catholic bar, and they just
What?
like serve red wine, and yeah, and they never play Kid Rock, and they do a Ba with the Boss relief. God damn it! They say it's a Ba with the Boss relief. God damn it!
Okay.
Joel reads Bible, everybody. No, what he meant to say was a ba with the ba relief.
Ba with the ba.
Anyways, that's the I'll finish Joel's joke and make it better. But anyways, that being said, thank you very much to Joel Reads Bible, everybody. Joel Reads Bible. Make sure you're following him. So, Aaron, anyways, the point is, when we talk about this, the genealogies of given in Matthew and given in Luke, both of them go to Joseph. And you admitted this. There's not a single one that goes to Mary. In fact, Proto-Evangelion of James is the only gospel that talks about Mary's father.
No, the
and
Luke
does
one
not mention
actually
it.
is. I think it does go to Mary, but they say Joseph at the end, right?
What? The
So,
Luke one goes.
let's
This is
see,
the Luke one.
3 runs through Jesus. At that
No, the
end.
Luke one says son. What the fuck are you talking about? It's very explicit. So no.
Luke is Mary's genealogy.
No, it's not. It says Jesus himself began to be about 30 years of age, being, as was supposed, the son of Joseph, which was the son of Heli. So no, you are incorrect. We do not have a genealogy of Mary.
It should be the daughter of Heli.
Well, it doesn't say that, does it? Even in the version you wanted me to read, because that's not what it says.
Was supposed of Joseph of Heli. Okay.
I need you to understand that the people who have told you that this is a real story were either duped or lying to you. And chances are they were duped. I'm not going to say that they were like intentionally like trying to deceive
No,
you.
there are people are who intentionally use the gospel to gain.
I mean,
money,
sure,
wealth.
yeah, but nevertheless, you are misinformed because the person who told you about this was also misinformed. And the fact that you had it's very easy to crack open the Bible and see that they didn't make any sense, that shows how misinformed those people were. We do not have a genealogy of Mary.
I don't understand how you can refute how someone's experience. I don't understand.
I don't care about your experience, man. I don't really care. I really don't. But your experience has nothing to do with whether or not Jesus existed 2,000 years ago. And you think that thing that historically you believe happened, and it didn't. I don't care about your experience with whatever you think is Jesus, but that doesn't have anything to do with 2,000 years ago. Like, if Jesus jerked you off yesterday, cool, awesome, hope you came. But I mean, that has nothing to do with whether or not he existed and walked around Judea 2,000 years ago.
And that, again, we're kind of talking in circles here because, like you said, early Christians said that there is contradictories because this is not supposed to be seen from a historical standpoint, but theological
Yeah,
belief based
unfortunately, you
standpoint.
believe that it actually happened historically.
No,
And that's
yeah,
the
I do
problem.
believe that Jesus walked the.
Well, see, that's the problem. Like, if you want to say that this is just like a metaphor, this is just a story, or it's an analogy, or it's just a mythological story that serves as like some way to teach a certain point, that's fine. Cool, whatever. But it didn't happen historically, and that's the problem. You think that it did. You're not on here just saying, hey, Jesus never existed, but the story's nice.
And that's part of what I said before is like, even if Jesus didn't exist, even if all of this is false, I believe this is a good way to live.
Nah,
and this is
Jesus calls a woman a dog because she's the wrong ethnicity, explicitly telling her that she's the wrong ethnicity. He also gives into a racist trope about Samaritans, says that he wishes the world was burning already, and he came to set it on fire, said that he did not come to bring peace, but a sword, and that he was going to separate father and son and mother and daughter. He was kind of a piece of shit. But that being said, if you want to look for the hay in the needle stack, you can find some good things that he every once in a while says, but it's not really going to be anything that's worth your time because you can read other books like, I don't know, even Harry Potter and try to get something better out of it. Like, it doesn't really mean anything. If it's not a real story, it's on par with the Iliad. The Iliad actually has evidence to back it up. But like the Odyssey or something like that, like it is silly. It just a book. In fact, I would actually say that Achilles actually probably has more evidence than like Jesus. No, we're not going to do that because this is history. It either happened or it didn't. This is not like a conceptual thing that we just agree to disagree on because like we just see it in different ways. No, Jesus didn't exist.
You've given me no proof that Jesus didn't.
No, can you be born 10 years before you're born?
Again, we're circling.
Okay, I'm going to ask you this question one more time, and you're either going to give me a yes or a no, or I'm going to disconnect you, which I probably should have done a long time ago. Can you be born before you're born? Yes or no?
No, you can't be born before you're born.
Okay, sweet. So the fact that the New Testament is trying to say that says that means that the New Testament's version of Jesus, even in a natural sense, did not exist. What that means is that no, we're not going to agree to disagree. The Jesus that's presented in the New Testament didn't exist. You were provided jack shit for your evidence and kept like talking about how you believe he exists today, and I don't give a shit. You keep going back to that. You keep going back to faith, which we have shown is not a good pathway to truth. It's in no way, shape, or form a real story. You haven't given any evidence for it. I've shown you time and time again that the same example that you can't seem to get through your skull that shows that he did not exist in the way that the New Testament says he did. So no, he is not a real person. But anyways, do you have anything else to suggest that he was a real person?
I believe this is coming from, and Luke did not write, like you said, Luke was not directly connected to Jesus at all.
Cool. None of the Gospels are from anybody who's directly connected to him. So I don't know what to tell you, man.
That doesn't mean they're not true.
Okay, well, then I don't know why you're bringing it up as an argument against me bringing up Luke.
Because just in the same way that you can't prove that it's not true, you can't prove that it's false.
Yeah, nope. We've already proven that it's false. You can't be born 10 years before you're born. So anyways, thank you very much, Aaron, for coming up and wasting everybody's time. You have wasted about 36 minutes and 18 seconds. Good luck, and tell your mom I said hey.
Okay.
All right, next person coming up here is Fragrance Guru? Mm-hmm. Fragrance Guru 33. Give me 1 second here. One moment. It sounds like I've got a little bit of echo there, so you might want to take it off of speakers or headphones if you get that. I want to get to some super chats. There's $10 in here from Matthew Mulliken. Thank you very, very much. Said John V. Shroud. Let's see, the John verse on the Shroud, I guess. Says, they took the body of Jesus and wrapped it with the spices in linen cloths. Cloths is plural. Archaeology, too much evidences, multiple cloths, including separate one for head, sudarium. I'm not really sure what you're talking about there. Archaeology 2 evidences multiple cloths. Yeah. So, I mean, I understand that there are multiple cloths there, but nevertheless, the shroud itself in no way, shape, or form lines up with this other thing that shows up. It doesn't even really make any sense. If there's something over his face that has his image, why would the thing outside of that, like on top of it, also have his image? That, like, what? Like it wouldn't make any sense. So no, and it definitely doesn't line up, and the guy never actually provided any kind of links other than like or names or articles other than just Catholic priests talking about it, which is pretty pathetic. Then $5 there from Matthew Mulligan. Sorry for John's name typo. Also used were strips for around wrists and ankles, in addition to a smaller sheet for head, not one sheet. Yeah. So I mean, there are definitely words that you can read to talk about possibly like strips of linen as opposed to like one sheet. So it's pretty obvious that this is not a real thing. Like the shroud is very clearly not real. And then $2 there from Matthew Mulkey says, in other words, not a single sheet. Yes, not a single sheet. The Shroud of Turin is not real. The Sodarium is not real either. It's just Catholic nonsense that has accumulated over the years, just relics, that kind of thing. Kind of like the Holy Prepuce, the supposed foreskin of Jesus. It's just something that someone talked about. Don't make me get Oakdale Curtis. Ah, man. Anyways, Delon Blunt, what you got? You there? You there? You there? Okay. You just kind of left there, so I don't know what to tell you there. It just kind of ended.
Flawless victory.
Saint Sages, what's going on?
How's it going?
Hey.
So I kind of found you on YouTube, and it took forever for me to sign in on TikTok.
Oh
but,
yeah, that can happen there. What you got there, Saints?
Well, I'm interested in a little bit of your premise, your position on why is it that Jesus is not a historical figure?
Why is it that he's not?
Yeah, what would make you say that?
I would say that because the Jesus presented in the New Testament does not line up with what we know about the first century from archaeology and texts and geography, contemporaries of the time. Mm-hmm.
Well, I mean, what would you say? I mean, even archaeological. Why would you say that it doesn't line up there?
Because, like, for instance, when it talks in John 5 about the pool of Bethesda being there during the time of writing of the Gospel of John, and it says that it has 5 porches next to it where sick people would lay. We actually found the pool of Bethesda. It's part of an Asclepion along with those 5 porches, and this is a temple to the Greek healer god Asclepius, and this would not be in in Jerusalem in 30 CE. That wouldn't make any sense. Also, using the works of Christian scholar Daniel Wallace, he points out that the terminology that is used by John shows that the porticos, these porches and everything where the sick people would lay, they were there at the same time as the writing of John. So all we really have to do is just say that John was writing after 70 when Daniel Wallace says that the porticos would not have actually like survived the siege of Jerusalem. And that would show that Jesus couldn't have been going there because they were not placed there until another 100 years after his death. So in other words, they're anachronistic. They showed up later.
These showed up later?
Mm-hmm.
And that the contemporaries writing about Jesus wouldn't know about these, or what?
Yeah, I mean, even the contemporaries. Yeah, if there was a contemporary that wrote about Jesus, they wouldn't have known about these particular awnings, especially since Josephus he gives an outline as to like what's there in Jerusalem at the time. And he was born in 37. He never mentions the Asclepian or anything like that there.
Right, but he does mention Jesus, and
no, in the Testimonium Flavianum we can find that that's an interpolation from a later Christian known as Eusebius. Or he writes a little over 200 years.
You're
after
saying
the
that
death
it's
of
added
Constantine.
later in history?
Mm-hmm. We can tell that it's written by a guy named Eusebius. He's an admitted liar and church propaganda / historian in the early 4th century, and he writes like a history of the church. Is what he tries to do.
Right. Well, I mean, most of our history in this period isn't necessarily history like the way we do it now. They are in a way all propagandist. You know, Josephus is largely writing for the Romans as a Jewish author, but his work is for pretty much the superiors. So with some discrepancies with the archaeology, or at least geography, I'd have to look into those things. I'm not familiar with those. And then Josephus, he said, mentioning being an addition to his work later. Why Paul as well?
Because we don't have any evidence of him outside of Christianity ever. Christianity doesn't even mention him to the middle of the 2nd century, and that's when we start to get the actual earliest iterations of his work. So if Paul was a real person, he existed in the 2nd century, which is different from the New Testament's version.
So what of so there's Paul and Apollos. These guys are all, I mean, so how much of trying to wrap my mind around everything, because I'm not familiar with what you've written. But Paul is I'm traditionally understood as a contemporary in the time of Jesus, not having actually officially met him, right? He relies more on the testimony of the disciples, meets with them, Peter, and who else is there? I think John. And of course, this is all accounted through things like Luke and Acts, right? So
for what?
For Paul being a part of all of this, plugged into this kind of Christian movement early on, is largely his accounts and his relationships is coming out of the book of Acts, right?
I mean, kind of, but Paul didn't write Acts.
Right, he didn't. But I mean, I don't think that has to say anything about whether Paul's real or not, whether he wrote it or not. But it gives accounts of who he is and where he comes, him as placed in that period, in that time, right?
I mean, yeah, it's trying to say that he's writing in the 1st century. That's the issue, because the text itself show up in the 2nd. That's the problem.
The text shows up in the 2nd, as in like it's largely circulated, or what?
No, that's when it's first published. Is in 144.
Well, I mean, there's no publishing house, so how do you know when it's published?
In 144, they say that that's when it's published. They did have publishing houses back then, by the way.
Yeah, I don't think that that's accurate.
It is. But anyways, that being said, did you have any evidence for these people being real, or what?
Well, I mean, I don't think that I hold that. I think that these guys are definitely historical figures. You don't have this.
You think that they're definitely historical figures? Do you think that there's historical evidence for Paul?
Well, so in the same way, we have writings of Confucius, right?
Okay.
So we don't have any argument that Confucius isn't a historical figure, or that he didn't exist. But we understand that Confucius himself didn't write anything. He was written about. His teachings, we know most of his teachings through his students, right?
I don't really care about Confucius. It doesn't really matter to me.
Well, and the same thing with Socrates. So
no, for Socrates we have contemporaries. He doesn't write anything, but we have contemporaries. We don't have contemporaries of Paul that mention him.
Well, so I don't think that the evidence is strong enough that all of these other guys writing about Jesus aren't contemporaries.
Where is the evidence that they are?
Well, so Book of John.
Nowhere in there
Luke.
does it say that it's written. The author identifies themselves as we, like a group of people. So no.
So even as an individual though, so Plato writes about Socrates, right? He's not we are writing about Socrates. He himself writes about his teacher.
We don't
Socrates,
have that for
right?
Jesus. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. We don't have that for Jesus or Paul.
Matthew, Mark, Luke, John, writings of Apollo about
Apollo. That I don't even know what the fuck you're talking about there.
Apollo is one of Paul's students.
Not necessarily.
Who writes some of the early letters circulating.
No.
Yes.
No, I don't even know where you're getting that.
So well, here, let me pull some stuff up. But so we still have Matthew.
Matthew never says it's written by Matthew.
But still written by a contemporary, right?
It literally never says that either. Never even insinuates that it's being written by a contemporary.
I think a lot of the context of what Matthew's writing.
What context? What verse? The context in what verse says it's written by Matthew or insinuates that?
Well, I don't recall. I think tradition holds that it's written by Matthew, which is why it's ascribed to him.
Yeah, it's first mentioned in 180s to when it's written by Matthew. So 150 years after the supposed death of Jesus, the first time it's mentioned as far as the Gospel of Matthew goes. First time it's even quoted comes from like the 150s. So
I think that depends on who you're looking to.
Well, we're looking at the earliest iteration of the name Matthew associated with that gospel. That's Irenaeus in 180.
So because Irenaeus is the one that references Matthew, there's no chance that this was an earlier writing that somebody later in history is commenting on.
I mean, it is an earlier writing. It shows up in about 150. We don't have any evidence of it prior. We don't have any evidence of any gospels prior to 140.
So in this period just after 70 AD, right? Destruction of Israel,
destruction
Jewish
of the temple,
diaspora kind of.
Not right. Israel, yeah.
Well, I mean, Israel's pretty much conquered. Most of them kind of
There's not an
scattered.
Israel at that time. It's Judea. And also the destruction of the temple in Jerusalem, not Judea. They don't lose Judea until the end of the Third Jewish-Roman War in 136.
So anyways, we have this kind of conquering and destruction of at least the temple, right? Then we end up with the Jewish diaspora during this time, and people are scattered about. Christianity.
No, the true Jewish diaspora happens after the 136 because that's when they're banished from Judea and only allowed one time to come back.
Okay. Regardless, so trying to get this context period, right, where people are scattered about, right? And Christianity is what? Just something that is made up or revived during what, 150, 140?
In the 140s is the first time we get the first gospel published.
So where do you think Christianity really comes out of if it's not coming out of an earlier movement of Judaism?
It's not Judaism, but it's an earlier movement of a Greco-Egyptian religion. In the 130s, Emperor Hadrian writes a letter to his friend named Servianus down in Alexandria saying that the Christians in Alexandria worship Serapis. A bishop of Christ is none other than a bishop of Serapis.
Wait, I don't understand. So this is a similarity?
No, it's just it's a particular religion that's been around for quite some time. Serapis was something that was from, it was a god that was worshipped up in Asia Minor, northern Asia Minor, and brought down to Alexandria in about 300 BCE by Ptolemy I Soter, and we end up getting their cult and starting to be mentioned sometime around turn of the 1st century. And that's where Christianity comes from.
I would argue that Christianity comes out of Judaism.
No, we have no evidence whatsoever that that's the case.
Well, except for all of the Old Testament, the Jewish
I don't
writings,
give
the
two
Torah.
shits because the Old Testament doesn't say anything about Christianity.
Yeah, the word Christ in itself is just
a Greek term. Yes.
Latin.
No, it's Greek.
Latin.
No.
Of Messiah,
Well,
anointed.
that wouldn't make any sense because we don't have a Latin version of the Old Testament, man. So then you're just kind of pointing to two different things if that's what you think it is. It's definitely Greek, and it shows up in the Septuagint.
Septuagint is
the Greek version of the Old Testament, and in no way, shape, or form does it ever mention Jesus or Christianity. So,
okay,
nope.
but
Old Testament is not evidence for Christianity.
So you're saying that the word is used in the Septuagint, which is the Jewish writings in Greek, right? And then saying that there is no evidence for a Messiah or Christ-like figure in the Septuagint?
I did not say that. I said that Jesus Christ is not in the Septuagint as well as Christianity.
Well, the name Jesus isn't, but the figure
so it sounds
of
like
Messiah.
Jesus Christ is not in there. I don't give a shit about whether or not the Messiah is in the Old Testament. The first person to even publish a gospel, Marcion, did not call Jesus the Messiah, so I don't care.
But he calls him the Christ, right?
No.
What does he refer to him as?
Christos, the good one.
So, Christos and Christ is unrelated.
Christos.
Christos and Christ are unrelated, is what you're saying.
Eventually, we have more Jewish-speaking people who mix the Christ and the crest together. Justin Martyr actually addresses this.
So, that this is something that Judaism is picking up, or something?
No, it's something that mixes with Judaism after the true diaspora, after 136, the Bar Kokhba revolt. Whenever Hadrian banishes the Jewish people from Judea, they go into the surrounding regions and they mix with the cults that are already there. This is actually when we get, about a decade later, the first gospel published by Marcion from northern Asia Minor, which is the same place that Serapis is worshipped.
So I think part of the differences that you and I have is that I see that the early Christian movement is a Jewish movement, where you believe that it's
part of the difference is the fact that you were saying something without any evidence, and I am pointing to things as evidence, and you were yet to show any evidence that Christ or the Christianity movement came from Judea. The only thing that you pointed out was that the Old Testament uses a word that is Christ. I get that later on they connect those kind of things, but there's no evidence that the earliest Christians are from that area. In fact, literally everything that we have with Christianity links back with Greek other than anything else, as opposed to anything else like Aramaic, which is what the earliest followers, according to Christianity, would have spoken.
Right. But
literally all the New Testament is written in Greek as opposed to Aramaic first. So I don't know what to tell you, man. This is not something that is actually from Judea or anything like that. It is something that is explicitly Greek.
Who's largely populating the Judea area during this period?
During what period?
This period that supposedly Christ lived, right?
The Jewish people?
The Jewish people.
Mm-hmm.
So, and then this is a movement that starts somewhere out of this region, right?
No.
Of Jewish followers. You don't think that this is coming from?
No, I've told you time and time again that the Christian movement comes from Asia Minor and Alexandria. We do not have any evidence that it comes from Judea or the Jewish people.
But regardless of whether even Matthew writes this work, it's a heavily Jewish influenced work.
Mm-hmm.
Right?
Yeah.
So, and yet you don't make the connection that this is Jewish writings?
Wouldn't be. Couldn't be.
What?
Because it's from the middle of the 2nd century, man. That doesn't have anything to do with Judea. Jewish people in the middle of the 2nd century were not in Judea. I don't know how to tell you that. They get banished from Judea in 136.
Right, and they're coming out of Judea, right? A Jewish people live there and then are coming out of there after, at least starting in 70 AD and start going around Asia Minor and scattering about. And this is how this early movement, which is really a sect of Judaism, starts.
No, we have it We have it in other places prior. There's a cup from Alexandria that dates to the 1st century BCE that says through Chrestos the magician. In Rome, we have an inscription that mentions Christians as early as 16 BCE. So no, this is not something from Judea, man. Like,
But that's
there's
because the
no
word
evidence of it.
Christ, Christos, is a title given.
Mm-hmm.
It's not a person's name. It is a title given.
Yep. All right. Do you have anything else, or what? It seems like you're harping about a particular position, but you can't show any evidence for it. You just kind of keep bringing up things that don't really go anywhere.
But they do if we could get on the same page. But
Yeah,
I don't
no,
think
we're not going to be on the same page because you're establishing things or trying to assert things without any evidence behind it. You're just kind of saying it. Like,
Well,
cool,
I mean,
you think it comes from Judea because the Bible says it, but the Bible isn't even written until the middle of the 2nd century by people who aren't from Judea. So I don't know what to tell you.
It's not even the Bible, right? The Bible.
Okay, well, we don't
itself
have
isn't
any evidence that
so
it's coming from Judea. What's the other evidence outside the Bible that it's coming from Judea?
So I think that if we look at these books as individual writings that were later canonized.
No, that's the Bible, dude. That's what I'm talking about. All right, over there on YouTube, let's see. We've got $2 from Zeno Lapudre that says, "Oh, thank you very much. Thank you for meeting that goal there, or at least halfway. I think it's halfway. I think that's the sound of halfway, apparently. But thank you. They're on TikTok. So in other words, the sheet, and then you put a little poop emoji of Turin from Zeno Lapudre. Let's see, $5 super chat from Buff JD1 says a simple Google search shows Sudarium Ovidio is a perfect match to the Shroud. Debunking the BS medieval story found in 7C. No, there's no evidence whatsoever of that. There is a comment here. It says Google returns the most popular sites, not factual information. Yeah, and it's not going to pull up any kind of scientific information that says that it's a perfect match. That's bizarre. This is actually the first day that we're actually dealing with that, so there must have been some video that went around saying dumb shit. $2 from Chaos Engine 89. Thank you very much, Chaos Engine. Queef, say it. Jorka, say it. Okay. Anyways. Then we've got $5 super chat from Zachary Zollner 6526 that says, wasn't Jesus and his followers described as annoying to other rulers, I guess, during the time he's mentioned in not a favorable light during his time period? So no, as far as the mentions of Jesus go, the first time that we get a non-Christian mentioning him is in roughly about 166, just saying what the Christians believe. There are interpolations into texts like Josephus and Tacitus later on from Christians, but we don't have anything directly from like them about Christians or anything like that. And we definitely don't have any writings contemporary to Jesus or even really from the 1st century that or from people who would have been alive during that time period that talk about Christians. Definitely not. Let's see here, and then thank you very much. The was a record or something. Was a record? The was something. Thank you very much for little jewels there. Alex Malaba, what is going on? What you got, man?
Hey, how's it going? I stumbled on you on YouTube.
Okay.
And then I went on to what is this app? TikTok.
Okay.
Yeah, you have some interesting points for sure. I just wanted, like, I'm Christian, but I like dabbling into the secular ideas that are contradictory to Christian beliefs. I like sharpening my iron, as my mentor would say. And the first point is regarding you mentioned something about King Herod and a census and him not running a census, so Christ couldn't have been born in that time period.
Okay.
I don't remember what your point was. If you can, like, elaborate. I can't talk.
Yeah, elaborate more on it. Yeah.
Elaborate. Yeah.
No worries. So, basically, what you're talking about is how I mentioned the discrepancy there between Matthew and Luke, where Matthew says that Jesus is born during the time of King Herod, but then Luke Luke is talking about the census of Quirinius, the governor of Syria, which is in 6 CE. So it's different time.
6 CE, and Herod was, I think he
Herod
died
dies
in
in 4 BCE. Yeah.
4 BCE. So
Yeah.
2 years apart.
Mm-hmm.
So isn't there
Or
like
10
an
years?
error?
10 years.
10 years?
Yeah.
Isn't there like an error discrepancy, like based on archaeological findings, like plus minus 5 years? I'm pretty sure there is in the writings, like in like any scholarly paper, because there isn't a pinpoint time period of when someone dies.
Right,
It's
but the
plus or
issue is the fact
minus.
that it's not just a time; it would shift all of it, because Quirinius, the governor of Syria, he starts his reign, or starts his governorship in 6 CE, or in the same year that he does the census. But he does the census from Syria because Judea is added to Syria for that purpose. So what that means is
Yeah.
that there couldn't be a king of Judea at that time.
So, okay, that's interesting. I have to do a bit of research on that, like, because that's a pretty new argument on the secular side, against Christianity. I have to do a little bit
What,
of
the
digging.
discrepancy? No, that's
Yeah,
been a known fact for hundreds of years.
well, at least to me, at
Oh.
least to me, like,
No, like most
it's,
critical scholars just say Luke is just wrong, and they just take Matthew. That's why if you look up to see when Jesus was supposedly born, they'll say like 6 to 4 BCE. They won't even
yeah,
say 6 CE because they just toss out Luke and say it's just wrong.
yeah. Okay, I thought you were saying that Herod didn't run a census, and
He didn't run a census.
well, how do we know he didn't?
Well, at least not the one that Luke is talking about. That wouldn't make any sense.
Well, what do you mean? Was it like the wrong time period? Did he run it?
Okay, again, if Herod was the king of Judea, then the census of Quirinius of Syria wouldn't matter.
Well, you mentioned that Judea had fused into Syria. So
Yeah,
that,
when
that census
Quirinius
wouldn't have.
becomes when Quirinius absorbs it, like for the purpose of a
Yeah,
census, but he
but what
wouldn't
about before?
absorb it if there was a king.
Yeah, but what about before Judea was absorbed into Syria? There wouldn't
Then
have
there
been a
wouldn't be
census.
any mention of Quirinius.
Yeah, but that's a mistake that John made, or
Luke.
that Luke made.
Okay, so then it's wrong.
Yeah, well, it's a mistake, I guess. Well, I have to do a bit of research on it. I'm pretty new to that idea. Gotta like
Also, it's
dabble.
pretty clear as far as Luke goes that Jesus doesn't go down to Egypt, because Matthew says that Jesus goes down to Egypt and hangs out there for a while before going back.
Yeah,
And
yeah.
that's
Something
just not.
about like genocide of first sons or something like that. Well, because King Herod gets suspicious about being overthrown by a firstborn son, that is Jewish. So that's why he flees. That's the idea. He flees to Egypt. That's the idea of why Christ or Jesus and his family flees to Egypt. They're running away from Herod, who's executing firstborn sons.
Yeah, but that doesn't happen in Luke, because it says that at 8 days old, Jesus gets named and circumcised. At 30 to 40 days is when they go to Jerusalem, because Mary is considered impure or whatever, so she has to go to Jerusalem for the purification rites, the ritual. And then it says, it explicitly says that when they had finished doing that, they went back to Nazareth. So they never go to Egypt.
Okay. Well, they go back to Nazareth and stay, or they just where?
Yeah, they go back to Nazareth. I mean, hell, Matthew doesn't even say they're from Nazareth. It says they happen to go to Nazareth at the end of the text.
Yeah. Well, interesting.
Like like what it straight up says in Matthew 2. It never mentions that they are from Nazareth. Jesus is just born in Bethlehem, and then later on it says. Let's see. But when he heard, that's Joseph, heard that Archelaus was ruling Judea in place of his father Herod, he was afraid to go there. And after being warned in a dream, he went away to the district of Galilee. There he made his home in a town called Nazareth. So he just ends up in Nazareth later on, as opposed to starting there.
Because that's where Jesus of Nazareth. It makes sense that that's what he established his.
Yeah, you're not getting what I'm saying. Luke says they're from there, and then they go back after they're done at the temple at 40 days. Matthew
Yeah.
says they go and hang out in Egypt for a long time and then go to
Yeah.
Nazareth. It just happened to
Okay.
go to Nazareth. Yeah.
Aren't they from Nazareth? Like, because they go
okay.
to
Again, I'm
Bethlehem.
trying to tell you. In
Yeah.
Luke, it says they're from Nazareth and they go back to
Mhm.
Nazareth after 40 days. So when Jesus is 40
Mhm.
days old, they go to Nazareth.
Yeah.
In Matthew, it never says they're from Nazareth, and it says
And
they're
it
in
says they go to
Bethlehem. The
Egypt,
wise men
and they
show
go
up.
to
Then they have to dodge Herod, go to Egypt until he dies, and then come back and happen to build a house in Nazareth.
Nazareth. Okay. That's a fairly. Then where are they from before Bethlehem?
It doesn't say that, and it doesn't say in Matthew.
Because like they only go to Bethlehem because that's where Joseph's family is from.
No,
to
not
do
in
the
Matthew.
census.
Not in Matthew. And again, that census is in 6 CE, which would be 10 years after Herod dies.
Well, that's that's based on that's the
history.
you
Yes.
said, oh no, Syria. Like when Syria absorbs.
Yeah. Otherwise, they wouldn't need to mention Quirinius.
Well, that was mentioned in John. You say?
What the fuck is wrong with you, dude?
Well, no, it's like the census is mentioned in John, but Herod also ran a census as well, didn't he?
All right, we're moving on. Jesus Christ. Like that guy was not getting, he wasn't able to see the forest through the trees. That was really weird. That was probably the most annoying conversation I've had in a long time. Anyways, if anybody has any evidence for Jesus or Paul, please come up. I have no idea what was wrong with that guy. I was trying my hardest to explain to him multiple times the same very simple concept. Jesus Christ. That was awful. All right. Over on YouTube, there is a super chat for $2 from The Dreamo. It says, "Help open their eyes to the truth." Well, I guess I'm trying. I guess that's the idea. Let's see. Defunct Dono sent a gift. Thank you very much for that. And Prototype 1011 over on TikTok sent some Well, thank you very, very much. Thank you for that. All right. If anybody's got any evidence for Jesus or Paul, come on up. Oh, there was somebody who was requesting up, and as soon as I clicked to bring them up, they canceled. So I guess that's a win. Maybe.
Flawless victory.
Maybe. I don't know. I like turtles. Yeah.
I like turtles.
Yeah, shut up. All right. Love me some turts. Crushing turts. Oh my God. All right. If you are on YouTube and you're thinking, hey, I want to go put that cowboy in his place, or wannabe cowboy in his place, well, come on up. The chat is there there in the chat is the link to TikTok. TikTok is how I take guests. Or you can send a super chat, and I will read it out loud, and I will respond to it if you send it. Alrighty. I like the meat. There we go. I find it ironic how you would use the term Jesus Christ, yet you don't believe in him. That's funny. How do you get on a call? You click the link there in the chat, the TikTok link. TikTok is how I take guests, so you can either take or click the link there in the chat. It should show up here in a second. Yeah, there it is. You can either click that link there in the chat to come over to TikTok and request up, or you can search for Christ Before Jesus on TikTok, or click the link that's on the YouTube profile. Someone asked, is the Bible from America? What the fuck? What kind of Mormon-ass question is that? Man meat. Decon Blue says, that's like Christians using the term common sense. Yeah, I like how you say common sense, but yet you believe in somebody who makes money kind of come out of a fish's mouth. So I think common sense has definitely left the building. How did I join the call? Here we go. All right. All right. If you've got any evidence there, there is a super chat really fast before I get to the next guest here. It's $5 from Zachary Zollner 6526 says multiple people from mutilated time periods. I think you meant multiple time periods, but it says multiple people from mutilated time periods, even mentioning to talking his brother, mention him all the time. Wow, I read your super chat and now I smell burnt toast. Oh, no. Supposed to do that. But that being said, no, multiple people from multiple time periods, that wouldn't do anything, I guess. If it was multiple time, who gives a shit? Even mentioning talking his brother. I don't know what that is. Maybe you're talking about Josephus, which no, that's Jesus, son of Damnius. Maybe you're talking about Paul, in which case, no, he doesn't mention that. I don't know. I don't know what you're referring to, but it's definitely nothing that has anything to do with Jesus or Paul there. So, no idea. Mutilated Time Periods is my death metal Doctor Who tribute band. That's pretty funny. All right. All right, so the same guy, I don't know. Should I bring up Alex? Should I bring up Alex again? I mean, he's the last guest who I don't know if he was trolling or not, but it just took forever to try to get through it. Try to get through to him. And I don't think that I ever really succeeded in trying to get him to understand what gospel I was fucking talking about. Why'd you cut me out? I got a couple of questions. Because you can't understand what I'm saying. No, you don't understand. All right. You know what? I'll bring you up here, and if we have some issues here, then we're gonna end up giving you the block there. But anyways, Alex, what is your question?
Yeah, sorry about that. I'll do some research on the census argument. And then there's a couple more. It's regarding wait, I wrote it down. I have a messy writing. You mentioned that like the idea of Christ or Christus, it was kind of flying around before, like in some paganistic cults that had the idea of Christ or the idea of like a Christ-like figure.
Mm-hmm.
And if you could elaborate, like what kind of doctrine? Because two people can have the same
Christ
name.
just means it's not a name; it's a title. Christ just means anointed.
Yeah, but if we're comparing apples to apples, we got to look at like the type of doctrine that they had. Because Christ had mentioned like the reason why, like I forgot the other
well,
guy's
there's a Christ according to the book of Elchasai, which was written in the book written during the reign of Trajan, so between 98 and 117. That mentions a Christ that came to earth multiple times through reincarnation, along with his sister, a Holy Spirit kind of character.
Yeah,
Sophia, Holy Spirit kind of character.
Yeah, that's pretty vague, but like the
sure,
as in
great,
as
cool.
in,
But the
as in
first
doc-
gospel that shows up is Jesus coming down out of heaven as a fully grown man, descendant from
Yeah.
God the Father, who is separate from Yahweh. So it's not really.
So
that
you're
far
saying
off.
that it's because I forgot the other guy's name, saying something. He your main point of argument with him was whether or not Christ was is like a Judaic like figure, but like whether he's a Judaic like figure, like he's from he's related to the Old Testament, like the Christ that we're talking about in the New Testament, whether or not it's related to the Old Testament.
Yeah, that didn't have anything to do with whether or not he existed, man.
Yeah, okay. Then I'll move on then.
Please.
Another one, you're basing your argument on writings and dates, but a lot of our ancient figures that we know were true. That's one of the reasons why a lot of historical writings say Christ existed. Whether or not he was divine is questionable, but the idea that you're using that the earliest writings may be used. Oh, sorry. Let me close the window. like oh, where was I? So like the earliest writings that we have of the New Testament are still like based on the person that lived or they're writing about is still shorter, like a shorter time span than any of the writings we have of any of our other historical figures like Alexander the Great or who else?
I don't even know
Julius
what you're
Caesar.
getting at here. Julius Caesar
Well, like
and Alexander the Great, we can determine that they existed based off of contemporary accounts that don't
yeah,
rely on
contemporary accounts
text
that yeah that are
or don't
like
rely
the
on the
writings. Well,
manuscripts.
because like if you focus on a bas relief or like a painting, how do you know that it was real, right? Like you need a contemporary writing about them, and if we have a date of when they wrote it, then we know that that person was real. So like a lot of the writings we have of Julius Caesar and Alexander the Great,
We're
all
not
these
talking about
historical
writings.
yeah, but like that's what you're using
No,
as
we can
evidence.
establish that they existed without having to use them. For Jesus,
Well,
there's nothing but writings, and the writings are dog shit.
well there's tons of like archaeological like graffiti of Christ
No, the
that
earliest
that's
possible
out there.
thing dates to about the 3rd century, and that's if the Alexamenos graffito is actually Jesus. But that dates to the 3rd
Well, like
century,
this
so that'd still be dog shit. Do you have anything that's
well
not dog shit?
there's tons of graffiti that's written in like the 1st century. Like
No,
that's dated to
not
the
for
1st
Jesus.
century.
So I don't care. I don't care if it like there's graffiti all over the place in Rome. That doesn't mean anything. There's nothing for Jesus. He jumped off the app. When you're off the app, I can't.
Sorry,
I can't hear you.
I'm trying to multitask. But like there's graffiti of like of that's mocking Christ. That's like way in the early century, like maybe even before a hundred the 1st century. That's describing like a wounded God, like a man on a cross with the head of a mule, and they
Yeah,
call him the
no,
King
that's
of the
again the
Jews.
Alexamenos graffito, and it dates to the 3rd century, even if that is Jesus. And also, it does not say King of the Jews.
But what does it say?
It just says Alexamenos worships as God. It doesn't say
Oh,
anything about Jesus, Jews, Christianity, Christ, nothing.
well, it's a guy with the head of a mule on a cross.
It does not
That
have
could be,
him on
I
a
guess,
cross at all, actually. I mean, not to
he's.
mention the word that's actually used for cross there in the Greek, like in the New Testament, is dauros, which would mean like a
Mhm.
stake, like
A
a
stake.
stake. So the hands would be above the head as opposed to out like this. So
Yeah, I've always wondered about that.
so
Like, it's
even
really
if that
inefficient
was supposed
to
to
make a
be,
cross.
even if that was like a donkey head or something like that, there's no evidence that that's actually a cross. No evidence that that's what they're talking about. Even if that was the case, who gives a shit? That's from the 3rd century. Why do I care?
Well, okay. Um, then, then, so like I guess there's bas reliefs and paintings of these figures, like historical figures earlier on that describe them, but contemporary writings are hundreds of years later. Is that something we can agree on?
Okay.
Okay. So like
I mean, I don't know what to. I don't even really know what you're getting at, man.
well,
Anymore.
you're using
I'm completely lost at where you're trying to go.
well, like I'm trying to understand your argument that says because a lot of historical figure like a lot of historical archaeologists and like people that study history like
Mm-hmm.
more than you and I have said yeah Jesus was a real person, his divinity is the thing that's of question,
Yeah.
right?
Well, I
Divinity
don't
is
give
the
a
thing that's
shit about
questioned.
the opinions of somebody. I give a shit about the evidence they provide, and what evidence do they provide for Jesus?
Well, the other one is like the reason why there's so many like discrepancies. It's like one of those things that like if everything was lined up, it means it would have been written by the same person or there would have been a cabal together. Let's make sure everything is on point. But the fact
Well,
that there's
unfortunately, they're
discrepancy.
not lined up, which is why we were talking about the fucking contradictions earlier.
Yeah, yeah, but the fact that they aren't lining up points to the fact that it's something that they saw that was true, right? Like
No,
you
that
take
doesn't make any sense. How does somebody
that,
see someone born 10 years after they're
it's
born?
it's a well like that's arguable, right? Like
Okay,
it's
well, that's the problem
arguable.
then. Do you have any arguments against it?
Like in criminology, like whenever you get witnesses, the witnesses
If you
won't
have
have the
if you
same
have two
story.
witnesses that say that a story happened 10 years apart, one of them is at least one of them is telling
Well, like
is lying.
the 10 years apart thing, like that's still kind of like arguable. Like it's still
No, it's
because
not.
there's still
In
because
fact,
like you're saying there's a
both of them give contradictory genealogies, a timeline of events, because again, one of them says that they don't even go to Egypt. It just says they go back to Nazareth. One of them says they're from Nazareth. One of them says they happen in Nazareth. And another one says that it's 10 years before the other one because it's different leaders. So
well
no.
they might have been from Nazareth. Like
I
we
don't
don't
give a
know what
shit, dude. I just gave you 4 different reasons that show that they're contradictory. I don't care if you take a side, they are contradictory. You can't take both. That's the problem, which means at least one of them is lying.
Mm-hmm. Oh, I have to do a bit of research on that one. And then the genealogy of Mary.
No, neither one of them are a genealogy of Mary. Both of them say that they're attached to
Well,
Joseph.
there isn't a genealogy of Mary specifically, but there is a genealogy of Elizabeth,
No.
who's
Well, I don't care about that because that has nothing to do with Jesus. Why would I care about that?
well,
Why would I care about that?
well, like, do you
Why
know who
would
the
I
son
care
of
about
Mary?
that?
Because I'm trying to point at
Why
like
would I care
evidence.
about that? We're not talking about whether or not John the Baptist existed here.
Yeah, but like John the Baptist acknowledged that Jesus is Christ's existence,
No, he
right?
didn't. We don't have any testimony from John the Baptist.
Well,
He's just
that's
a character in a
I
book.
guess
I don't give a
any
fuck.
outside. Oh, I guess any outside uh writings. Guess that's no, and then that's no, and then no. All right, that's about everything on my end. Well, it was nice talking to you, dude. Well, what do you want me to say? You're not
So I
willing
guess you
to
agree with
listen
me
to my
then.
I don't agree with you because I feel like there's a bit of there's it's lacking. It's like because I don't want to be sitting here for like 3 hours because I have to read your book in order to get what you're saying because you're just blasting off points from your book, right? Because there's this
A
and I
lot
have
of
to
these
do
things aren't even in there. If you want the best, well, yeah, you can check out the book, and there's even a website to where you can kind of read some stuff as well. A website created by one of my friends, Gray Eyes. But I mean, there's resources on this kind of stuff.
Oh yeah, there's tons, but none of them are pointed like there's tons that point to none of them say Christ didn't exist. That's the thing that's kind of weird. A lot of them
Trypho
say
said there's
Christ.
no evidence for Jesus.
Who?
Lucian of Lucian in Trypho in 150s. Lucian of Samosata in 166 says that that's a patricidal con man wrote the books for the Christians and edited others. In the 2nd century, by the way. Origen says that he wouldn't hold it against you if you felt like the New Testament didn't line up with history, because he said God himself put in inconsistencies and contradictions into the text in order to make people believe it spiritually because it doesn't line up with history. That's a church father admitting that. I mean, it's pretty clear this is bullshit.
You said Luctros?
Lucian of Samosata.
Lucian of Samosata. Yeah, you're putting me on some game. Say Posada, because I like because the arguments against Christianity, like I've gone down that rabbit hole, and a lot of them didn't point at any of these arguments. They pointed at like the divinity of Christ, because that's kind
I
of
don't
what
care about the
is
divinity of Christ because he didn't exist.
the mainstream opinion.
Yeah.
But I guess you're not that mainstream then.
Nope.
Awesome.
Yeah.
Awesome.
I'm part
But
of
it
the
was nice
stream that
talking
deals
to you.
with evidence.
Well, yeah, but eugenics had evidence, and for being true. And
all right, that was weird. Anybody else got any evidence for Jesus or Paul before I hop off? And no, I didn't say pop off. I said hop off. Just in case. Just in case. Those YouTube moms in there. Something gang. All right. Let me see here. There are people who say that they'll shut me down there on the YouTube chat. It's funny because they chirp a lot, but they don't have any evidence that they provide. And if you want to provide any evidence there on YouTube, you can either send a super chat and I'll read it and respond to it, or you can hit the click the link that's provided there in the chat and come over to TikTok where I take guests, because that's where I take guests. You can request up, and we'll have a conversation. That's perfectly fine with me. The link has just been provided there in the chat. There's a bunch of cowards on YouTube and TikTok that just be chirping. They're chirping, but they're not actually coming up to provide any evidence. What is going on, Joseph? What you got?
What's up, man? What were you saying about Lucian, about Jesus with this last guest?
Lucian of Samosata? He mentions that the Christians believe in Jesus in 166.
Oh, okay. Why is that relevant?
Because he says that they're getting their stories written by, their books written and edited by a patricidal con man in the early to mid 2nd century. And so it's very clearly not evidence for Jesus, but rather just an evidence that Christians exist and have a story of Jesus and that they're like insane.
Okay. Does he like point to any evidence as to like why they believe in BS?
Because Peregrinus Proteus is a nutcase.
Who's that?
Peregrinus Proteus was a person who fell in with the Christians, apparently wrote their books and edited others, ended up becoming a Stoic philosopher after getting kicked out of Christianity for eating the wrong food, Lucian suggests, and then ended up coming into contact quite a bit with like Roman officials and different Roman people, and set himself on fire on the opening ceremony of the Olympic Games in 165.
I'm so confused. I don't understand how that like invalidates Christianity.
It invalidates it because these Christians who are being grifted believed him to be like a legitimate person who is the second coming of Socrates, Lucian states, and they like still to this day they revere him to some extent. They just don't know who he is. We have some connections.
Like Catholics too?
I mean, anybody
Or just,
who
like,
reads the
Christian,
anybody who reads the New Testament is reading some of the edits and texts from this guy. They just don't know it.
Are you able to? I know there's like you've mentioned there's like quite a few edits like that. So are you able to pick apart with like stellometry, though, like people like that, because they have such small?
Yes.
So which parts has he inserted in?
That's going to be, I'm pretty sure my co-author would have the answers more on that one, specific, like the specific chapters. But there's some of the Pauline epistles that seem to come from Ignatius, who would line up with Peregrinus Proteus.
Why? Because he was a student or something?
No, because that's who that is.
Oh, it's the same person. Okay.
Ignatius means the fiery one. And Ignatius is not actually named until the 3rd century. Prior to that, he's quoted, but it says a certain man of ours, because they don't want to name who it was, because he was somebody who got kicked out of Christianity. Yeah, they stopped short at saying his name until the 3rd century, when they call him the Fiery One, because, set himself on fire.
Gotcha. All right, yeah. I just had those questions. Appreciate it.
Fiery One in Latin.
Thanks, man.
Yeah. Anyways. Yeah. Thanks for coming up. Let's see here. Oh my god. That's awesome. All right. Jose Calazo.
Eat shit and die. Tell mommy I said hi. Jesus is real.
You kiss your dad on the lips with that mouth? That's funny. All right. If there's any evidence for Jesus or Paul, come on up. Roman says, I'm pressing request, but it's saying live access is needed to go live as a guest. Yeah, that's a little bit of a filter in why I use TikTok. So TikTok requires that you have a certain amount of followers, or you've had an account for a certain amount of days before you can pop up on here. That it saves me from crazy people. But that being said, I'll see if I can send you a request. If you can, hopefully if you can get some followers and whatnot, you can come up. If you join the discussion there on TikTok, I'm sure that you can get some followers, and then people can you can request stuff later. It's generally not a problem. Yeah, not always. Sometimes we get the crazies. We have the meats. Yeah, that's how that works, unfortunately. Type with your indoor voices, children. That's funny. If you have any evidence for Jesus or Paul, request on up. We can talk about it. If you're on YouTube, click that link that's provided in the chat, or send a super chat, and I will read the message and respond to it. It didn't work, unfortunately. Yeah, no worries, Roman. Just shoot me a follow there on TikTok. I'm sure here before too terribly long, TikTok will let you come up and we'll have a conversation. It's not a problem. Apostate Primate, honestly, I feel like that's a pretty good argument. I don't know how you could really argue against it, especially seeing as like a war god. Like you would think that would be the you would think that would be what pleases that war god, would be human sacrifice. So yeah, I honestly I think that's a legitimate position, like 100%.
Bruh.
It says, pretty sure you have to have your account for a certain amount of time before paying Alexis. Yeah, it's possible. I think it's a certain, like, a couple days or something, usually. Alrighty. Every once in a while, I think it might, because of just what's going on here. So YouTube might be sending you ads. If YouTube sends you ads, I want to make a quick reminder. If you become a member there on the channel, it's like $2.99 for the month or something. It's like $3, same price as the book. You can actually become a member, and then it won't show you any ads. It's ad free, and you get the little 35-second gang, a little badge next to you, and you can use emotes and all kinds of stuff. We're going to be adding some emotes here in a bit over to YouTube, and they might be different. I think they might be a little different from the ones that we have on TikTok. Yeah. So, and of course, it supports the channel as well. That's what TFSG stands for. You didn't know that was 35-second gang? What else would that be?
Bruh.
Yeah, I gotta hit you with a bruh. All right, yeah, if you're on YouTube, come on up, request up. I take guests over on TikTok. Just click the link, and we will have a conversation. Scholastic background is a degree in data science. All right. I was requesting you. Yeah, well, tusen tack. Yeah. Buddy Healy. Today I learned. Really? Serapis looking stone cold face. There's a little Jesus bowing to Serapis. There we go. All right. I do think that they are scared. I think that they are scared. The people on YouTube are, they are scared to come up and discuss Jesus because they're afraid that, you know, someone might actually give them evidence that Jesus didn't exist. And then they've got to change their opinion, and they base their opinion on feelings, and that's going to hurt their little feelings. Nej, jag snackar lite norsk. Beklagar Ann. Men jag vill resa till Sverige. Ganska snart. Okay. Oh, speaking in tongues. No. Someone said, "You're a coward, my guy," and didn't even spell "your" right. So congratulations to David Cash 6802 on YouTube. You can't spell. You're also a coward because you're not coming up here on TikTok to defend Jesus or Paul. Alrighty. Live here say that have a hard time speaking it now. Oh, that's awesome. Can you prove it did not exist? Yeah, I can. Come on up, we'll talk about it. No, I'm not saying that, Zeno. Let's see. Fred Uchi gives £2 there on Super Chat. Thank you very much. There on YouTube says TikTok won't let me join the live, but I want to chat. Well, send over your question. Send a question. TikTok will eventually let you join, but it's sometimes it's time based, or how many followers you have. But if you send over a question or you send a point there on YouTube, I will respond to it. If you just send a either request up on TikTok or send a super chat on YouTube, and I will respond. That made me super chat it. To read the shirt pic. Yeah, I did. I saw it. It was it said Adam and Eve, so I did both. I like that. Jaren in a pride speedo. No, I'm not wearing a speedo. I'm not wearing a speedo. Chris Hansen versus Predator. They sent $2 super chat. Thank you very much. On YouTube says, sorry, don't have TikTok. I just want truth. Not a problem. If you have a question or a comment, go ahead and put it there in the super chat, and I'll respond to it there. I'll read it out loud, and I'll respond to it. How much to wear a Speedo? What are you talking about? I'm not wearing a Speedo. It's not happening. There's nothing wrong with it. I'm just not wearing one. Every minute has a price. My price is no Speedo. Free balling today. No. I'd wear a Cowboy Pride hat. Yeah, absolutely. I'd wear that. All right. Doesn't look like there's any evidence for Jesus or Paul that's coming up. So I'll give it another 5 minutes, and then I'll hop off if no one comes up. But it sounds like them Christians are just... Sorry. You know what? I even want to talk to you, damn dirty atheist. All them atheists out there that are just like, oh yeah, Jesus existed. He just wasn't divine. Atheists are the worst. Oh man, they're the worst to talk to. Gross. Cut it out. Anyways, Joshua Scott 5856 on YouTube sent $1.99. Thank you very much. And said, "Is Jesus really Horus?" And short answer, no. If Jesus was explicitly Horus, then it would just be Horus. They wouldn't need to change the name or anything. But we do have the name change because there's influence from, or not name change, but we do have a different name with some similarities because it's influenced by Horus, some of the stories and some of the things that were already swirling around. But that it's influenced, but it doesn't mean that it's a carbon copy. It just means it's influenced from something else. For instance, like say, Dash on The Incredibles, the little boy who can run really fast. Is he using some of the ideas that they get from like The Flash? I mean, hell, Dash, The Flash. Ooh, the name sounds similar. But the thing is, while they're influenced, it's clearly a very different character. Quicksilver, The Flash, they're still influenced by each other, but they're different characters, if that makes sense. And then Johnny Las Vegas, $4.99. Thank you very much. There on the super chat says, arguing over the existence of historical figures is low-hanging fruit, low IQ behavior. Is low-hanging fruit? Low-hanging fruit, that implies that it's easy. It's easy to argue over the existence of historical figures, but then you said low IQ behavior, so it's dumb because it's easy. Next, they'll say Cleopatra was black. Okay. Anyways. What on earth is happening? It does look like we have a guest here. Eliza Walls. You got any evidence for Jesus or Paul?
Oh, no, not at all. I'm speaking for Eliza on her phone. I don't have TikTok.
Oh.
But I want to say I like what you're doing, man. Like, I really like what you're doing. I love this. Because there's no evidence to prove it at all. So you're just going to have a bunch of jabronis trying to talk to you about what they believe in, no?
Say jabronis?
Yeah. So belief and feelings, that's not factual evidence.
Yeah, you're not wrong.
So I'm about to go out there and purchase that book today, man, and get some true knowledge on that right there.
Okay. Well,
so I just want to say thank you, bro, and I keep doing what you're doing, man.
All right. Well, thank you.
Yeah.
That was
have a good one, man.
who the person speaking for Eliza Walls 13. Thank you very much. Yeah, definitely a W to the jabroni. Jabroni. Do I have a sound for jabroni? Let's see. I should have a sound for a jabroni. Do I have one? We'll try this one.
Out of my way, jabroni!
What was that supposed to be? What was that? I have no idea what that was even supposed to be. It was funny. Brawl Stars. Oh, maybe. I have no idea. Live in the gutter. I don't know what that is. Jive turkeys and jabronis. All right. Well, it's been about 5 minutes. Jabroni, I've heard from like It's Always Sunny in Philadelphia, but I don't think that was a clip from that show. I don't think so. A sandwich? A jabroni was a sandwich? Anyways. All right. Well, thank you to anybody and everybody who's stuck around longer than 30 seconds. 35-second gang, rise up. Gang. Oh, really quick. $10 there. Thank you very, very much from Polenta Forest 6127 who says, I love your book. Well, thank you. Definitely a W to Polenta there. Thank you very, very much. Thank you. we have attempted to give as much information as possible, especially in a $3 ebook. Again, a little bit of a shameless plug before we go here, but Christ Before Jesus is available. The ebook is just $3. There's a print version and an audiobook version. If you did want to help support and avoid any kind of ads or anything like that, you can become a channel member. They're on YouTube for $2.99. There's no ads on TikTok, but on YouTube there are definitely ads every once in a while, I think. So I wanted to make sure that people knew how to kind of avoid that if possible there. But yes, Ace's 24-hour stream does start at midnight, so make sure you're watching Ace over there on TikTok because she is going for 24 hours. I don't know if she can make it. I couldn't make it. I know Matthew and I think we tried to do a 24-hour stream a long time ago. I think when the next book comes out, we'll probably do like a really long stream or something, but I don't know if 24 hours, I don't think we'd have 24 hours. We'd have to take naps. Like my wife would have to host. Like there would be a point in time where it'd just be her. I have to go pick up or go get Dalton or something to like host on. You know what that'd be funny is if CBJ started up and Dalton was sitting here. Oh man, Dalton doesn't live too far from me. I think like a few hours or something, maybe a couple hours, but like that would be funny. That would be hilarious. Anyways, yeah, I'm not gonna do a 24-hour stream. Yeah, I'd probably end up unaliving. All right. Yeah. It would destroy the guest. I don't know about that. But yeah, if you did have some evidence for, wait, what? It doesn't. Yeah, it doesn't. Yeah. If you do have any evidence for Jesus or Paul, and you weren't able to make it up here, make sure to give me a follow there on TikTok. Make sure to subscribe there on YouTube. And we'll see about tomorrow. Tomorrow I should be live and we should be good to go then. I'll bring you up and we can have some conversations. But thank you very, very much. I will see you guys later. Peace out, Girl Scout. Put me down for some Thin Mints. And over there on YouTube, still working on a sign off here. But I want to thank you. I want to thank Tube. I've been